Join Heart and Mind Festival Seed to Table on December 18th for a comprehensive study and people protecting and cultivating each other with a mutual focus to thrive. Our symbiotic relationship with the seeds and our service to them has carried humanity throughout the ages. This winter, we gather teachers, elders, and seed keepers from around the world to learn about the sacred seeds of their traditions, what makes ancient seeds resilient, and how seeds have changed over the years. At Seed to Table, participants will receive nutritious recipes, insights on how to have successful yields for home gardens, and learn ways to nourish communities by growing food. Since 2012, the Heart and Mind Festival has been a trusted international platform offering education for all people choosing to awaken on a path of peace and consciousness. The Heart and Mind Festival is a 100% volunteer-run organization. Your financial support helps us cover production costs, equipment, honorariums, and charitable donations. Help us bring Seed to Table to your home by donating through our 501c3 registered nonprofit, MICE, today.
So you've decided that you want to put an edible garden in your backyard or in your front lawn, on your side lot, and you're wondering what the first step is. Hi, my name is Alexander Hackney. I'm one of the founders of Flowering Sun Ecology, and today on the farm we're going to go over how to make an edible garden. You need to first think about how many people you're trying to feed. So if you're a single person or family of 2, I would recommend starting with about 100 square feet. If you're a family of 4, you're really interested in it, you really want to eat out of your garden, you want to do something around 500 square feet. Now we need to look at the factors that are going to determine the placement of the garden. So we need to look at the sun, you need to watch the sun. Where is it rising, where is it setting? Making sure that your garden is going to get at least 6 hours of sunlight during the peak of the summer. If you're getting more sunlight, that's going to be beneficial. Your plants are going to grow bigger, going to grow faster. In the side cuts of the season, in the spring and in the fall, you want to make sure that you're also getting good light. If you want things to be able to mature come September, October, they're also going to need good light during that time. Then you're going to want to think about accessibility. Where are you putting this? Are you putting it close to your house? Are you putting it far away from your house? Are you going to be able to get there to do the work that's needed? Then you also want to think about water. Do you have water? Do you have a hose that you can reach the site with? Do you have another way that you're hoping to water? Are you hoping the rain is just going to do the job for you? And you want to make sure that you're keeping it out of any flood zones or areas that get super wet, because vegetables definitely need to stay above the water line. So to complete this project, you need 3 tools: wheelbarrow, a shovel, and a rake. If you have those 3 tools, it will make the project really easy. And there's many more tools which you can add as you're seeding, weeding, and doing other things. But for right now, those 3 tools will get your bed made. So you found your garden, you've decided on a size, maybe, there's 2 of you and you want to do about 200 square feet, and you've decided on a shape and you're ready to make the bed. Here today we're making the bed right here in front of me, and I'm gonna make a bed in a straight line. Obviously you can do any shape that you want. I make most of my beds all 30 inches across because it's easily accessed from both sides, and I'll generally will have a path on both sides, and I can reach to the center very easily from either side of the bed. So you have it all planned out, you have your spot, you're ready for the construction of the bed. So the first thing that you're gonna put down is cardboard. And we're putting down the cardboard because it will basically block any weeds and roots that are on the surface if you're doing this right in your lawn and you have grass coming up and growing up through your bed into your soil, so it's going to keep the weeds out. Good tip about the cardboard: just stick with the straight cardboard that's been printed onto. Stay away from any of like waxy or boxes that have like a plastic coating on them. And so you've put down the cardboard, and then on top of that we can just put a layer of compost. You could put a layer of topsoil if you wanted to. We recommend using compost because It's going to have all the nutrients that your plants are going to need for at least the first year, and it's going to continue to sustain them for years after that as well. It's high in organic matter. It's just a great medium to use. If you don't have access to compost for some reason, you can also use topsoil. If you're using topsoil, you want to make sure that you're getting a soil that is really going to grow something, a soil that's probably been stripped off of a field. You don't want to get something that's necessarily been mixed by somebody, because it's going to have very little to no biology in it, and it's going to be very hard for your plants to grow in that. So that's why I recommend just sticking to compost. Quick search online, you'll be able to find many compost companies probably in your local area or not too far away. So you have your cardboard down, you've got your compost or your topsoil. Hopefully you've been able to find composts. You can go as thin as 3 inches, or you can go thicker, 6 inches, 8 inches of compost on top of your cardboard if you want. The more material you use, the more money you're gonna spend and more wheelbarrows you're gonna be doing. But if you have a small garden, it's not too much work. So you lay that down, and then you rake it out with the rake, get it nice and flat, and that's just gonna help when the rain comes down or when you're watering your garden. The water's gonna have a flat surface to kind of seep into or roll off of. If it's too bumpy or wavy, you're gonna get kind of puddles building up, or you're gonna get the water is gonna start to pool the soil off of the bed. We also put wood chips around the border of our bed, and that keeps any soil from washing off, and also keeps any weeds from creeping up out of the lawn or the soil that's on the side of your bed into your bed, and gives you something nice to walk on. And it's also, over the course of year, 2, 3 years, those wood chips are going to break down and make you more compost soil, add a lot of biology and microbiology to your soil and to your plants to feed off of. So it's also a great free resource. You can generally find wood chips at your local dump or landfill, and there's also tons of tree services that are driving around that have a truck of wood chips, and they're generally happy to drop it at your house for free.
So now that our bed has been constructed, we're ready to lay out our starts and get the correct spacing. You can do a really quick Google search to see what the spacing is for the starts that you're planting. Today we're going to do oak leaf lettuce and some fennel. So general spacing for head lettuces and oak leaf lettuces is 4 to a row, and it's good for them to be 10 to 12 inches apart in rows, because they're going to get about this big. So we're going to lay them all out and then plant them accordingly.
So you might be asking yourself, why do you want to create a garden? And there are many answers to that question, but from my experience, I live here with my wife and 3 kids, and to be able to go outside with them, to plant seeds, plant starts in the ground, watch them harvest that, bring it to the table, eat it, is a huge joy for me and for my wife. The nutrient levels in the plants that we're able to grow here, or that you're going to be able to grow at home, are going to be way higher than something which you're going to get in a store, which has come from many miles away, often thousands of miles away, and has been harvested maybe up to a week or 2 weeks earlier. The enzymes and the nutrients, the levels in those plants are going to go way down. Also, you have much more control over your environment, what you put into your soil, the nutrients that you add, the minerals that you add, the compost that you add, and that's going to give you a much healthier plant that is more nutrient dense and nutrient rich. So take advantage of your backyard or your neighbor's lawn or whatever area that you have to grow food, and get out there and have a good time and educate others, bring others into it. Maybe you want to work with a community or your neighbors and make a garden together, so it's less work. Thank you for watching our video. Now you guys have everything that you need to create a beautiful edible garden. If you have any more questions or comments, put them below and we'll get back to you. We have more material for you coming in the future. Stay connected by following us and following Ames on Instagram and Facebook, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining Heart and Mind Seed to Table. We are very happy to be here with an amazing and revolutionary programming on seeds, organic farming, nutrition, ancient wisdom, and traditional knowledge on how to live in harmony with the earth. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this into your homes and into your lives.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. We wish you a really wonderful winter, and we hope that this festival helps you to plant seeds that are going to blossom now and in every season this year and ongoing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your support, for your donations. It wouldn't be possible. This whole festival would not be possible without you. And from our hearts and our minds, we are so grateful. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
What makes seeds sacred? Since ancient times, seeds have been cultivated, shared, stored, and protected. Within the seeds, there is potential. People around the world, equally in traditional and modern cultures, depend on these seeds to grow their food and agricultural resources. This short film explores how humans bring the seed to the table to nourish and sustain life.
Para nós, povo Nicuim, há várias sementes sagradas, sabe? Na verdade, todas as sementes para nós são sagradas, mas temos umas específicas que elas são passadas de geração em geração e isso nós vem trazendo ela de muito tempos atrás.
Makos Amaku. The seeds we have here, they are called amabele. That's the word that comes from amabele, which is the breast of the goddess. And it's fitting that they call this amabele because they were the main staple, the source of food that fed the people before we had all the other seeds that have come from overseas and other places. Now these seeds, they are used a lot in African tradition because of their nutrients that they give to the people.
There's a huge difference in the food that you grow and the food you buy in the supermarket. The food that you grow has a different vibration to it. It tastes much better, it's more nourishing, and you just have this relationship with the food versus the food you get from the supermarket, which doesn't really have that vibrancy. That's something that I've noticed.
E a melhor prática é o compartilhar com outras comunidades, fazer a troca, buscar aquilo que não tem, que não tem na sua comunidade e compartilhar aquilo que a outra comunidade não tem. Isso tem sido a melhor prática de conservação e de fortalecimento dessas sementes.
The soil is life. The soil is the immune system of the planet, basically. And so when the soil is depleted, the plants are depleted, and then the food that we're eating is depleted, and it all ripples out from there. And so if we can focus on putting our energy into these small-scale farms where we're treating the soil and we're putting back nutrients and fertilizer and using high-quality compost, then that's coming out through the plants, and then that's going back into our bodies. And it's hard work, and small-scale farmers have to really work hard to make it, but if everybody becomes aware of this and starts supporting that, then a huge shift can be made. And I think this is really what the planet needs right now. One of the things that the planet needs.
If you have access to farmers markets and things like that, then you know you're very blessed, but not everybody does. Anytime that you're able to go outside and harvest your own vegetables, your own food from your own garden and bring that inside to the kitchen immediately and eat it, the life force in that plant is amazing, and you can feel it when you eat it. And you also have the capacity to nourish that plant with, you know, all of the minerals and beautiful soil and all of your own prayers and all of your own intentions that you have for this this being that's going to, become a part of the body.
Tem uma mãe específica para chamar os espíritos dos legumes, para que ele cresça forte, que ele dê muitas frutas e que venha uma nova fruta, sabe, muito saudável e muito, que é o Catianaua.
Taminsky, otro pájaro, cantó. Ya los ancestros inmediatamente dicen, hay que hacer pagamento porque este pájaro está cantando. Los ancestros, los mamos, saben todos, no canta porque los pájaros quieren cantar, sino está avisando las semillas de frijol, de yuca, de malanga, de aguacate, de plátano y otros tipos de semillas, está avisando. Los mamos escuchan inmediato y luego de escuchar esta música se reúne toda la comunidad, así como estamos, más mamos se reúnen. Luego de reunirse los mamos, inmediato de lo que hacen, primero en la concentración, ¿sí? La concentración. Si vamos a hacer pagamento a esta semilla, entonces lo que vamos a hacer son primero agradecimiento con los mamos. Hacen la consulta. ¿Qué mensajes ha escuchado a cada uno de nosotros? Los mamos reúnen de ese mensaje y luego inicia a recolectar lo que tiene que ver las semillas, las frutas, todo lo que hemos visto.
I really value seeing the evolution of the food that's on my plate. For an example, a piece of lettuce. Seeing it from seed and just the process of it going from seed and then flowering and then harvesting it, cleaning it, packaging it, and then getting it on my plate is very fulfilling and satisfying because I have cultivated a relationship with the food and it tastes so much better.
The farm is such a central aspect of the community. It's a vital organ. It's centered around food and sustenance, something that we all share. It's centered around the seasons, the changing seasons. It's fully aligned with that nature. And it allows everybody in the community to plug in, to give something, and in turn to receive something.
If you're interested in starting to grow your own food, I would definitely suggest approaching it with an attitude of curiosity and exploration, not having too many expectations for, I'm going to grow these plants and I'm going to be able to feed my whole family, but just at the beginning getting into it for the relationship with the plants and for gaining the skills and the knowledge slowly.
Start simple, start small, start where you're at, and if you can, find somebody who's done it before, who knows what they're doing. Books are great, information online is great, but farming is really a hands-on experience. So if you can find somebody that has had their hands and their heart and their mind in the soil before, then you're going to be able to gain a lot of direct knowledge from those people.
Do not be discouraged. If you live in the city or a busy neighborhood or any of these things, there's so many ways that you can start growing your own food. You can grow sprouts in the windowsill. You can get a little earth box and fill it with soil and grow tomatoes or little kale plants. There's also lots of community garden space where you can grow more or volunteer on your local farm. There's so many ways to get involved. So don't hesitate, just jump in and go for it, and I'm sure that you will quickly feel the benefits and the love.
Chief Arvel Looking Horse is the 19th generation keeper of the sacred white buffalo calf pipe and spiritual leader of the Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota Oyate, known as the Great Sioux Nation. Chief Looking Horse's prayers have opened numerous sessions of the United Nations, and his many awards include the Juliet Hollister Award from the Temple of Understanding, a non-governmental organization with consultation status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council. He lives on the Cheyenne River Reservation in South Dakota. He is the father of 3 children, as well as many youth he has adopted. Paula Looking Horse is an accomplished traditional Dakota singer and artist. She has been involved in Native rights for over 40 years. Paula Looking Horse has brought her organizational skills to World Peace and Prayer and Honor Sacred Sites Day in 1996 and has been a moving force in creating the events ever since. She is also the mother of 8 children and many more adopted throughout her life. The Heart and Mind Festival welcomes Chief Arvel Looking Horse and Paula Looking Horse.
Good morning, Chief Arvel. It is so wonderful to have you both. Good morning, Paula. Thank you from all of us at Heart and Mind, with all of our hearts, for joining us and for being such good friends to Heart and Mind Festival in our community over some years now. We are beyond honored and blessed to have this relationship and to be able to share your wisdom with so many people. Welcome.
Yeah. Good morning. Paula.
Oh, good morning. You know what? I jumped on here really quick. I need to close my refrigerator door.
That's a beautiful morning, and right now we're getting close to doing our solstice ceremonies for at this time here, and it's a good time. We got a lot of snow last night. The weather's good, so.
Thank you. Yeah. So I first of all, thank you for having us. I'm going to straighten this out a little bit more here.
Okay.
We're kind of like zooming around here, leaving this morning, but I'm really happy to have a chance to allow us to be part of your show, and your subject is really awesome, and I know that there's going to be a lot of people's knowledge on here that will help us, even us, because I think the dependency on food in the future is really important, and I think our ancestors, especially those that left caches and with seeds, a lot of people are discussing those gifts that they gave to the future. So thank you for this subject title that you have about honoring the seeds and what Mother Earth gives.
Do I start?
I guess we start. Okay, everybody. Is right? Or you asked us another question? Are we talking to each other, or
we can talk to each other? We would love to speak together. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We obviously just want to receive as much as you want to share, but we recognize the value of seeds, and we've been very inspired by different initiatives, as you said, that are happening with regards to seed protection and cultivation. And there's so many different links in this chain. Some people plant and some people gather and harvest. And we would just love to know more about your traditional ways of working with food and seeds.
Well, it's a blessings to all of you today, and today I'd like to speak about seeds and in our traditional way long ago, and we still do that. Today we go with our whole year, our ceremonies, and every solstice we have a ceremony. So like right now we are preparing for the new beginning, the springtime, and which is welcoming the thunder ceremony. And but right now the Mother Earth, no, she covered us with the blanket of snow, and but we still have to keep our seeds together because it's our, we have to protect the traditional seeds during the whole year. And as we go into springtime, we think about like Uchimaka, and we think about the seeds that we are going to plant. So it's like the seeds are very important to our spiritual life, because the food, as we know, comes from indigenous people. The 80% and of the food and everything else that we live upon the earth. So as we don't think about the money or anything. You can't have money on your mind when you prepare the spiritual food or spiritual ceremonies. So everything that we give, we have to give thanks, Wupila. And right now, shortly here, again, we'll be going after the Transhasha, the red willow, for the first, preparing for the first of the ceremonies. And the seeds is very important, because we still have to think about that as we prepare. So long ago, a lot of our way of life here on the cycle of life is that's very important, that everything has to come together. The food, the seeds, and the thunder brings Wakino Yate. So we rely a lot on the spiritual. And our as we think about most important is like the sun, the we. And so in our sacred language, it's also a part of that, because it's our livelihood, and which is all based on our health and well-being. So even our prayers in ceremonies about health and well-being, and it's about how sacred life is. So in our language, anything that has to do with life starts with WI, we, because the sun is the life giver. And Ochimaka, Maniwichoni, the water of life. That's what we call Maniwichoni. And so everything has to be part of our walk of life here. And as we do these ceremonies, we think we have to have a good mind. Hawachin Washte. That means getting up every morning with a good mind. Hawachin Washte. And when we prepare for our blessings and the seeds and the water, the water is very important, because it helps the plant grow. And long ago, our people used to live along the Minichaussee. Minichaussee is the Mississippi River and the plains. Even though we're plains people, we still camp along the river because that's where all the food and the berries are. So we do a lot of planting, and we grew up in the fall time. We have to burn the grass and to give it back the nourishment. So there's wherever we're going to plant, we used to burn for the following year to plant. So everything's a whole year process. And the way that we go after food or Maniuchoni, especially the berries that we have to give offer tobacco and prayers to talk to the plant and the seeds and the water, because these are our spirit. It all has a very spiritual energy, and that's what we have to maintain in our ceremony, in our way of life here, is respecting everything that is. So we have a lot of spiritual leaders that say, that everything has a spirit, even the blade of grass. But the way we conduct ourselves and how we do our ceremony of understanding that this way of life is very important, because today, well, a lot of people don't do that. They don't give thanks, wupila, or they don't do any planting. And the elders always say, we live in a give me world. You have somebody else do it, but everything that we do, we have to put our we have to take a step forward to do it ourselves, and that's meaningful, because that way we get the blessings upon our health and well-being. And this understanding that we have is that everything, all the seeds, is very important. But we try to address this to some of our outside members, and they we're have a hard time because protecting our traditional seeds, and especially the Southwest, because we have a lot of Monsanto, and we have a lot of chemicals that and our people have been moved out from the lowlands along the river to out and open, and it's very hard to still do these understand what we're faced with in this world that's affecting us physically, our food, and people don't respect the food, so it's causing a lot of sickness. So I want to say that was for now. Yeah.
Thanks, Orville. I guess in listening to him talk about living along the river, I was raised by my grandmother, my Kushi, as I call her, and she used to plant all the time, every summer. And it was just pretty much I and her, and my mother used to work, but we didn't have running water, electricity, or anything like that. So we had to haul it from the river. But the thing that she used to have me do when I was a little girl, because we have a lot of rain where my reservation is, we're on a continental divide. So there's always, adequate enough rain that we didn't really have to haul all the time, like in the Southwest. But as a little girl, I used to have to draw a turtle in, by the garden. And then she'd do a little ceremony with that turtle I drew. And she said it had to be an innocent little girl, by the garden. And so she would do the ceremony, and sure enough, the sprinkling would come and it would water our garden. And I just thought it was normal. And so I was down in Southwest with my children. Orville was doing a ceremony down there, and I told my girls, I won't tell the whole thing because I don't want anybody messy with this, but I told my daughter, my youngest daughter, what we did, as part of sharing between a mother and daughter. And she made a huge turtle, and there was a big, huge flood that came, and she did what she was supposed to do. And we always attribute it to her taking what I told her, and making this ginormous turtle. And of course, there was a big flood in that area that next day. In any case, the seeds that she had, she kept and she dried. And it was just basic Indian corn, and somebody gave her some regular corn. But then she would, because you don't want to cross-pollinate, she'd choose one or the other every year. And, we had the regular vegetables, and she'd save the seeds. But I was a little girl, so I never really paid attention. I just remember her laying them out in the sun and drying them, and then, putting them in glass jars. But I think what I was telling Shola was that, our people long ago were actually nomadic, and most of our people didn't plant. We were hunter and gatherers, as we're labeled as. And for us, it was we knew when to go after the tipsina, as we call it, and it would be in the fall time. It's mostly the fall time. And so everybody would know where to get our medicines, and, food is medicine, and we'd prepare. And we still do that today. We dig for bitterroot. My daughter-in-laws went and they dug tipsina this year, and they share. But that's really prevalent today among all the reservations, is to go dig for tipsina, and that's wild turnips. And so everybody, it's like a delicacy with our people. And that is a medicine in itself that we learned during one of our coming of ages with one of the grandmothers that I took my daughters to coming of age with her. And she talked about the medicine of tipsina. And if you grind it up and make it into a paste, and if somebody's sick, they could, swallow it and eat it, and it would help them eat better and gain weight. And so it was a doctoring tool. And as far as the berries, like Orville said, we go downwind so that the berries won't get bitter with a human approaching them. And it's something that he taught me, and I realized that that's what my grandmother used to do. Because everything, my grandmother passed away when I was 9. So, I remember all these things later with the things she does, and I realized what she was teaching. But we picked a lot of berries, plums, we canned, we prepared for the winter. when the sweet corn was done, we would boil it, and then we would just a little like parch it, and then we would dry it, and that's a delicacy with our people. It's called sweet corn or dried sweet corn, and so then the other thing that we did with Indian corn was actually it was a specialty with a woman named Mrs. Ortley on our reservation. So everybody used to take their corn to her, and she had her own field, and we would go pick it up later, and her delicacy was making this hominy, and which we call waskuya. And the process that she did with it was the same thing, but boil it and then soak it in ashes, and then dry it, and it became hominy. I'm sure there's a lot more process to that, but it was really odd because I was trying to buy some again from the family after she passed away, and I went driving out there with my kids, and here the daughter said that when her mother passed away, she actually it was really sad. She said that the whole garden died. And so I think that there's a connection there when somebody tends to a garden. They're the plants, as you know, are really alive, and they get used to who's around and who's taking care of them. And so she tried again and again, and finally I think she said I think years later she finally maybe convinced the ground there that she could take over, and I think she makes the sweet corn now. So there's a lot of people that are picking up things on our reservation, because there's a period of time where we couldn't plant anymore. They told us we had to survive and give us seeds, and we had to plant, and then all of a sudden there's a dependence on the stores, and then of course you couldn't preserve them anymore because of the GMO, and so we were kind of stuck with always buying the seeds. And so now we send for heirloom seeds, and but there are native farmers, especially like in Nebraska side, where they have the old ancient like an Indian bean, and I haven't ever seen it up here, and I actually miss that flavor. It's a different kind of bean. It kind of looks like it's flat and it's round, but they call it an Indian bean. It's in their language, their Omaha language. And so there are different tribes that have kept their seeds, and especially they use the Indian corn to plant right now, like in front of the pipeline. And they've been especially a lady, her name is what's her first name, Camp, Carter Camp's sister. She has an effort where she plants the Indian corn where the pipeline is going to come through their territory. And to me, when I hear her speak, it's about communicating with Mother Earth and tending to her, and cultivating her and asking for her help so that there would be no damages from the pipeline. It's sort of a unique way to that she does this and believes that her belief will take foothold to prevent any kind of damage to their territory. And I guess the other main factor with our people is that we follow the buffalo. And so the buffalo taught us a lot where to find food ourselves, and the buffalo berries, they always went where the nutrition was. And so that's another thing that the buffalo gave us, but we all followed the buffalo. And so in discussing about seeds with all our people, I think it's going to become more prevalent, and that's why I'm I'm happy that to be on this program and to learn and to hear what other people are doing. One of the things that I just did this past year was I wrote a grant for hydroponics, and I tried to get our tribe to pay attention. We have a huge rotunda in our tribal office. And I said, if we put all the hydroponics out there, we could use it for our restaurants. We could have decent salads because the salads, really darn good. And, but as administrations are, they were like, well, who's going to take care of them? And I was like, it's easy. It's have each office take turns. And they just were not willing to do that. And plus COVID, people weren't always there all the time. So I ended up passing them out to people that I seen on Facebook mostly that were putting in gardens on our reservation and really being active in, growing. And sure enough, it took foothold. So people that I gave it to, they really appreciated it. There's 3 in our rotunda. My daughter-in-law takes care of it. But right now, because of COVID, again, it's really hard because we're always shutting down. So she told me that she's going to have to take a break. Otherwise, it's, driving out to the tribe all the time. But that's another way of planting. And we plan to, in the future, we want to build a school. And one of the directions, the West direction in the school, is we want to teach about sustainable development and different types of growing. And because this land is really damaged, I feel all over. We went to a soil conference in Geneva, and we were listening to scientists, and they were talking about what's going on with radiation and how the earth turns, and the contamination and doesn't really stay in one place like we think. And so we have people saying, well, even the berries are different, the wild berries or the plants are different. They're not like they used to be a long time ago. And so at one time I spoke to our Game Fish and Parks director, who's now passed, and I told him, I said, these farmers, they're using GMO and they're spraying and they're on our land. I said, don't we have rights to stop that, to tell them that if they're going to plant on our land, that they can't use GMO and be spraying because it's going into our water. And of course, this was years ago. And the only reason why I was concerned about the spraying is because my mother lived right by a field, and they would spray, and I would tell her to leave because she had TB when she was in boarding school, and so she had one lung, and so I was always being protective of her. And that's when this was like a few decades ago. I just didn't like what they were spraying, and he said that it's up to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and they lease, and it's the farmers, and it's their right. And I was so disgusted, and I said, well, we need to take it back. We need to lease our own land. And now Native people are doing that. Yankton Sioux tribe is Braveheart Society is planting and coming up with money to lease their own lands, and the grandmothers are out there planting, and they are earning enough funds to get their own machinery because there's 40 acres, and so they're trying to do their best. And it's just kind of started out this past year, and they're doing quite successful. But on Orville's reservation, there's volunteers that come in with the programs that they have, youth programs that they have there, and the elders program, and it's kind of like right in the same block. And they also plant organic foods, and they're volunteers from all over that come in, and they work with the kids and the elders. So it's like kind of a club, a youth club and elder club. And so the efforts are being done. I think that we're moving to that faster, as all of you are, creating a presence of natural foods, and I guess planting ourselves. I myself have had a garden for like 3 years here, and I'm just a big fail because Orville's life is so hectic, and we'll come back and it would be all overgrown, because I don't have my daughter-in-laws here anymore that used to help me, and so I just ended up giving it all to my chickens. So, anyway, that's my story on a survival of vegetation and our sacred foods, and I hope that it does take a foothold in our communities more, and I believe it is, and the encouragement with all communities that the young people and the elders can create, just like what Orville has, and my reservation has that too. So it's pretty active with gardens now.
Yeah, I'd like to make a point here too, is that we as I'm a believer in our traditional medicine, and I don't even take the shots of vaccine, but I rely on our traditional medicine, and we help a lot of people. But as long as I remember, the elders we said have always talked about how to share our way of life with the people. Is that as a spiritual leader, we got to have in our ceremonies how the foods are being prepared, and the most important is that, like a woman on her own cannot touch the food that they bring into our ceremony. And the seeds, we talked about like the seeds is very important, but it's also about human life too, because if we don't, like Paula said, we buffalo, but the seeds, the vegetables, and everything has to be blended, and that way it helps with our good mind, spiritually, physically, and mentally, and that's what we have to always maintain. And we live in a prophecies where there's false leaders and false prophets, and we're going to see earth changes, climate changes. And so the White Buffalo Calf woman told us that since 1994. I've been sharing those teachings, but the thing is, like, we're living a time of a lot of anger and violence, and our elders, like a long time ago, they all say, "No, we got to live in peace." To live in peace, because these seeds really helps us grow, and the seeds really we have to pray. That's the number one, is to pray about it, so our health will be good. Yep. And that way, we got to maintain that life of health and well-being and good mind. So that you do. Oh.
So thank you for having us. I look forward to more communication with your circle, and maybe you can share some of your seeds with us. We are in a housing area, and so right now we're waiting to move out more in the country. We are still in the country here, but we're in the housing, and so when that happens, we'll sure be in more communication of maybe you sharing your seeds.
Thank you so much for all of that nourishment from the traditional ways of gathering and connecting, and the consciousness to always begin everything with gratitude, to sharing about the resiliency of your people when the seats have been taken, and all of the hope and the plans that are being implemented by your nation. It's very inspiring, and it fills us with a lot of energy and excitement to continue to move things forward as well. And we will be so happy to bring seeds your way.
All right.
Arvel and Paula.
All right.
Thank you for spreading the seed of peace in your work.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for having us. Take care.
Being here. Thank you.
You can find more interviews with Chief Arvel Looking Horse and Paula Looking Horse by subscribing to Heart and Mind TV on YouTube.
Thank you. We are just waiting to see if we will have a special live guest. So just bear with us for one moment as we await a special guest, and we'll continue with our program in just a moment.
Mateo to share some songs. Thank you so much, Adrian, for coming to share your gifts always with the Heart and Mind Festival. Everyone, Adrian Di Matteo. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. I want to share this song from Violeta Parra, my experience with planting and being with. It's a great way to connect with the beauty of life and to move through some difficult moments. So remembering that our relationship with nature is always there for us.
Violeta azul, la banana roja pa' mi pasión. si me corresponde de soplo con manzanillón. Si me quieres mucho, poquito, nada, tranquilo queda mi corazón. Si me quieres mucho, poquito, nada, tranquilo queda mi corazón.
The next one I wanted to share is a reminder that today's conversation is all about the flowers and the seeds and the things that we're growing in our hearts too, not just in the earth, but the symbol of the seed in our dreams and our visions. So may this song be a seed for peace.
Flor das águas da onde vem para onde vai. Flor das águas da onde vem para onde vai. Vou fazer minha limpeza no coração está meu Pai. Vou fazer minha limpeza no coração está meu Pai. A morada do meu Pai no coração, onde existe todo amor e tem segredo profundo. A morada do meu Pai no coração, onde existe todo amor e tem segredo profundo. Este segredo profundo está em toda a humanidade. Se todos se conhecerem aqui dentro da verdade, este segredo profundo está em toda a humanidade. Se todos se conhecerem aqui dentro da verdade. Flower of the waters, where do you come from? Where are you going? I am going to do my cleaning in the heart of my Father. Flower of the waters, where do you come from? Where are you going? I am going to do my healing in the heart of my Father. The heart of my Father is in the heart of the world, where all love exists, and there is a profound secret. This profound secret is for all of humanity. If only we could love each other, it would set us free. Flor das águas aonde vem para onde vai. Vou fazer minha limpeza no coração está meu Pai. A morada do meu Pai é no coração do mundo, onde existe todo amor e tem segredo profundo. Este segredo profundo está em toda a humanidade. Se todos se conhecerem aqui dentro da verdade, este segredo profundo está em toda a humanidade. Se todos se conhecerem aqui dentro da verdade.
Thank you so much, Adrian. And we will hear more from Adrian later this afternoon for a beautiful presentation that he will be doing about music and how plants resonate with the sound. So we are very honored and grateful to welcome Maestro Domingo Diaz Porta and Maria Guadalupe Abundes de Diaz. Venerable Sat Arhat Domingo Diaz Porta was born in Caracas, Venezuela in 1930. Under the guidance, the Initiatic Sovereign Solar Order of Chichen Itza has developed in different places in Venezuela, Mexico, the United States, Europe, and Peru. He has founded and organized cultural and spiritual activities in almost all countries in the Americas, in 10 European countries, in Israel, and in Morocco. He is the founder of the Association of the Solar American Indian Movement of Culture Approach to the Autonomous Traditions and Peoples of the Continent. He is also the founder of Acción por la Unidad Mundial, a movement of international cultural integration to promote a culture of peace through dialogue of personal transformation, through exchange of knowledge and joint participation in activities and programs, both on the individual and group level. Maria Guadalupe Abundes de Diaz has dedicated her life to the sacred initiatic tradition for her own spiritual and human evolution and for the benefit of those who surround her. She graduated with a master's degree in primary education in 1982, and she entered the initiatic path and became a student in the lineage of Dr. Serge Renan de la Ferrière in 1998. She currently works with many women's groups and has helped organize many women's gatherings at both the national and international levels, having lived in the United States, Mexico, and Venezuela. Lupita is a member of Insignias Aztecas, a nonprofit organization promoting and preserving the tradition and teachings of the Aztec dance. She has participated at the Shoshone Kumai Ghost Dance in Escondido, California, and has participated in the Magos de la Tierra seminar with Jose Arguelas in Chile and Portland, Oregon. Welcome, Maestro Domingo and Sister Lupita. Aztecas, a nonprofit organization promoting and preserving the tradition and teachings of the Aztec dance.
Forma parte
She has
de la asociación
participated at the Shoshone Kumai Ghost Dance
que ayuda a promover las culturas indígenas
and has participated in the Magos de la Tierra seminar with Jose Arguelas in Chile and Portland, Oregon. Welcome, Maestro Domingo and Sister Lupita. Aztecas, a nonprofit organization promoting and preserving the tradition and teachings of the Aztec dance.
Bienvenido, Maestro Domingo. Estamos muy, muy honrados y bendecidos que estés aquí con nosotros. Les vamos a preguntar que si puedes cerrar la ventana de YouTube en la computadora para que podamos oír bien. Gracias siempre por la presencia y guianza y por compartir con nosotros en este festival de corazón y mente dedicado a la semilla y toda la abundancia que trae la semilla a la mesa. Vamos a preguntar que si puedes. Estamos muy agradecidos que estés aquí con nosotros para compartir sobre la semilla, la agricultura y la sabiduría ancestral. Bienvenido. La mesa. Estamos muy agradecidos que estés aquí con nosotros para compartir sobre la semilla, la agricultura y la sabiduría ancestral. Bienvenido. Estamos muy
¿Sí me oyen?
Por favor, cierre la ventana de YouTube.
Agradecidos que estés aquí con nosotros para compartir. Bienvenido.
Ahora te entendemos, te escuchamos, maestro. Saludos.
Un momentito. Sí, listo.
Bueno, ¿quieres hablar en español con traducción en vivo o quieres hablar en inglés?
Voy a hablar en español y un poquito en inglés también.
Ok.
Sí. Bien. Es muy grato estar de nuevo con ustedes, queridos amigos espirituales. It is a pleasure to meet again with you through the waves of the Aquarian age, the element air. Nos estamos comunicando a través de las ondas de la nueva era del Aquarius, las ondas del aire. No hay fronteras para nosotros, los que estamos trabajando por la nueva humanidad. Estamos transformando las fronteras en puentes de comunicación. Bien, yo traigo aquí unas semillas diferentes porque, como dice el principio hermético, como es arriba, es abajo, como es afuera, es adentro. Entonces, junto a la jardinería, la agricultura, tenemos primero la jardinería interior. Nuestra mente es como un jardín donde desde que nacemos estamos sembrando semillas que recibimos del ambiente, palabras, gestos, experiencias, alimento. Es la parte maternal de la mente, del jardín de la mente, la parte que recibe. Y luego vamos a cosechar en nuestra vida todo lo que está sembrado en la mente. Esa es la parte masculina, digamos. Las acciones, la cosecha, el karma, como se ha dicho, que karma no es una palabra, es una ciencia, hay que estudiarla. Se juega mucho con la palabra karma sin entender el sentido profundo. Entonces, pues, todo lo que sembramos en la mente, inconscientemente a través de la influencia del ambiente y conscientemente a través de nuestros estudios, nuestras preferencias, nuestras actitudes, nuestras palabras, todo ello va echando raíces en la mente. Y cuando esas raíces crecen, van dando frutos y flores en nuestra vida, que pueden ser agradables o desagradables. Todo depende de la calidad de las semillas que hemos recibido. La parte inconsciente, la que no decidimos nosotros, la que entra desde el ambiente involuntariamente, puede afectarnos en bien o en mal. Mientras no estemos en un sendero espiritual, no tenemos protección para esas semillas que están cayendo inconscientemente. Ya cuando entramos al sendero, entonces aprendemos a seleccionar la calidad de las experiencias que recibimos, de las palabras, de lo que leemos, de lo que vemos en televisión, por las redes sociales, etc. Y entonces ya somos responsables. Para asegurar una buena cosecha en nuestra vida, en el supermercado de la existencia, debemos ser pues muy responsables, muy selectivos en todo lo que hagamos, en todo lo que digamos. Tratar de no actuar inconscientemente, no reaccionar a las influencias del ambiente de manera inesperada, de manera sin control, porque todo eso trae consecuencias negativas.
Yes,
En
maestro.
la práctica del yoga,
Gracias, maestro. Si me permites, por favor. So those of us here are working with the energy of the Aquarian age. We're working through the element of air to receive these teachings and share this wisdom. And we are creating a bridge. We're here today to share the seeds of wisdom. As the Hermetic teaching tells us, as above, so below. So there is the outer garden, but also the inner garden, and everything that we plant in our mind, we harvest in our lives, consciously with the influence of our environment, consciously with our studies. Everything we plant in the mind, the masculine part of being, will take root, and it may present itself as a good or a bad harvest. There are the seeds that we plant consciously and those seeds that we plant unconsciously. These seeds may come from our environment, from other people's beliefs, things that we are taking in, social media, TV. But on the initiatic path, we have a protection because we are selective with what we plant, and we try to not unconsciously plant things, to not unconsciously react to the environment or things that are going on, so that we can make sure we are going to get a good harvest. Gracias.
Sí. Entonces, en la enseñanza del yoga se nos habla de que el mantra debe tener una raíz, un bija, una raíz o semilla. Eso significa que no debemos pronunciar un mantra mecánicamente sin saber cuál es su sentido profundo. En la India, desde niño, a través de la familia, se reciben esos conocimientos que van siendo semillas que luego echarán raíces y van a germinar. Y ya cuando se pronuncia el mantra, no solamente se pronuncia con la voz, sino mentalmente, con el sentido que tiene. No se trata de traducir el mantra, no es cuestión de traducción, porque pierde energía, sino es un asunto de entender el sentido, tener el conocimiento de lo que es el sonido original, el sonido creador, como en el Génesis de la Biblia se dice, hágase la luz y la luz se hizo. Ese mantra, hágase, tiene mucho poder porque está acompañado de una conciencia, de una sabiduría, de una visión hacia el futuro. Por eso produce efecto. En el Evangelio de San Juan se dice, en el principio era el Verbo, y el Verbo era con Dios, y el Verbo era Dios, haciendo alusión pues al poder de la palabra original. Los idiomas actuales carecen de esa energía porque se han utilizado más para la supervivencia, para los negocios, para la tecnología industrial, etc. Pero no se insiste mucho en el poder del sonido, en la vibración. Entonces, así como hay que sembrar en la mente la semilla del mantra para que tenga poder, la conciencia, el conocimiento, la vibración original, el sonido, primero, así también las semillas que tenemos desde la niñez tienen mucho poder en nosotros y debemos utilizarlas, no negar, sino hacer uso de esas primeras influencias que recibimos en la niñez. De manera pues que ya esas semillas ya han echado raíces a través de los años, de tanto oír, por ejemplo, en el mundo cristiano, desde niños estamos oyendo la palabra Dios. Esa palabra tiene poder en nosotros por la repetición a través de los años. En la práctica del Japa Yoga o Hatha Yoga, se repite el mantra muchas veces para irlo activando dentro de la mente, para irlo sembrando, que la mente reciba en su parte femenina ese sonido junto con la filosofía del mantra, el sentido del mantra. De manera pues que,
Para que ellos traduzcan.
de manera que así toma fuerza. La Santísima Trinidad, la Virgen María, todo eso tiene fuerza dentro de nosotros. No lo vamos a negar, lo vamos a utilizar. En el caso del cristianismo, todo lo que hemos recibido desde niños lo utilizamos como un puente para ampliar esa sabiduría yendo a otras tradiciones, las tradiciones de América, del Oriente, en fin, todo lo que guardan los pueblos ancestrales, tenemos también nosotros que sembrarlo.
Gracias, maestro. Si me permites, por favor. Yoga tells us that a mantra should have a bija, a seed. This says to us that we shouldn't pronounce a mantra without having an understanding of its deeper and true meaning. In India, from childhood, children are trained to understand the consciousness of the meaning behind and inside the mantra, the seed. And that understanding gives power, not just to speak without meaning because the power gets lost, not just to translate because the power gets lost. The Bible says in the book of St. John that God is the verb is with God, and the verb is God. So we need to focus more on the power of sound and the power of vibration, the power of the verbs. So we must plant these seeds first in the mind so that they are well rooted. The seeds that were planted within us as children should be well cared for and put to use. They have already taken root. In the Christian tradition, the use of the word God gains power over a lifetime of repeating it. So all of those seeds give us power and they give us wisdom. And we use this wisdom as a bridge to share with other cultures in the Americas.
Sí, entonces, lo que hacemos, pensamos, estudiamos, leemos, lo que vemos conscientemente, asumimos la responsabilidad de que eso está entrando dentro de la mente y como semillas y va a ir echando raíces. Así, por ejemplo, se crean los hábitos. Un mal hábito, por ejemplo, fumar, empieza con un cigarrillo, después son 2, son 3, después es una cajetilla al día, 2 cajetillas, etc. Y naturalmente, esa siembra, ese hábito, va a dar frutos en la vida, en nuestra salud física, emocional y mental, frutos negativos, ¿no? Pero igual hacemos con los buenos hábitos. Empezamos con el intento de meditar, de vivir en paz, de ver la presencia de la sabiduría divina en todas partes. Y poco a poco, con la insistencia, se va formando el hábito consciente, no mecánico, como ocurre en los vicios, que la persona es un esclavo de un hábito negativo, dañino. Then you be very careful of your inner gardening. The inner gardening. Be selective. What seeds are you taking inside your garden, your mental garden? Debemos ser pues muy cuidadosos en nuestra jardinería interior de qué es lo que vamos a permitir que entre del ambiente. Pero no solamente eso, sino que debemos ser cuidadosos de la cosecha que estamos recogiendo. Si son cosechas negativas, no compartirlas con las demás, sino en este caso, practicar la alquimia. Como dice el precepto alquímico, separarás lo denso de lo sutil. solamente compartimos lo sutil y lo denso, entonces se va a transmutar con el símbolo de la alquimia, transmutar el plomo en oro, el plomo de las bajas pasiones, el plomo de las malas palabras, las vulgaridades, el plomo de los pensamientos destructivos. Todo eso lo vamos a trabajar internamente, como cuando recogemos un fruto que está dañado, entonces aprovechamos las semillas, aprovechamos la cáscara o lo convertimos en abono. Esa es una especie de alquimia que estamos haciendo en el caso de la agricultura, ¿no? De la jardinería. Igualmente debemos hacer nosotros con ello. En el yoga también tenemos el Japa Likita Yoga, o sea, la repetición del mantra escribiéndolo, tener un cuaderno especial para escribir el mantra con mucho cuidado, con mucha lentitud, con muy buena letra, meditando en la esencia, en el contenido, en el significado de ese mantra. Y así lo estamos sembrando a través de esa práctica tan interesante de la escritura del mantra.
Gracias, maestro.
Sí,
¿Me permites traducir, por favor?
sí, adelante.
So what we think and what we do and what we study, what we read is important to look at consciously. We take responsibility that what is coming into our lives, for what is coming into our lives consciously. For example, if we aren't conscious, habits come forth like cigarettes. First we smoke one, and then two or three, and before we know it, we are smoking a pack. And that will eventually have negative effects on us over time. So it's our responsibility to make good habits, conscious habits. And we need to be very selective and mindful over our inner garden and be mindful over the harvests that we are gathering. If they are negative harvests, we do not share them with others. In this case, we must transmute them, like in alchemy. Share only what is subtle, and we do the transmutation internally, and we work on that negativity, whether it is lower thoughts and bad words or bad feelings. We work internally, and we approach the peels and the bad fruit consciously so that we can begin to make soil consciously for better things. Gracias, maestro.
Es una tarea de psicología alquímica, muy diferente a la psicología corriente. Siempre hay muchos consejos que salen por los medios de cosas psicológicas, pero no van a la raíz, no van a la fuente. Dicen sobre la felicidad, pero no enseñan en qué consiste realmente la felicidad y cuál es el camino para llegar a la meta. Se pide ser feliz, se pide estar en paz, etc. Esas son metas. Hay que señalar cuál es el proceso para ir a esas metas. Entonces se parte de lo negativo. Para la felicidad hay que partir de la tristeza, del sufrimiento, porque es una realidad inevitable que se puede presentar tarde o temprano. Entonces, esa tristeza hay que trabajarla alquímicamente, con esa psicología interna, irla procesando y la tristeza se va disolviendo y va apareciendo la alegría. Una alquimia es como un compuesto químico que se va formando a través del laboratorio de la vida. Igualmente, pues, para llegar al estado de la verdadera paz, que es la paz interior, frente a los conflictos inevitables que hay en el mundo, debemos partir de la angustia, del estrés, de la violencia, trabajarla, y se va disolviendo y va dando paso entonces a la verdadera paz, que es la serenidad interior, el equilibrio interior, no dejarse vencer por el ambiente, por la influencia de los demás, etcétera, sino tener las riendas de nuestro caballo de energía, tenerlas en las manos, que no la tomen otros, sino ser cada quien dueño de su propio destino. Entonces la jardinería y la agricultura que se usan afuera en el mundo, los resultados dependen de nuestra jardinería interior. Se puede sembrar para producir licor, para procesarla industrialmente para ganar dinero, o se puede sembrar para llevar salud a sí mismo y a los demás. Entonces, el punto de partida es la jardinería interior, debidamente cultivada. Todo lo que sembramos, aunque sea un poquito en el jardín de la casa, eso va a traer buenos resultados, porque el villa, la semilla, la raíz está impregnada de un abono correcto, de un riego correcto, de una atención correcta. Y así como en la agricultura se podan las plantas para que produzcan mejores frutos, así debemos hacer también dentro de nosotros, en nuestro jardín interior, ir podando, para que las ideas, los sentimientos, las costumbres no se vuelvan puras ramas sin frutos, sino que den muchos frutos hacia los demás. Porque la tarea es la generosidad, es la meta. El sol da luz no para él, sino para todos. Las nubes dan la lluvia no para ellas, sino para todos. El árbol da frutos no para él, sino para compartir. Entonces, los que aspiran pues a la iluminación espiritual, a llegar al estado trascendental, deben estar dispuestos a ser como un sol, irradiando lo mejor hacia los demás. No importa lo que pase en el mundo, ser siempre una luz en el mundo. Slide, please.
Gracias. So this is the work of psychology and alchemy. It's different than modern psychology that doesn't go into the root of things, but talks a lot about happiness without teaching how to get there. Be happy, be peaceful. These are all just phrases if we don't know how to get there. So we have to work with all of these things and our inner psychology and alchemy and the laboratory of our lives. The conflicts of the world are inevitable, but as we work on inner peace, so that we reach inner peace, which is serenity and not allowing ourselves to be overtaken by the sadness of the world, but to hold the reins of our horses, of our power, and never give them over to anyone, but that each of us guides our own destiny. So the point of departure here is the inner garden, and what we plant in our garden is done with good soil, our good intentions, our good understanding, just like any agriculture on the outside as a practice. This way, when the fruit is good, it can be shared with others, because this is the real work of the spiritual illumination. Everything that is good that we have, we share with others. And we shine our light into the world no matter what is happening. Gracias.
You see, the seeds, before putting in the soil, they go through in my hand. I put in my hand the seed.
Can you see the seeds? ¿Puedes mirar las semillas?
Then,
En mi cuna. Puedes mirar las semillas.
then Entonces, antes de llevar las semillas a la tierra, sembrarlas, pasan por mis manos, se están impregnando de mi energía, de todo lo que yo he cultivado en mi jardín interior. Están siendo bendecidas. Si mi jardín interior está lleno de armonía, y eso va a bendecir a la Madre Tierra, y la Madre Tierra, con gozo, con gusto, va a recibir estas bendiciones, estas semillas, en su parte femenina, y en su parte masculina, la Madre Tierra la va a hacer que germine, que brote, y que dé a luz muchos frutos para el bien de todos los seres. Cuando hay hambre en el mundo, es porque hay un desequilibrio, no es que falte el alimento. En otras partes hay derroche de la comida. La gente muchas veces deja de comer lo que cocina, lo que prepara, lo que se sirve en el plato, y se pierde. Por eso el maestro de la Feria dice, en el nombre de todo ser humano que diariamente muere de hambre, se ruega no dejar comida en el plato. Sírvete lo que vas a comer solamente, no te sirvas de más. Y el hermano mayor, nuestro maestro Estrada, dice, en el nombre de todo ser humano que diariamente muere de hambre, se ruega dejar un poquito de comida en el plato. Son dos enseñanzas. Dejamos un poquito de comida con oración para compartir, aunque sea espiritualmente, el alimento que recibimos. O no dejamos nada en el plato para no contribuir al derroche en una parte del mundo que por desequilibrio va a hacer que en otra parte del mundo un pueblo esté sufriendo de hambre. Toda miseria, toda pobreza, todo abandono, toda enfermedad viene de un desequilibrio interior. Entonces yo les aconsejo que para cultivar las semillas que nos brinda la madre naturaleza, debemos empezar por cuidar nuestro jardín interior, para que esas semillas, cuando las tenemos un momento en las manos, con oración, con meditación, se impregnen de armonía y se propague el alimento que brinda la Madre Tierra por todo el mundo, que haya un equilibrio. Siempre nuestras acciones deben estar acompañadas de oración, de palabras positivas, no actuar mecánicamente. Por eso es importante, pues, la siembra interior, la siembra de la semilla y procurar que eche una raíz firme en nuestra tierra interna, en nuestro subconsciente, y irla cultivando conscientemente. Las enseñanzas, los preceptos, la sabiduría que estamos recibiendo, esa herencia ancestral, esas son semillas que debemos cultivar en nuestro jardín interior. Bien, es lo que yo quería pues compartir con ustedes, aprovechando el tema que se está presentando hoy gracias a nuestro equipo Golden Drum en New York, que es parte de Acción por la Unidad Mundial. Tener siempre presente las enseñanzas de los grandes guías y maestros de la humanidad, todas esas semillas, cultivarlas y compartirlas con los demás. Proyectarlas a la sociedad, la sabiduría que estamos recibiendo, no guardarla individualmente, sino tener el equilibrio entre lo individual y lo social, lo personal y lo colectivo. No ser individualista ni ser colectivista. Ir siempre por el sendero del medio, como enseñó nuestro Señor el Buda. Muchas gracias y mucha buena siembra de semillas sagradas, la herencia de nuestras culturas, de nuestros pueblos, las semillas naturales, las semillas originales que tienen esas bendiciones de nuestras culturas ancestrales, que están vivas todavía. Muchas bendiciones para todos ustedes.
Mil gracias, maestro. Before
Lupita quiere decir eso. Se traduce.
Before taking seeds to the earth to plant, you see them here. They are in my hands. They are being impregnated by all of the energy that I have cultivated in my inner garden. And this energy will bless them, and it will bless the earth. The feminine aspect of nature will receive this blessing, and the masculine aspect of nature will grow it. When there's famine in the world, it's because there is an imbalance here. As Dr. Serge Renaud de la Ferrier once shared, in the name of all of those who are in famine, do not leave an ounce of food upon your plate. And our elder brother, Jose Manuel Estrada, would say, leave some food for those who are hungry. These are two different teachings, because one is saying, do not participate in the imbalance by eating everything and leaving nothing. And the other one says, leave this food of wisdom for those that are hungry. So the inner garden, the inner planting, the ancestral wisdom, those are seeds. And this is what we need to cultivate for our path, for our lives, and for each other. We must always share the seeds we are receiving, not keep them, but share with humanity to overcome individualism and open ourselves to collectivism. Thank you so much, and good planting of the seeds here, which are the inheritance of our nations and our ancestral remembrance. Gracias, maestro. Y queremos oír de ti, hermana Lupita, por favor.
Pues yo solamente les voy a enseñar esto. ¿Sí lo ven? ¿Ah?
Sí,
¿Las ven?
Sí.
Ah, bueno, esas son dos canastitas, dos medicine bags hechas artesanalmente por algunas comunidades indígenas de aquí de Venezuela, ¿sí? Una más grande que la otra, ¿la ven? Y estas guardan unas semillas que se llaman mocunas, el papá y la mamá. Esta es la mamá. Miren, ¿sí las ven?
Poner la mano más alta, por favor. Sí.
Ah, bueno. Estas semillas, ustedes pueden revisar en internet. ¿Sí?
Sí.
En internet. Ellas se llaman mocunas. Ellas, cuando nos las entregó el profesor, ahí está la imagen. Cuando nos las entregó el profesor de Ramón González de Ayurveda Tropical, del Gurukul, la comunidad en la que estamos inscritos, varios alumnos que él seleccionó que fueran vegetarianos. Ya después van a saber por qué fue lo que pasó con estas semillas. Él nos entregó unas semillitas y nos dijo que se llamaban mocunas. Yo las guardé, a los 6 meses se me ocurre sembrarlas para ver cómo era darle seguimiento a su crecimiento. Entonces él nos dijo, estas semillas tienen casi todos los aminoácidos que conforman una proteína completa. Entonces, con el tiempo, pues, crecieron esas semillas y empezamos a tomarle fotos. Eso lo pueden ver por internet, todos los pasos como de crecimiento. También nos dijo que eran unas semillas que podían traer la memoria ancestral. Entonces uno guarda esas semillas, ¿verdad? Como recordando nuestra memoria ancestral o tratando de recordarla. Aquí ven esta ahora. ¿La están viendo? Ok, miren esto. Es el primero de los racimos, ¿sí? Tiene 47 vainas. y está media desnutridona, pero ellas ya están secas, ya tienen como 3 años conmigo. Suenan como los cabeles de las serpientes, ¿verdad? Entonces, estos racimos, nosotros guardamos para nosotros, para recordar nuestra memoria ancestral, como él decía, ¿no? Y ahí lo tenemos en un adornito. Y otro se lo llevamos a la escuela del Gurukul de Ayurveda. Y también, pues, ahí el profesor nos dio otras enseñanzas. Entre ellas, que era para evitar el Alzheimer y evitar el Parkinson. Entonces, vimos que ellas iban creciendo primero como unos racimitos pequeñitos que fueron creciendo, esos racimitos se convirtieron en flores, esos palitos, esas flores como moradas, que ustedes van a ver ahí por internet, y después se convierten en unas vainas, ¿no? Se cae la flor y esto es lo que tiene. Nosotros nos las empezamos a comer crudas en la escuela para pues que las probaran. La doctora María Luisa, su esposa, nos las empezó a dar, ¿no? Y después en los eventos las empezamos a consumir como un green beans, solamente que sin comernos la parte que protege la semilla, ¿sí? Porque esa semilla cuando está tierna es rosadita, ¿sí? Entonces uno la puede cocinar, pero lo que no se come es lo que recubre la semilla porque es como una celulosa, como plástico muy duro. Y luego, pero lo verde, la vainita verde, uno se la puede comer. Así le hacíamos nosotros. Yo recuerdo que llevé arroz con esto. ¿Qué pasa cuando comimos? Absolutamente nada. Pensábamos que estábamos comiendo un superalimento. Después, a mí se me ocurre cosecharla cuando la sembramos aquí en la urbanización y resulta que cosechamos como 20 kilos y empezamos a repartir a las familias. Las familias pues empezaron a cocinarlas con todos los que comen carne, pues con diferentes tipos de carne. Me mandaban los platos así muy bonitos con diferentes tipos de carne, pero me decían, pero no las envía a sus amistades porque ustedes son vegetarianos. Y yo les decía, no, pero es que ustedes pueden hacerla como quieren porque ustedes están acostumbrados a comer carne, pero nosotros somos vegetarianos y está bien, les digo, nosotros vamos a seguir con esa costumbre, no vamos a cambiar porque miremos sus platos con carne, le decía, ¿no? A los 3 días me agarra uno de los abogados que vive por aquí y me dice, señora Lupita, mire, ¿qué es eso que nos dio? Me dice, porque mi esposa se lo comió y empezó a temblar, le empezaron a temblar las manos.
Hermana Lupita, ¿nos permites, por favor?
Sí, cómo no.
Gracias. So I'm only going to show you these little baskets. Can you see them? They're small baskets, medicine bags made by hand by the indigenous communities of Venezuela. They hold seeds of the mucuna, the mother and the father. When the professor of tropical Ayurveda, Ramon Gonzalez, gave them to us, he let us know that they were mucuna and that they possess amino acids that form proteins. And he shared these seeds and let us know that traditionally these seeds and eating them would help us to gain ancestral memory. Do you see these? This is one of our first branches. They are dry now, and I've kept them for 3 years to remind us of our connection to the ancestral memory. And these seeds help people avoid Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. As we noticed while we were growing them, that first they were tiny buds, and then white flowers came, and the white flowers fell, and then they became like peas. And we began eating them raw in the Ayurvedic school, which you can also cook them. I remember one time I brought rice with them as well. Well, what happened when we ate these seeds? Absolutely nothing. But then I started to plant them here in our new neighborhood. And over time, we harvested 20 kilos, which were shared with the neighbors. And the neighbors were neighbors that would eat meat. And they didn't really understand why we were sharing so much because we are vegetarian. And they would say to us, "You're a vegetarian. Don't you want to keep these and eat them?" And we said, no, we'll eat them in our way, but you can eat them as well.
El ramo de flores no es blanco, es morado. como pequeñas orquídeas antes de que salga la vainita, que salga de green beans. Esta planta, pues para nosotros es sagrada y tiene muchos nutrientes y su medicina pues es para las enfermedades, para evitar esas enfermedades y aún más. Cuando yo entrego esas semillas aquí para que se las coman, empezaron a enseñarme las manos, algunas personas empezaron a quejar que los dedos les quedaban negros, negros, y que era difícil que quitárselo como una tinta, ¿no? Indeleble. Entonces, bueno, yo le dije, bueno, pues cósalas, no las pelen así verdes. Entonces, esa persona a la que a una familia que nos cocinó con bastante carne, me dijo que su esposa le temblaban las manos después de comérsela, que a él le daban ganas de vomitar. Entonces yo le digo, pues no sé qué será algo que le pusieron ustedes a sus comidas, le digo, porque esto nosotros lo hemos comido, no nos pasa nada. Y luego otra familia me dice que también tenían como ganas de vomitar y diarrea. Entonces, bueno, pues eso es bueno. Yo les decía, ha de ser para que les purifique su organismo. De seguro esta planta es tan fuerte en la medicina que les está purificando su organismo y los está desintoxicando. Y luego un empleado me dijo que también le había dado diarrea, ¿no? Y así, entonces cuando yo veo eso, yo llevo esa información a la escuela del Gurukul de Ayurveda y le pregunto al doctor y bueno, ellos se ríen, ¿no? Y lo que dicen es que fue una purificación que les dio, pero no me dijeron más. Entonces yo me metí al internet y me di cuenta que la mucuna de ahí sacan la dopamina. Cuando yo leo dopamina, dije, aquí como decimos en Venezuela, cónchale, me van a demandar, pensarán que les estoy dando alguna cosa mala, ¿no? Entonces, yo no les dije a ellos, solamente les dije que el doctor nos había dicho que había sido una purificación de su organismo y una desintoxicación, ¿verdad? Porque para los vegetarianos no nos pasó nada y los veganos no nos pasó nada y comíamos bastante, ¿no? Entonces, yo cuando les dije eso, bueno, se quedaron tranquilos y dejaron de comer porque estaban como entre todos aquí tratando de cortarla y tenerla para sus alimentos. Y yo dije, pues se la van a acabar y van a destruir la semilla y todo eso que uno piensa, ¿no? Que no cuidan, si uno no cuida las plantas, pues uno tiene que guardar semilla para después. El caso es de que cuando les pasa todas esas consecuencias, dejan de comerla. Y entonces,
Ana Lupita, por favor. The flowers were not white, but brown. So this plant for us is purple. So this plant for us is sacred. It holds a lot of medicine. And when I shared the plant with others to eat, people began complaining. There was one man who said his wife's hands, or everyone's hands, were black. And I told them, maybe instead of eating them raw, cook them. And then another man came and said, my wife's hands tremble when she eats these, and I feel like I want to throw up when I eat them. Then so many other people began coming and saying, I have diarrhea, it makes me feel very unwell, etc., etc. And I thought, maybe this is some form of spiritual cleaning. So I went back with this information to the doctors of the Ayurvedic school, and they chuckled and said, this is a purification of the body that they are experiencing. And they didn't really say much more than that, but I decided for myself that I was going to get on the internet and start researching, which is when I discovered that mucuna is a dopamine bean. And so it does have this effect of purifying the being. And what we were realizing is the purification symptoms that are unpleasant wasn't happening with the vegetarians or the vegans, but with the people who are eating meat.
Sí, bueno, ya para terminar, en internet yo leí que la mucuna había más de 300 variedades y que en la India se cultivaba y se utilizaba para medicina y para alimento. Entonces, que no nomás era para el Alzheimer, evitar el Alzheimer, el Parkinson, sino que era para la fertilidad, por ejemplo, para para el semen del hombre que fuera fuerte, ¿no? Y también, bueno, que era como para la ansiedad, para la depresión, para todas las enfermedades tipo nervioso, que era un alimento cerebral y que ellos la usaban, la tuestan, la ponen, porque estas semillas cuando están frescas son rosaditas y están tiernas, entonces usted puede hacer muchas comidas. Se deshace como un bean, como un frijol. Pero cuando están secas, parecen piedras, las pone a remojar, las puede poner a remojar por 20 días y no les pasa nada. Entonces es una semilla muy poderosa, muy, muy fuerte, que protege la medicina que trae adentro. Entonces ellos la manera que la consumían era tostada. Yo pienso que también tierna, ¿no? La tostaban y la pulverizaban y entonces la hacían medicina. En internet no había yo visto ninguna manera de cómo se usa, ¿no? Más que esa que decían que en la India hace más de 3,000 años ellos la usaban. Pero ahora que me metí para investigar, para compartir esto, ya hay varios frascos que están vendiendo por internet de mucuna. Entonces, bueno, a mí se me ocurrió porque allá en el ashram de Nueva York, esta planta pues se puede aclimatar y puede crecer allá y alimenta también a muchas familias, no más como proteína, sino para evitar todas esas enfermedades. Y pues queríamos compartir eso, que nosotros aquí lo cosechamos y todo lo que nos ha pasado. Hay varias semillas que tenemos, se las mandé a AJ, que aquí cultivamos en la casa y después las llevamos a la urbanización, las enseñamos a la gente. Hay plantas medicinales que estamos haciendo, tratando de que la gente despierte en esa parte de la medicina tradicional de nuestros ancestros y que la vuelvan a retomar más ahora que estamos en este pequeño pasaje por lo del COVID, que nos ha enseñado mucho. Y pues también yo aprovecho para llevar teces, ollas de té, donde yo voy a CrossFit, donde voy a Aikido, donde voy al canto, todo eso les llevo ollas de té para que ellos se protejan con esta pandemia y también les compartimos estas enseñanzas a ellos para ver a quién le interesa proseguir. Pues muchas gracias para todas las hermanas que están ahí siempre al pie del cañón, que como mujeres pues somos guardianes de la medicina. Yo ahí en el CrossFit hay un grupo de niños de fútbol y les digo, llegó la Medicine Woman. Y les estoy enseñando qué es esa palabra en inglés, porque ellos son otro grupito, pero son como 20 niñitos y empiezan a tomar el té. Llegó la mujer medicina, le dio y todos se arriban a tomar el té desde chiquitos y a veces eso es para los niños rabiosos o enojones, eso es para los niños que les duele la barriga, eso es para los que tienen lombrices y todos toman hasta los papás, ¿no? Entonces esa es una manera de compartir desde niños a que aprendan ellos a conocer las plantas medicinales y nutritivas. Bueno, gracias a todos, maestro Manuel, abrazos, cariños para usted, para su compañera, todo el equipo de grabación que siempre nos han apoyado, que aquí tienen a su maestro, saben que lo tienen al alcance de la mano y bueno, yo con él camino también y a todos los que nos apoyan en todos lados y los que nos están viendo.
No de la mano.
Bueno, de la mano porque miren, aquí lo tengo. Bueno, gracias a quienes están traduciendo. Que Dios les bendiga.
Mil gracias. Entonces vamos a terminar aquí. So what I found online, there are 300 varieties of mucuna in India, and they use it for many remedies, not just Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. It's also used for anxiety, depression, and strengthening fertility and the semen in men. The seed, when it's fresh, it comes out in this rose color and it's soft, and you can eat them. You can cook them just like you would regular beans, like peas. This is the way that the way that they ate it in India. They would first toast the mucuna and then turn it into powder. This medicine has been in use for over 3,000 years. So I've looked more into it, understanding that I was going to be coming here, and I realized these seeds can also travel to the Sangha in New York to cultivate them there so that they can avoid these diseases and maladies. And we're happy to share these seeds. I take them everywhere I go and I offer them in many places. I often take pots of tea wherever I go, CrossFit, Aikido, wherever it is to share so that people have this immunity. So thank you also to the sisters that are always there at the foot of the teacher, because it is the responsibility of the woman to take care of the medicine with the knowledge over the remedies of how to cure a fever and a cold and all of the things that children get. Many thanks from us to everyone of the group and the production team for the festival and for all of the ways that you support us. And thank you as well to the internet. Gracias a los dos. Mucho amor, mucha gratitud. Paz.
Pues,
I'm supposed to introduce him. We are very honored and happy to present Bishku Huniku Heart and Mind Festival. Farmers in Punuya. He was chosen by his village to take care of agroforestry from a young age. He has dedicated his life to the plants and being in service to Mother Earth. Son of a leader and grandson of a pahe, he is both. In his village, he represents the Puinu Huya Kinawa group, which strengthens sacred prayers in the village, praying for Mother Earth.
Sou Bishku Hunicuim, da aldeia Pinuyá, e agradeço, estou muito agradecido em estar participando estou honrado de ter recebido esse convite do coração e mente, de poder estar se expressando, estar trazendo a mensagem do nosso povo, estar trazendo o nosso futuro, o nosso costume, a nossa tradição, e poder compartilhar da nossa semente sagrada que hoje temos, a valorização da nossa cultura, do nosso povo, do nosso costume e os rezos que fazemos e a nossa tradição que estamos mantendo hoje. Muito agradecido. House House. Para nós, povo Hunicuim, há várias sementes sagradas, sabe? Na verdade, todas as sementes para nós são sagradas, mas temos umas específicas que elas são passadas de geração em geração, e isso nós vem trazendo ela de muito tempos atrás, que é uma semente do milho, que é conhecido como milho maço, e é um milho que de todo o Brasil, dentro do Brasil, foi feita a pesquisa, esse milho, quem tem a única semente dele é nós, povo Hunicuim. E ele para nós é um milho muito sagrado, sabe? É uma semente muito sagrada, por causa que é com ele que o nosso povo vem fazendo as suas festas tradicionais também, que é a festa do Catianaua. Como eu falei, já são o milho maço, que é o Choquicuim, né, para nós. E tem o Chupã, que é um tipo de batata que ele dá em rama. E ela é uma semente muito sagrada para nós. E também o tamar, que é o amendoim, né? Que é conhecido muito como mudubim. Mas isso aí são umas sementes muito sagradas. Tem várias sementes para nós. Mas o tamar também, ele é uma das sementes que para nós também, ele pode substituir a carne, sabe? Em qualquer refeição, em qualquer alimentação, ele tem um tipo de preparo que se chama o mutu. Não tem outro, sabe? Ele substitui a carne e ele é muito sagrado para nós. Tem vários. Uma das práticas é todos os anos, é por causa que nós, povo Runicuim, nós vivemos da caça, da pesca, da fruta e também dos legumes também, que são as nossas sementes que nós temos. Então, todo ano, para nós não perder a nossa semente, o milho, as batatas, sabe? E outras sementes que temos, ela é necessário todo ano, sabe? Nós colocar roçado, que nós falamos, né? Que é onde nós colocamos nossa plantação, que é para renovar ela de novo. Se nós guardar, ela pode secar, ela pode passar um bom tempo e não pode germinar, que é nascer, né? Então nós temos que fazer todo o ano, temos que ter essa prática de colocar roçado para que venha uma nova semente mais saudável, uma semente mais forte, para nós não perder ela. Dentro do povo Runicuim, nós temos momento de nós fazer as nossas festas. Tem a festa do batismo, né? Que é o Mispupimá, tem Catianaua, tem uma específica para chamar os espíritos dos legumes, para que ele cresça forte, que ele dê muitas frutas e que venha uma nova fruta, sabe, muito saudável e muito, que é o Catianaua. Catianaua é onde nós cantamos, reunimos, sabe, a comunidade, não só a comunidade, mas também ela fez dentro dos festivais, que é para prosperar o nosso legume. E os rezos, ele não serve também só para chamar a fartura do legume também. Ele chama o peixe, ele chama os animais, sabe? Ele chama o que for rezado, o que for falado naquele momento dos rezos, dos animais, das plantas, ela tem o dom de invocar, sabe, esses espíritos para que eles venham mais fortes. É a festa do Catianaua. Temos vários tipos de comida tradicionais dentro do nosso povo. E uma das comidas tradicionais que o nosso povo ele não esquece tem vários, sabe? O atsamuá é um deles, que é a banana, como é a macaxeira, cozindo com a própria folha. A própria folha dela, que é ralado e cozinhado com ela, mas quando não é feito com ela, ela tem uma folha específica também, que é cozinhado com ela, que para nós essa folha ela tem os nutrientes. Ela tem um nutriente e ela é muito saudável para o nosso corpo. E ela não estraga a macaxeira. E para nós essa macaxeira ela é cozida de um dia, e de um dia para o outro, 2, 3 dias, sabe, ainda ela tá boa para nós comer. Quanto mais dia ela passar, mais melhor ela fica para nós. E ela não só é comida também, só ela é tomado também o caldo dela, que é onde o nutriente fica. E temos várias outras formas também de as nossas comidas tradicionais também, que é peixe ou carne, ela é assada também, e depois ela é cozida com a macaxeira, com a banana, com o jerimum. Então é uma forma de nós comer, sabe? E trazer o gosto para, sabe, para nossa comida também. E também tem várias outras, outro tipo de legume também. E nós, uma das comidas tradicionais muito que o nosso povo ele tem muito também sabe, o manimutsá, né? Que é a caiçuma da banana madura. Seja ela madura ou seja ela verde. E também o mutsá, né? Que é a caiçuma da macaxeira também, que ela é usada nos nossos rituais. E ela é usada também para nossas festas. Usado também no nosso batismo, que são os atsamutá, né, que são as caiçumas, que são usados muito. Essa então é muito da nossa cultura, são as nossas comidas tradicionais que nós usamos. Hash hash.
Thank you. Next, we present Dan Konda, who currently resides as one of the co-owners of the Flowering Sun Ecology Center, an oasis in the heart of the Catskills. Dan is dedicated to sacred ecology, farming, and education, and he is here with us today to share with his vast knowledge of mushrooms. Thank you, Dan, for being with us today, and welcome.
Thank you guys so much for having me here. I feel extremely honored and grateful to be here with you. It's been an incredible journey being part of the farm at Flowering Sun Ecology. I've been here for around maybe a little over 3 years, and we focus on sacred ecology, seed preservation, education, and growing food for our entire community. And one of the things that I have been working with is with the mushrooms. This has been a passion of mine for many, many years. And I have the privilege of working with these beings every single day. So in this presentation today, I hope to share with you some of this magic that these mushrooms bring. And I hope to share also a little bit about how to cultivate them at home and the different problems that we could save around the world together with mushrooms. So let's get started. So let's dive into this world of mushrooms together. It's a vast world. It's a mystical world. It's a magical world. There's just so much there. But we need to start with, what is a mushroom? You may see them popping up, in the woods after a rain. It's not an animal. It's not a plant. It's somewhere in between. They don't do any photosynthesis like plants. They actually eat sugars like we do. The only difference is they have an external stomach, and they also breathe oxygen. So they're much more closely related to us than to the plants. However, the mushroom is the reproductive organ of a much larger organism, which is actually called the mycelium. Now, this mycelium is the actual being, and usually it lives underground or inside of a tree. And this mycelium is comprised of very small thread-like structures called hyphae, which branch out almost like neural pathways in our brain. And they search for food, they search for resources, and they connect to one another. And after this mycelium, this massive mycelium gets enough resources, that's when it will push out a mushroom, which is its fruiting body. So here you can see a couple of mushrooms, and that is, you're seeing them releasing their spores. So after the mushrooms mature, they send out their spores, which are single cellular, and they fly across the entire atmosphere. They could fly many, many miles. And that is the cycle. The spore, they meet, two spores meet, and they start germinating, forming hyphae, and in turn causes and creates more mycelium. So the first thing that brought me to the mushroom world is food. I was always had a passion for cooking, and when I realized how delicious mushrooms were, I never looked back. There's so many different things that you could do with mushrooms, and especially for people who are on a plant-based diet, mushrooms offer so much variety and so much diversity that we could add to our diet. So here you can see the first picture is of an oyster mushroom that I cooked up like a steak. It's extremely dense and fibrous and chewy. In the middle here we have some cremini mushrooms, and on the right we have some piapino mushrooms. So there's so many different tastes, textures, varieties. They're packed with tons of nutrients, B minerals, vitamins, proteins, amino acids. Additionally, there's so many different mushroom tastes that you will never find in a supermarket, and they just need to be foraged. Things like truffles, things like hen of the woods, maitake, chicken of the woods. So there's a vast, vast world in the culinary arts. However, it's important to also note that there are some deadly poisonous mushrooms. So it's important not to just go out in the woods and start eating mushrooms that you see. These mushrooms deserve respect. They deserve understanding from our part. We need to understand these beings. So here we have a picture of a death cap, and we have a picture of a destroying angel. These mushrooms are so deadly that even just one cap can kill you. And even if you get rushed into the hospital, they may not be able to save you. So don't let this put you off, but it's just very important to have the awareness and the respect for the mushrooms. In addition to that, mushrooms are extremely potent medicines, one of the most potent medicines on this planet. Here we have 3 different mushrooms that I highlighted. We have the chaga, the reishi, and the turkey tail. These are all mushrooms that you could find all around the world, and they have incredible immune boosting properties. Additionally, these mushrooms in particular are extremely good for fighting cancers. So this has been used in Chinese medicine for thousands of years, and I think in our Western world, this is just kind of coming to the forefront right now. So it's such an incredible tool that we have available to us with these mushrooms. And in addition to fighting different diseases, there's also mushrooms that vastly improve our cognitive abilities. So lion's mane, for example, is a mushroom that is delicious, and it also vastly improves our minds. It will increase our memory. It can give us more clarity and focus. Cordyceps can give us a very natural form of sustained energy. Oyster mushrooms can reduce our blood pressure. So there's a lot of different uses of these medicines, and it's a really good thing to study for ourselves. Another use of mushrooms, and this is something I really wanted to talk about, I just find it so fascinating. There are mushrooms called entomopathogenic fungi. Now, these fungi, these mushrooms, specifically attack insects. That is their favorite food source. The spores of these mushrooms will land on an insect, and they will germinate inside of the exoskeleton, and the mycelium will form and travel inside of the insect, hijacking its nervous system. And this is where the really cool part happens. The mushroom actually controls the insect. Every mushroom has different conditions that it likes. Some like higher humidity, some like more oxygen, higher atmosphere. So it will literally tell the insect to start going to those more favorable conditions. It will make the ant start climbing up into a tree. When an ant normally would never climb a tree, it will start climbing a tree, and it will get to the exact temperature, exact humidity that the mushroom wants. And at that point, the mushroom will tell the ant to stop, to stay there. It will clamp onto a leaf, and at that point, the mushroom will pop right out of its head. It's like out of a science fiction movie. And interestingly enough, these mushrooms, when they pop out of the insect, they have been shown also to, that's when they sporulate, and they extrude a bomb of spores, and they sometimes will do that right on top of the insect's nest. So not only are they coordinating the conditions that they like to survive, but they're also spreading their spores directly above the nest of these insects. And there is a lot of research right now on the frontiers of farming and science of using these mushrooms as natural insecticides, which is a huge game changer. Right now there's very harmful chemicals that are being used. So this is one way that we can transform that part of agriculture. But they're not just insect killers. There's also insect protectors, specifically the honeybees. The honeybees are such an important part of our ecosystem. They're the pollinators. Without the bees, we wouldn't have so many vegetables that we have available to us today. And unfortunately, the honeybees have been experiencing a decline. There's been a lot of diseases that they've been experiencing. And there's been research recently shown that certain mushrooms have been helping them. Certain mushrooms have been boosting their immune systems. So Paul Stamets, who's on the Mushroom Frontiers, he's been doing a lot of this research, and it's been very promising. So I hope we keep moving into those directions as well. Mycoremediation. So this is this is fantastic. I see mushrooms as like a phoenix rising through the ashes. The mushrooms, they're almost at the end of the life cycle of things. When a tree falls, when the leaves fall, when something is decaying, the mushrooms, the fungi, is there to finish the cycle. It finishes the decomposition, and it holds the key to unlock the nutrients in that organism, in that decaying organism, to go back into the soil. So mycoremediation is a branch of science which uses mycelium and different types of funguses to combat different pollutions that we're experiencing in our world today. For example, oil spills, toxic waste, any type of fires. These mushrooms can actually bring back balance to the environment. They can eat away through these very harmful pollutants and restore it back to the natural cycle. There's so many uses of mushrooms. This is just, skimming the edge, so I encourage anybody who's interested to look into this, because there's, so many different applications that we can do here. So there's 3 types of mushrooms that I just want to quickly talk about here. There's the saprophytic fungi. This is your primary decomposers. Here we have a picture of a blue oyster mushroom, and these mushrooms decay organic matter. Decaying organic matter is what they primarily eat. So any like dead trees, dead leaves, they are the ones to recycle them. Another type of mushroom is the parasitic fungi. Now these mushrooms live off of living organic matter. This example is of the honey mushroom. It's an edible mushroom. I actually grew up eating it quite a lot, but it can decimate entire forests. So they also recycle the forest. So anytime there's an unhealthy population in a forest, these mushrooms come in and they, start that recycling process. Interesting fact, these honey mushrooms are the largest organism in the entire planet. There's an estimated over 2,000 acres of land in Oregon, which is comprised of the mycelium of this individual organism, not different honey mushrooms that are all living together, but one honey mushroom that has been living there for, scientists are estimating, around 2,400 years. Some scientists are even saying it could be as ancient as 8,650 years old. So just wrap your head around that. These beings are truly incredible. And the third type that I really want to talk about is the mycorrhizal fungi. Mycorrhizal fungi is mushrooms that essentially form a symbiotic relationship, a beneficial relationship between a tree or a plant and the roots. So the mycelium of the mushroom literally will intertwine around the roots, or sometimes will even go inside of the roots of the tree. And the mushroom and the tree will start sharing resources. The tree will give the mushrooms different sugars, that it obtains through photosynthesis, and the mushroom can give the tree nitrogen. So there's this balance that's happening. But not only does the mushroom have an opportunity to share resources with the tree, but the trees can actually use this mycelium network to share resources with other trees, to communicate with other trees. The entire forest is connected through this mycelial web. I think, it's been brought up many times that this mycelial web is the internet of the forest. It literally connects every single inch of the forest together through underground through these networks. Mother trees, trees that are a couple hundred years old, can share nutrients with their saplings, with their baby sapling descendants that maybe are so small they're still under the shade canopy and they don't have access to sunlight. So the trees are able to survive because the mother tree can send them nutrients. The entire forest is communicating through this. So it's just truly incredible. There's a lot to learn for us as well, and how this whole relationship plays out. So how do we grow mushrooms? Just want to show you guys a really quick video of our grow room. Just go over it really quickly. So this is our grow room. Here you can see some black pearl king oysters. This grow room serves as a couple of purposes. These are the blue oysters, but it gives the proper environment for growing these mushrooms. It has high enough humidity, which the mushrooms like, and it also has a high oxygen level, which the mushrooms need to survive. These are the chestnut mushrooms. And this is the lion's mane mushroom. And I'm going to go over really quickly how we can create these blocks, which is essentially just sawdust mixed in with different supplements. And, you'll be able to even actually, AJ, can you, so this is a mushroom block that I just took from our grow room. This is a blue oyster. And, these mushrooms, they have the ability to double in size in 24 hours. They grow extremely, extremely fast. And this is basically 50% sawdust, and it's also 50% supplements. So in this case, we use soy hulls, but there's lots of different supplements that you can use, and also water. And basically, that's all you need to grow these mushrooms. So you need the substrate, which is the material to feed the mycelium. Then we need a way to sterilize or pasteurize the substrate, so only the mycelium grows. Then we need spawn or spores to be inoculated into the substrate. And 4, we need a proper growing environment. So first you need to figure out what mushroom you want to grow. Different mushrooms grow on different substrates. Oysters love wood. So here we have a pile of wood chips. There's some straw, cardboard you could even grow mushrooms on. On the top, we have some manure. Now, not all mushrooms will grow on manure, but the cremini mushrooms, the portobello mushrooms that you'll find in the store, they grow on manure. So the first thing is to know what mushroom you want to grow, and then what kind of substrate you're going to use. So for the oyster mushrooms, we're going to use some wood, some sawdust, but we also need to give it a supplement. The wood has a lot of lignin, which is great for the mushroom, but it doesn't have enough sugars, doesn't have enough nutrients. So here in the industry, a lot of people use soybean hulls, also corn husks, hulls, spent ground coffee grains you can use as well. There's many, many things, and a lot of these supplements are agricultural waste products that we have no use for, and mushrooms really can flourish from that. So after you have your substrate, we need to figure out how to sterilize it or pasteurize it. There's a few different options here. You can use a pressure cooker to get the temperature of the medium high enough, which will kill the rest of the other bacteria and funguses and molds that are in there. So then when you inoculate it, the mushroom mycelium will have a very high chance of growth. You can also pasteurize it. You can just get a simple cooler, fill the substrate in there. You could fill the cooler with straw and then just fill it with boiling water and leave it for a couple of hours. And that will kill enough bacteria that when you do inoculate it, that will also be safe for the mushrooms to grow. And you can also use hydrated lime. And hydrated lime, you don't need any heat for this, but essentially this will raise the pH of the medium so much that, again, it will kill all of the unwanted other bacteria and molds. So here we have, now we need to inoculate our pasteurized or sterilized substrate. So you can do that with spores. And here in the middle, there's a bag of grains that are already inoculated. And you use this spawn to inoculate the substrate you have pasteurized. It could be a little bit difficult for somebody just starting out to make, their own spawn or to make their own substrate. But thankfully, you can actually purchase pre-colonized mushroom blocks. The one that I just showed you guys, you can purchase those. There's lots of stores on the internet where you can, maybe it'll cost like $20 or $30 for a block, and you could literally grow mushrooms at your kitchen table on your countertop. So after the mycelium is introduced to the growing medium and the mycelium colonizes the entire growing medium, you'll need to give the mushroom the proper conditions for growth. So it needs oxygen and it needs humidity. And once you give those two things to the mushroom will grow very fast. So the last thing that I kind of want to leave you guys with, this is something I personally feel very, passionate about. And this is something that, we can all work together with. Mushrooms are the food of our present, but also our future. You can grow so many mushrooms in a very, very small amount of space. Right now, we have 2 grow rooms. They take up close to 300 square feet. And we're producing over 300 pounds a week just from those spaces. 300 square foot space produces over 300 pounds of mushrooms a week. In addition to that, it's a very small cost to actually grow these mushrooms because you're essentially using sawdust and you're using agricultural waste products. So things that normally people are throwing out is the ideal substrate for this. So it's a totally renewable way to generate food. And lately, there's been a lot of initiatives all around the world to bring this way of mushroom farming to third world countries all around. There's a picture here of a mushroom farm in Uganda, and there's a mushroom farm in Nepal, mushroom farm in India. There's also been mushroom farms in Zimbabwe, Haiti, and it's been extremely, extremely successful using these low-cost methods to generate food and business for these struggling communities. So, I really see the mushrooms moving in this way and, feeding the world because, we are all connected. We're all in this together. This is the end of, us being here in this world just for ourselves. This is, the age where we're all branching out. We're all helping each other. It's the age of community. It's the age of family. And this is the lessons that the mushrooms are giving us. The entire forest is one cooperative organism. And, this is what we need to develop within ourselves. So I'm very grateful to all the mushroom beings for, all of their incredible, incredible teachings. And I hope that, this is shared with you just a little bit of that excitement and potential that, these mushrooms have for us. And I hope we keep learning and keep moving on this wonderful, wonderful path. So thank you guys so much. And I'd love to answer any questions if anybody has any.
We have one question from the chat.
Can mushrooms be used to remediate and ultimately replace junkyards? So that's a good question. So there's certain things that mushrooms are good at remediating, and there's certain things that they're not the best at remediating. Plastic is one of the things that mushrooms are not able to currently work with. Um, but I feel that, if we have separate facilities, like recycling facilities where we only put, cardboard based things, things of that nature, they could remediate that. But I think that there's a lot of research being done in this remediation field, and it's not just mushrooms. There's also, remediation with bacteria. There's also remediation with plants. So it's a much deeper, it's a much deeper topic. And this is currently on the frontiers. I personally don't have too much knowledge in this segment, but I think definitely going forward in the future, we just need to keep working with it.
I think that was the only question. So maybe that's it for now.
Cool. Well, thank you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of the festival. And if you guys have any questions about mushrooms, or you're interested in growing your own mushrooms or anything mushroom related, I'd be super happy to chat. So send me an email, and would love to connect.
Okay, one more question.
Yeah, you can definitely grow mushrooms in an apartment. So you can so you can buy a mushroom block like this without the mushroom sticking out, and it can be shipped to your home. And you can literally put this mushroom block on your counter. You would have to give it the proper conditions for it to survive. So you need to give it the proper humidity. You need to give it proper amount of airflow, air circulation. It doesn't need, it needs very, very little light. It needs as much light as you do. So, yeah, you can definitely grow mushrooms in an apartment. And that is the place to start, buying your own mushroom block. But, moving on from that, you can definitely even, culture your own medium at home as well. You just need basically a pressure cooker. And yeah, it's kind of a more intensive process on how to, create it. And you need to create sterile conditions, because when you inoculate your substrate, you need to make sure that no other bacteria and funguses go in there. But there's whole communities online that are actually dedicated to this. And yeah, it's pretty amazing how fast the mushroom community is growing. What is your favorite mushroom? It's a hard question. I think it's always changing. I don't think it's fair for me to say that I have a favorite mushroom. I like all mushrooms. I'm drinking chaga right now. I have a cup of chaga right here. It's my favorite mushroom to drink in the wintertime, because it makes me feel so strong. It gives my immune system such a boost. I never get sick. But I love, cooking wise, I love oyster mushrooms. I love lion's mane mushrooms. Reishi mushroom is such an incredible mushroom for relaxation, but at the same time for increasing one's energy. It has this very interesting synergistic way of working. So it's one of my favorite mushrooms to take at nighttime.
Another question.
Are all mushrooms safe during pregnancy? So this is a good question. It's actually very interesting. We have quite a few pregnant women in our community right now, and it's been many of them, if not most of them, have experienced where at some portion of their pregnancy, they just could not eat mushrooms. Before they would eat mushrooms all the time, and all of a sudden they were just totally repelled by them, by the texture, by their taste, by everything. So there's definitely something there. I think that Ayurveda doesn't, like mushrooms. in terms of pregnancy. There's definitely more research that I think needs to be done on, why you shouldn't eat mushrooms, or, why you should eat mushrooms. But one of the things that my, friend who is studying to be a midwife told me is that mushrooms are, because they're natural decomposers of things. And in a pregnancy, you're really building something up. So it might be better to stay away. But I think that, there might be something different with medicinal mushrooms. So I think it's good to look into and do the research. Is there a way to grow chaga, or is it only a wild-grown mushroom that must be harvested in the forest? So chaga can only be harvested in the forest. You can grow chaga mycelium. However, you're not going to actually have the chaga fruit body. Chaga is a very special mushroom because it only grows on birch trees, and it takes many, many years for this fruit body to form. It's also, it's prone to over harvesting because there's no way for us to grow it at home. So I think chaga is one of those mushrooms that's really nice to just kind of harvest yourself in a very sustainable way. Go out there in the forest and just really, connect with nature, and it's a very special mushroom to connect with. There's a big shift towards mushroom fashion, mushroom leathers. What are your thoughts on this? I think it's great. I'm dreaming of getting a mushroom hat. There's cultures that are using these certain types of polypore mushrooms that grow off of trees, and they're very, very, very fibrous, almost kind of like wood. And there's cultures that they beat these into a pulp and create different, leathers out of them. So I think it's super, super cool. Additionally, with that, I'll just say there's also a big shift towards mushroom building materials. So insulation with mushrooms, people are creating mushroom blocks as instead of bricks. So there's a big shift with that as well. So for sure, these are all incredible industries to go into, and it's right at the, we're right at the cusp. Everything is just starting. So there's truly a lot. Any researches about mushrooms and COVID? You don't have to answer. Well, I eat a lot of mushrooms and I haven't had COVID, but I don't know. What kind of mushroom best captures your personal essence? Oh my gosh. If I was a mushroom, what would it be? I don't know. That's a really good question. I think maybe different parts of my personality would be different mushrooms, but I don't know. I think they're all kind of combining. They make my hair grow out, and I feel like my hair looks like mycelium sometimes when it's not combed, and I think they're just fully in me. They're colonizing me, and that's what they do. When somebody gets interested in mushrooms, they just immediately the interest starts growing in a very, very fast way, and essentially they're working with us in that way to get us to understand the different secrets and wisdom that they hold. Yes, we could definitely use mushrooms as building materials, as I just previously said. So there's a lot to do there. There's a company called Ecovative in upstate New York, actually a couple hours from us here, where they're on the frontiers of this. So it's something that I've been actually talking about with some of my friends, and something that I want to explore as well. Do we know how old our relationship to mushrooms is, for example, compared to the history of agriculture? Well, the history of mushrooms and humans goes back to, ancient times, because, whenever it was one of the first foods that, we were gathering. We would be hunting animals, and, we would see mushrooms, and, that our ancestors would be eating those mushrooms. So foraged mushrooms, I think, can go back as far as we can remember. However, growing mushrooms, from what I am aware, it's more of a relatively newer phenomena. I know that, my guess is that it's, only a few hundred years old. Maybe I'm wrong, but I know that back in the day, they would have, in Europe, they would have these caves where they would grow mushrooms, because the cave would serve as a good place of high humidity, and the cave would be dark, which you need the darkness for certain types of mushrooms like creminis, or portobello mushrooms. But I think the science of actually cultivating mushrooms, or how we see it now, is definitely a more of a recent phenomena. Do you know anything about truffle hunting pigs and dogs? Are truffles the same as mushrooms? Yeah, I definitely know about truffle hunting pigs and dogs. I've actually never eaten a truffle. It's one of the things that I really want to do. First off, there's so many different truffles. There's thousands of different truffle species, and truffles are actually, they spread their spores in a very different way than mushrooms that have a regular cap. In a normal mushroom, the spores will start flying from the gills in the cap. That's where the spores are released, and the spores will travel through the air. However, truffles, they grow underground, so they don't have the ability to travel through the air. And one of the things that they figured out is they create this very, very strong smell. So a lot of the times when there's a truffle spot, there's lots of insects that are going to be flying around there. There's going to be some sort of disturbance, and this is the smell that makes insects and rodents and other animals come and eat this truffle. And then when the animals eat the truffle and they go and move around in their other habitats, that's how the spores are spread. So these pigs and these dogs are trained to find the smell, find the scent, and that's how you can find truffles. Truffles are also, scientists haven't figured out how to cultivate them indoors. That's one of the reasons why they're so expensive. But there are truffle farms. Are mushrooms heavy on the liver? What should we be aware of when we include more mushrooms in my diet? I don't think so. I've never heard of anything of mushrooms being heavy on the liver. I think that, in contrary, they actually could help cleanse the liver. I think, like any food, if you eat too much of it, it's not beneficial for you. So you really need to listen to yourself. That's, I think, the most important thing about nutrition and health in general, is just listening to your own body, as there's not one rule for every situation. But I think, a lot of mushrooms can actually help cleanse the liver, and, can help cleanse the blood. So there's a lot of medicinal benefits, and depending on what you want to do, you should just research those particular things.
And thank you so much. Your knowledge about mushrooms is amazing. So thank you for that amazing presentation, for answering our questions, for sharing all of the mushrooms with so many people. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you guys so much too. I'm so grateful to be here.
Thank you. And now we are going to hear from another member from the Flowering Sun Ecology Center. We're going to hear from Sarah on how to cook mushrooms. And then we will hear from Z, who also is from Flowering Sun Ecology, talk about sprouts. So we're really blessed to have such an amazing team here with us, people that are so knowledgeable about the earth. So thank you, Dan. Thank you, Sarah and Z, and enjoy.
Hello, I'm Sarah from Flowering Sun Ecology Center, and today I'm going to show you how to make some delicious oyster mushrooms. It's very easy. All you need is the mushrooms, some cooking oil, again I like to use coconut oil, and some soy sauce. I like to use tamari, and then a pan and a cutting board and a knife. So here we go. Turn your pan to medium-high heat and add about 2 tablespoons of coconut oil. While the pan is heating up, you can chop up your mushrooms. You can chop into cubes or slices. It just depends on what you prefer. And then add them to your hot pan. Stir it well so that the mushrooms get coated in the oil. At this point, you can turn the pan up a little bit higher because it's going to take some high heat for them to get crispy. Now see here, they're starting to get crispy on the edges, and our aim is for all 4 edges of the mushrooms to get crispy like this. And when they start to do that, then you can add about a tablespoon of soy sauce or tamari. Stir really well and frequently because they will start to stick to the pan. Keep stirring until they're crispy, and then you're finished. So here we have our delicious crunchy oyster mushrooms. Super good. Enjoy. Thanks for watching.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alexander Hackney from Flowering Sun Ecology, and today we're going to show you guys how to make sprouts in a jar like this in your kitchen, and we're also going to be able to show you how to make microgreens, which are grown in soil, in a tray, also in your kitchen. Okay, so first we're going to start with microgreens. Microgreens are different from sprouts because they're grown in a soil medium or a soilless medium, which would be considered peat moss. We at the farm, we grow them commercially and for ourselves, and we use a soil, an organic potting soil that we buy, which has compost and amendments in it. You can also use just straight peat moss if that's what you can find at your local store. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to get your seeds. I recommend a really good seed to start with is speckled peas, and you'll be able to find these online from many microgreen shops. We get a lot of our microgreens from a place called Mums. They're in Canada, and there's also a number of other ones online. We choose to do organic seeds because we're certified organic, but that's up to you. So you have your seeds, peas, and then we also have here sunflowers. These 2 seeds are better to soak for about 4 to 8 hours. I generally just soak them overnight. They can soak longer. They can soak for 12 hours. That's fine. So you have, say you have your bowl of water, and you know what size container you're doing. If you want to use a kitchen bowl like this, you can grow the microgreens in here very easily. We also have a little smaller bowl. We use these trays, which are a 10-20 tray, is what they call them. They're microgreen trays. You can find these online. But you know, if you're at home, you don't need to spend the money to get the trays. You can use also just recycled materials like this old strawberry container, which has some holes in the bottom. So you'll want to put a plate or something under it. But this works great if you eat tofu. If you have one of those tofu containers, take the top off, and you can put your soil and your seed right in there, and it will work fabulous. Today I'm going to use this container to plant the microgreens in. So I have a big jar of seeds here. This is too much seed for this little container. So I know that when I'm finished with peas or sunflowers, I basically want just 1 layer on top of the soil, so they're grown very close together. You can see over here in this finished one, there's just kind of 1 layer of pea seeds on top of the soil. So I know that I want that, so I can just go ahead and pour my seeds in here and say, okay, that's going to cover the top of the soil with a little bit of space. And then I would just pour these into my water. Peas will soak up a lot of water, and you want to make sure that they stay submerged for the soaking process. Sometimes if you don't use enough water, they'll bulge out the top, and then those ones won't get soaked. So make sure you have enough water. So that's the first step. Next, you say you've soaked your seeds for about 8 hours, or you soaked them overnight, and you're ready to plant them. So next thing you're going to do is you're going to get your soil, and you're going to put it into your container. Now you don't really need a lot of soil. You need just about 1 inch of soil, because they're not growing for too long, and they don't require much nutrients. Some people will say they don't require any nutrients. Other people will say that they do uptake some nutrients in the beginning. So I'm just pressing it down firm like that with my hand. So now I have a nice firm surface that's flat, so the seeds just kind of rest evenly. And for purposes of this video, the seeds aren't fully soaked, but let's say it has been 8 hours. These are fully soaked. I'm going to take my seeds and I'm just going to put them right on top of the soil, send them a nice little prayer that they just grow beautifully and with lots of vitality and nutrients. So you can use a strainer to get the seeds out of your water if you like, or you can just use your fingers like I'm doing. Microgreens are really exceptional for your health, because all of the energy from the plant that produced these seeds has gone into the seed in the last part of its life, and this is its final product to keep the next generation going. And so it puts all of its life force into here, all of its vitality. So having good quality seeds is really important, and you're going to get a really strong, vital product that's packed with lots of different nutrients and micronutrients. And once you put them in the sun, then it gets a bunch of chlorophyll. And so there you go. So they're like that. And then I'm going to give them one more tamping, so just to make sure that they're firm a little bit in the soil, nice and secure, because I want when the root grows out, I want it to grow down into the soil. You could, if you needed to, you could put a little bit more soil on top, depending upon your situation, and I'll explain that a little bit more later on. So put a little bit of soil on top. This soil is already pre-moist, so I've already added water to it, so I don't need to add any more water. But you want to make sure that your soil has a good amount of water in it. If you squeeze it a little bit and some water drips out, that's a good consistency. If it kind of floods out, it's a little bit too much. So there we go. Our seeds are there, and they're in the container. And I just need to make sure that this soil doesn't dry out. Generally, we won't water the tray. We just put it somewhere in a dark place. You can put it in a cabinet, on a shelf, and you can let it sit there. Peas are about 3 or 4 days before they start emerging. Sunflowers are about 4 or 5 days, and some other seeds like arugula might be a little bit faster. I also want to show you guys just 2 other containers that you could use if you decide that you want to produce a decent amount and you want to make trays. Then you can go ahead and purchase the trays. So I put my soil in. I took another 10-20 tray and I just pressed it down. That gets a nice firm seed bed. And then I will take my seeds, the same as I did in the other container, and I will spread them out on the soil surface. I'm just going to do a little bit just for this demonstration. These are my soaked seeds, been soaking for, at least 4 hours. Then, if you use trays, it's great to just take a second tray and put it right on top. And you can put some weights in here. You could put a rock. You could put, you know, something that has a little bit of weight that's a little bit heavy. And that will just keep the seeds that when they sprout and the roots start to come out, sometimes they want to go up. And that will keep the root. It will come up maybe a little bit. It will feel the pressure above it, and then it will go down into the soil. And so you could leave it like this. Say this was my weight. We could leave it like this for about 3 to 4 days. And then you would see that this tray would start to push up like this. And the sprouts will actually, the microgreens will actually push it up. And then it will be ready at that point to take out and put on a shelf, put in your windowsill, put on the table, or wherever you're going to do the second part of its growing life. Okay, so I also just wanted to talk about some other seeds that you can use besides the peas and the sunflowers, which need to be soaked. There are also a number of seeds which you don't have to soak and are also very easy to grow. I have here a spicy mix which has radishes, mustards, a couple different kinds of mustard, and some arugula. So this is a mix that I purchased online. And if you buy a mix like this, these don't need to be pre-soaked. You just need to have your tray ready or your bowl like this. And then you just go ahead and take some of the seeds out, and you'll just sprinkle them right on top of the soil. Just like that. And so I have a nice covering. There's still gaps of the soil, so they have a little bit of space to grow, which prevents any mold or anything from appearing. So I have them like that, and I'm going to use a second bowl just to put on top of them and press them down. And then I'll just leave that second bowl there. I could fill it with a little bit of water to give it a little bit of weight. And then I'll put that on my shelf. And these probably need about most of the brassicas if you're doing like a kale, any of the radishes, arugula, broccoli. Most of those need about 3 days covered, and then you'll be ready to take this off, and they'll be sprouted, and the roots will be planted in the soil, and they'll be growing up, and they're ready to set in your windowsill. So your microgreens have been growing, and they grew in your tray or in your container, and they've sprouted in the dark, and you've put them out into the light. I brought these out about 8 hours ago into the light. When they came out, they were mostly white or yellow, and you can see now they're starting to get nice and green. And these shells are starting to come off. To get these shells off, I just kind of give it a nice little shake, and the shells will kind of pop off. And these will open up, and they'll start to grow bigger and a little bit bigger. You want to harvest sunflowers in particular before the second set of leaves. The second set of leaves, which will come out right between the cotyledons, which are these two leaves, that second set of leaves is a little bit hairy and doesn't taste quite as great. So we harvest them just before that, when they're nice and green. And this tray will actually fill in completely. You won't be able to see the soil, and it will be overflowing. And then here we have our peas, and these are nice and tall because I let them grow up nice and tall in the dark, which helps you get long shoots, so you have nice long tender stems. If you put them out when they're into the sun right away, when they're shorter, they don't need to reach for the light, so they'll stay shorter, and they'll just immediately get a lot of green and chlorophyll, which is also fine. It just makes a little bit less stem to eat, and you can make them a little bit harder to harvest. So I'm going to let these keep growing for about another day, but just wanted to give you guys a demonstration of how you could harvest them. So scissors work great. You can say this was also a knife. You can just cut like this with the serrated knife. But just for here, we're going to use scissors. And we'll just go ahead and cut down the line. And I've got a nice chunk right here. And these are ready to go. They are don't need to be washed because they've been grown in these trays, which we sterilize before we put them in, and they're grown in nice clean soil, and they haven't really even come in contact with the soil because the sprouts have just come straight up. So these are ready to eat. They're very delicious and sweet, and the kids love them. This is really great project to do with children. We have a windowsill behind me this morning, and there was like 5 kids, and they were picking off these shells, and they were picking out some of the sunflowers, and they were eating them. And it's a really great way, especially in the winter, if you live in a cold environment, to get the kids involved in growing food. So highly recommended, and the kids love it. So we also want to show you guys sprouts, how to make sprouts. This is a mason jar, and it has this awesome special lid, which is a stainless metal, and it just fits right inside the lid that comes with the jar. You put it right on top, screw it on. That's my favorite way to grow sprouts. You can also sprout sprouts many other ways. If you look on YouTube, you'll find tons of different ways. This is my favorite way to do it because it's very quick and easy. So I'm going to demonstrate that today. So very simply, you will take your seeds, and if you want, you can measure out a specific quantity. I've been doing it long enough. I just kind of know how many seeds make a jar of sprouts. If you put too many seeds in, you'll end up with a jar that's just jammed packed with sprouts, which is also okay because you can just pull some out and eat them early, or you could split it into 2 jars. So it's not really a big deal, and as you sprout, you'll get a feel for it. So similar to microgreens, some of the seeds need to be soaked, or all of the seeds and sprouts need to be soaked to germinate. So first we're going to soak these. These are kind of like the spicy mix. These can be a microgreen or a sprout. And I put some nice clean water in there from our well, and just going to put the lid on, give it a little bit of a stir, and I'm just going to let that sit for about 4 to 6 hours. One of our favorite sprouts to do here is alfalfa, and here I have the finished product. This jar has been sitting in the fridge. So these are kind of how they come out when they're done. You can see they're green because they sprouted, and then I just sat them in the windowsill for 1 day, and they green up with chlorophyll and stuff like that, which is very good for you, capturing the sun and all of its special properties. So once you have soaked your jar for 4 to 6 hours or overnight, you're going to just go ahead and dump out the water. And in this case, this lid was a little bit too big. I have different size. You can see here that this lid is a little bit smaller, so it's for smaller seeds. This one is great for mung beans or pea sprouts, or certain radishes that are a little bit bigger. Anyway, so you pour out your water, and then you just need to let your jar sit upside down. I generally put it in a dish rack if you have a dish rack at home. So you're just going to put it upside down, and you want it to breathe a little bit. So you want it on a tilt like this, and there's going to be some slow drippage of water coming out, which is going to keep the seeds moist enough but also dry enough that you don't get mold or any other problems like that. So you just have it slanted like this, and then you're just going to let it sit there, and once or twice a day as you remember. You're just going to flip it back over. You're going to run it under the faucet, fill it with water again, and you can let it sit for about 5 minutes, and the sprouts will drink up the water, and then you'll dump it out again, strain the water. Then you're going to flip it back over onto your drying rack or onto your counter. You could put it on a plate on your counter. You just want to make sure that there's some air is able to move in and out from under there, that it's not completely sealed flat like that, because that will prevent the moisture from being able to, any excess moisture from being able to escape. And they'll grow, depending on your seed, it takes about 4 days. And you'll just watch them slowly get bigger, rinse them once or twice a day, like I said, and then put them in the windowsill on the final day. Once you see some leaves that are starting to form and they'll be kind of yellow, then you can go ahead and put those in your windowsill and they'll green up and they're ready to eat. So sprouts are a little bit easier in a certain way because you don't need the soil, but also the soil provides good conditions for growing seeds like sunflowers and also some of the seeds like peas, and also can provide a little bit more nutrition for the plant than just the water, because they're getting some things from the soil. So they have a little bit different taste, and you just have to test them out and see what your preference is. Thank you so much for watching our video. Again, I'm Alexander Z from Flowering Sun Ecology Center, and thank you so much to the Heart and Mind Festival, to Maestro Manuel Rufino for inspiring us to share the knowledge that we have here. And that's it for sprouts and microgreens. And if you have any questions, reach out to us on our Instagram. You can hit me up on Facebook, send us an email, give us a call. We love to share and connect with you guys.
Thank you guys so much. That was just great, and really appreciate learning about sprouts. I like to make sprouts myself and do a lot of alfalfa, and microgreens are super welcome. I want to try them on my own. I'm very inspired to have them throughout the winter here in New York. Keep our greens fresh and alive. So next up, we have our first of 3 musical songs here by Dreamseed, our community musical group. And this particular song, I actually had a collaboration helping to write with a couple other members of Dreamseed, Brooke and Naku. And we have a special guest, Jerry Murtaugh, who's going to be lending his talents to this presentation. This is called Spirit of the Forest. So enjoy.
Water to the seed, starts to show. Activate enzyme, seed starts to grow. Seed grows with roots, hips, water below. Shoot up to reach the sun's glow. Green leaves of elegance, begins development in the life photo. Morphogenesis, nature's eloquence, excellence, food and medicines, great mysteries evidence. It's no fable, the system is stable and fresh. Let's bless now, bring it to the table. It's no fable, the system is stable and fresh. Let's bless now, bring it.
Bring me along, Spirit of the forest, bring me along. The deer, the squirrels, the birds, and the ants. The deer, the squirrels, the birds, and the ants. These are the friends that we hold so dear. These are the friends that we hold so dear. Sing me a song, Spirit of the forest, bring me along. Spirit of the forest, show me the way. Spirit of the forest, teach me how to pray. Spirit of the forest, thank you for your grace. Spirit of the forest, let us embrace. Hey Anna, hey Anna, hey Anna yo. Hey Anna, hey Anna yo. Hey Anna, hey Anna, hey Anna yo. Hey Anna, hey Anna yo.
Hope you guys enjoyed that as much as we enjoyed making it. Really happy with that song, how it came out. It's been running through my head every day. Last couple of days as we've been mixing it and finishing it up. And now we are going to show our little short documentary film, which we showed at the very beginning. So if you missed it, it's a great chance to check it out. In this video, which we're calling From the Seed to the Table, you can just see a bunch of the different presenters from this festival, what they have to say about the seeds and their sacredness. So enjoy the documentary. It's about 8 or 9 minutes long. If you have to take a break, now is a good time. Go to the bathroom. And we have a lot more great presenters coming up afterwards. So enjoy it, and we will see you on the other side. What makes seeds sacred? Since ancient times, seeds have been cultivated, shared, stored, and protected. Within the seeds, there is potential. People around the world, equally in traditional and modern cultures, depend on these seeds to grow their food and agricultural resources. This short film explores how humans bring the seed to the table to nourish and sustain life.
Para nós, povo Nicuim, há várias sementes sagradas. sabe? Na verdade, toda semente para nós são sagradas, mas temos umas específicas que elas são passadas de geração em geração, e isso nós vem trazendo ela de muito tempos atrás.
Makos. The seeds we have here, they are called amabele. That's the word that comes from amabele, which is the breast of the goddess. And it's fitting that they call this amabele because they were the main staple, the source of food that fed the people before we had all the other seeds that have come from overseas and other places. Now these seeds, they are used a lot in African tradition because of their nutrients that they give to the people.
There's a huge difference in the food that you grow and the food you buy in the supermarket. The food that you grow has a different vibration to it. It tastes much better, it's more nourishing, and you just have this relationship with the food versus the food you get from the supermarket, which doesn't really have that vibrancy. That's something that I've noticed.
E a melhor prática é o compartilhar com outras comunidades, fazer a troca, buscar aquilo que não tem, que não tem na sua comunidade e compartilhar aquilo que a outra comunidade não tem. Isso tem sido a melhor prática de conservação e de fortalecimento dessas sementes.
The soil is life. The soil is the immune system of the planet, basically. And so when the soil is depleted, the plants are depleted, and then the food that we're eating is depleted, and it all ripples out from there. And so if we can focus on putting our energy into these small-scale farms where we're treating the soil and we're putting back nutrients and fertilizer and using high-quality compost, then that's coming out through the plants, and then that's going back into our bodies. And it's hard work, and small-scale farmers have to really work hard to make it, but if everybody becomes aware of this and starts supporting that, then a huge shift can be made. And I think this is really what the planet needs right now. One of the things that the planet needs.
If you have access to farmers markets and things like that, then you know you're very blessed, but not everybody does. Anytime that you're able to go outside and harvest your own vegetables, your own food from your own garden and bring that inside to the kitchen immediately and eat it, the life force in that plant is amazing, and you can feel it when you eat it. And you also have the capacity to nourish that plant with, you know, all of the minerals and beautiful soil and all of your own prayers and all of your own intentions that you have for this being that's going to, you know, become a part of the body.
Tem uma específica para chamar os espíritos dos legumes, para que ele cresça forte, que ele dê muitas frutas e que venha uma nova fruta, sabe, muito saudável e muito, que é o Catianaua.
Kaminsky, otro pájaro, cantó. Ya los ancestros inmediatamente dicen, hay que hacer pagamento porque este pájaro está cantando. Los ancestros, los mamos, saben todos, no canta porque los pájaros quieren cantar, sino está avisando las semillas de frijol, de yuca, de malanga, de aguacate, de plátano y otros tipos de semillas, está avisando. Los mamos escuchan inmediato y luego de escuchar esta música se reúne toda la comunidad, así como estamos, más mamos se reúnen. Luego de reunirse los mamos, inmediato de lo que hacen, primero en la concentración, ¿sí? La concentración. Si vamos a hacer pagamento a esta semilla, entonces lo que vamos a hacer son primero agradecimiento con los mamos. Hacen la consulta. ¿Qué mensajes ha escuchado a cada uno de nosotros? Los mamos reúne de ese mensaje y luego inicia a recolectar lo que tiene que ver las semillas, las frutas, todo lo que hemos visto.
I really value seeing the evolution of the food that's on my plate. For an example, a piece of lettuce. Seeing it from seed and just the process of it going from seed and then flowering and then harvesting it, cleaning it, packaging it, and then getting it on my plate is very fulfilling and satisfying because I have cultivated a relationship with the food and it tastes so much better.
The farm is such a central aspect of the community. It's a vital organ. It's centered around food and sustenance, something that we all share. It's centered around the seasons, the changing seasons. It's fully aligned with that nature. And it allows everybody in the community to plug in, to give something, and in turn to receive something.
If you're interested in starting to grow your own food, I would definitely suggest approaching it with an attitude of curiosity and exploration, not having too many expectations for, oh, I'm going to grow these plants and I'm going to be able to feed my whole family, but just at the beginning getting into it for the relationship with the plants and for gaining the skills and the knowledge slowly.
Start simple, start small, start where you're at, and if you can, find somebody who's done it before, who knows what they're doing. Books are great, information online is great, but farming is really a hands-on experience. So if you can find somebody that has had their hands and their heart and their mind in the soil before, then you're going to be able to gain a lot of direct knowledge from those people.
Do not be discouraged. If you live in the city or a busy neighborhood or any of these things, there's so many ways that you can start growing your own food. You can grow sprouts in the windowsill. You can get a little earth box and fill it with soil and grow tomatoes or little kale plants. There's also lots of community garden space where you can grow more or volunteer on your local farm. There's so many ways to get involved. So don't hesitate, just jump in and go for it. And I'm sure that you will quickly feel the benefits and the love.
Guys, we just need to unmute the microphone from our so we can read the bios here.
Hello, thank you. Coming up next, we have the opportunity to hear from Makosi Sarawagor and Makosi Muvo Nkobo, who are both initiated into the lion ancestral lineage of Makosi Mukulu Baba Radebe. They have been working as shaman sangomas for over a decade. They work with ritual and plant medicine, holding workshops, retreats, ceremony, teachings at their healing center in the Karkloof, KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. They also take people where appropriate and in respect to the community and sites to sacred sites in South Africa for healing, upliftment, and connection with the ancestral earth consciousness. They are both committed to helping people on their own spiritual journey and honoring the tradition of the ancestors. Thank you, Makosi.
Makosi. Makosa Makulu.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Greetings. Greetings from South Africa. We're very happy to be here to talk about seed, and seed as Sangomas, and seed as people living in South Africa and living in the traditional ways. Makosa Makulu. So yeah, very joyful to be here, Makos.
Makos.
So we wanted to start with introducing seed in terms of the elders. They're the ones that pass down the stories to the people about seed and its origins and its connections to the origins of the people themselves, and how we relate to this planet, how we relate to planet Earth. And they're the ones that share the stories that give us those traditions and that knowledge that we can work from. Makosa Makulu.
Makos.
So I'd like to share one of those stories with you. And they talk about the people from the sky. So the people from the sky are the ones that brought the knowledge of seed and water, and the two came together.
Makos.
And when they arrived here on Earth and the people saw them, and they brought this immense space of water, these huge spaces of water with them, and then they told the people why the water was so important and how it related to seed. And they showed the people the seeds, and the seeds that would help them, would help them to grow as a people and help them to have food, and also help them to have medicine and help them to live their lives well. And they taught them about how to germinate the seed, how to see how the seed grows when it's in the earth, and how it needs the earth and the water and the sun. And they told them how to harvest the seed, how to gather the seed in the wild, but also how to gather it once it was planted. And so this becomes a very, very sacred process. And from those stories of those people that came from the sky, Pezulu, Makos, from the heavens, Makos. So today we still remember those people because they were the wisdom keepers. They were the ones that brought that knowledge to us, that gave us that knowledge that we would need for all of our human lives, and in reverence and respect to all that is here and that lives of all and everything that has seed, including ourselves. As both male and female, we have seed that needs germinating on all levels within us, whether it be physical, emotional, mental, or spiritual. So all of those teachings, of course, they came with the people and the stories Makosa Makulu, and we're being passed on. And then for Sangomas especially, medicine people like ourselves, we go deeply into that because of the medicinal plants that we use and the healing of the peoples themselves and being able to look after sacred sites. Makos.
Makos. This is why we are happy that projects like this and communities like you guys and everyone else all around the world who cares about the seed, Makosa Makulu, because we need to take care of that seed. As the Makosi was saying, seeds come in different forms. There's seeds for food, seeds that are people, human beings, seeds that are ideas that needs to germinate, good seeds, Makosi. So we are very, very happy to have this, and also we understand how to take care of the seeds. How did the ancient people take care of their seed? Because without the seed, there's nothing really. Makosa Makulu. So we say Pambili with the seeds. Makosi.
Makosi. Makosi. Makos. So one of the most sacred seeds that we have is a seed that we use to make a very, very sacred drink that we use in ceremony. We use it a lot in ceremony as Sangomas ourselves, or for our students, or for anything that we need to talk with the ancestors with it. And it's known as the ancestors' drink, the drink for them, to be made for them. If we have nothing else to offer, that's the thing that they like the most. And so even the families in their homesteads will also make this drink, Makos.
Makosi. The drink is made out of a seed called Amabele. It's a small brown seed. Makosa Makulu. One plant contains well over 200-300 seeds, which shows the power of the goddess, because the seed, the name of the seed is called Amabele. And Amabele is a name for breast, which is Amabele. So that is the goddess herself feeding the people, feeding the animals, everything, because that seed is used by a lot. Human beings, animals, birds, they all love it. So it grows in abundance, Makosa Makulu. It just has to fall onto the ground to the right space, and that's it. And it is very strong in terms of its growth, the seed, the roots. Makosi. So that's a sacred seed to us here as Sangomas, Makosa Makulu, because
it makes the
umqombothi. It makes umqombothi. So umqombothi is a traditional beer. Even just normal families, they don't do any ceremonies without umqombothi. They always have umqombothi. It's a very respected drink. Obviously, it's very low in alcohol unless you push it to another level.
If it's left for fermentation for too long, because it's a fermenting process that you go through to make it, and if that's left for too long, then it can start to produce a lot of alcohol.
Yeah, but the whole thing with the drink is to have it when it's not too alcoholic. Probably even 3%. We've thought once.
If you leave it for too long.
If you leave it for too long, it gets worse. But the very seed, once the alcohol has been made, what's left gets put outside. That's when you see how much the animals love that seed, because even the shy of animals will come for it. And another thing that makes it so sacred is because of that fermentation Fermentation is sacred in African tradition. It's like the sign of life, start of life. So when it ferments, people, they rejoice, they keep looking, and also is sensitive. The whole seed is sensitive to energy. So you have to not stick your head into the bucket too much if you want to see, because you're gonna overwhelm it and the fermentation might just fizzle out. All those things is because of this seed.
Makos.
And
when once the mkomboti is made, then it's put into a vessel, a sacred pot, which is called the ukamba. And the way that it is passed around, it has to be passed around, and everyone drink from that ukamba and drink from that pot, so that everyone shares in the energy of that abundance and the ceremonial process of being with the ancestors. And it will be passed around many times, and then refilled when necessary many times. And that clay pot itself is very sacred. And it's a beautiful thing to hold, because it's very round, like almost like a round womb-like shape, even a seed shape. So holding it, you must have used both hands to hold it as you pass it from one person to the other. Makos.
It's all about community when you're using that clay pot. It's strong, but not that strong, so everybody has to take care as they pass it around. And if you're standing there watching, you can almost see the energy just flowing from one man, lady, Sangoma, through sharing through that pot. And also, even once the beer has been strained, people, they can say, put a little bit of those seeds in there so we can see them floating on top. That's how much they adore these seeds.
Makos.
Makosi, makosa makulu. The seeds we have here, they are called amabele. That's the word that comes from amabele, which is the breast of the goddess. And it's fitting that they call this amabele because they were the main staple, the source of food that fed the people before we had all the other seeds that have come from overseas and other places, Makos. Now, these seeds, they are used a lot in African tradition because of their nutrients that they give to the people. They have shown that they are resilient, they're able to grow even if there's less water. They are able to still grow and feed the people. In the Sangoma sense, we've used the seeds to make a traditional beer which is called umqomboti. That's the beer that we put in this vessel here. Which is a clay pot, and it's drunk from there. Makos. Now we have mixed it with water here as we would when we are preparing the beer. We let it sit for days to ferment, and we are able to strain it. And also, once we strain it, what is left from the straining is also good for the animals, livestock, chickens, birds, everything. This is now been strained, and then it's put in the same vessel to sit a little bit longer until it reaches the drinking time. Now, these seeds are sacred because they've been brought down from herself, Goddess herself, to feed the people, and there are plenty just on one plant. You get a lot of these seeds, and that's why the people honor these seeds, Makosa Makulu, because they see it as the food from her, the goddess, Makosa Makulu. So we share this information about Amabele, Makosa Makulu, and the sacredness, importance of it. Makosi.
So one of the other most sacred plants and seeds that we have is something called Imfibinga. And this is a seed or a plant that grows in the watery places. So it grows by the rivers or in the marshy places in most of Southern Africa or South Africa. And it's a very, very beautiful, tall, long, grassy plant. And it produces these amazing seeds that are perfectly rounded in a sort of like, almost like a drop of water. And then it naturally produces a hole in the seed, and that allows us to use it to wear as sangomas and to give to children as medicine also. So I'm wearing some at the moment. You can just see if I pull the string out a little bit. These are the Imfibinga, and you see how they're threaded, and that's because of the hole that's made naturally and so beautifully by the goddess. They're very much a representation of the goddess and the water, Makosa Makulu.
Makosi. Makosa Makulu. So they also very good at balancing energies, Makosi. So when we use them, especially with Sangoma work, Makosa Makulu, we will obviously do a divination and listen, and then if they come out, then we are able to string them and give them some more blessing or activate them, and then we can put around the person. But usually you will see children's wearing them on their waist or stomach area. They're very good seed, they're nice and shiny. They don't need anything else. They don't need polishing, nothing. They just came straight from her, goddess, ready. Makosi.
Makosi.
Makosi. Makosa Makulu. So, seed to table. These seeds we have here, they are called Imfibinga. They are natural seeds that are used for many things, healing, and we wear them as Sangoma as well, Imfibinga. They use for children's, babies, newborn, to help them with maintaining energy and repel negativity, Makos. We have gathered them and we keep them for use in a later stage. They're very hardy, very hard seeds, and they also have a very nice shine to them, feel as well. This is Imfibinga.
Makosi. So the Imfibinga are very sacred, and although they don't end up on the table to be eaten, they're very important as seed in what they symbolize, in what they represent in the African tradition. They're very much the healing seed and seen as gifts from the goddess because they grow in the river, near the river, on the side of the river. And they are harvested, they are pulled off a stem, and they naturally come out with the whole. Makos, I think you can show the hole that naturally comes out on the seed as you pull it off the plant. So this is seen as a real gift from from Mama Earth that she should give something that's so perfect, and that's something, Makos, that's something that can be used straight away. And it's very much also connected to the creation stories of the Zulu people, who, one of the creation stories is that they came from the reeds. They came from the reeds of the river, and these are one of those plants that grow in the same place. So the string that you can see here in front of the bowl of the beads is what we would wear as isisangoma, makosa makulu.
Makos.
So these are the beautiful infibinga, and they're very sacred and very ancient, part of ancient Zulu tradition and Sangoma tradition. Makos.
Wow. Thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. We would also now like to take a moment to thank Maestro Manuel and Renato Rufino for all that they have contributed to this festival from its start and now and ongoing.
Thank you from all of us at Heart and Mind for the vision and for being the heart of Heart and Mind. Now we have a short with Sarah from Flowering Sun Ecology, and she will be guiding us on how to make a really delicious dressing.
Hello, my name is Sarah from Flowering Sun Ecology Center, and today I'm going to show you how to make a very simple, quick, and delicious salad dressing. Here we go. You will need 4 tablespoons of olive oil, a teaspoon and a half of salt. I'm using Himalayan pink salt here, 2 teaspoons of nutritional yeast, and the juice of 1 lemon. Give it a nice stir, get everything mixed together, pour over your salad. This dressing can also be used as a dip for raw veggies or steamed veggies, and the kids love it.
Okay, guys. Well, thank you so much, Sarah, for being here with us, and thank you guys. We are waiting for our next guest to get here, so we want to see if Adrian Di Matteo will come and sing a song. Adrian, are you available?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Thanks so much.
Right.
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you just fine.
All right.
Welcome, Adrian. Here you go.
Que si no plantaba yo me iba a morir. El duende de la tierra me vino a decir que si no plantaba yo me iba a morir. Plantar, plantar para vivir. Plantar, plantar para vivir. Plantar, plantar para vivir. Plantar, plantar para vivir. Me vino a decir que si no sembraba yo me iba a morir. El duende de la tierra me vino a decir que si no sembraba yo me iba a morir. Sembrar, sembrar para vivir. Sembrar, sembrar para vivir. Sembrar, sembrar para vivir. Sembrar, sembrar para vivir. El duende de las plantas me iba a decir que si no curaba yo me iba a morir. El duende de las plantas me vino a decir que si no curaba yo me iba a morir. Curar, curar para vivir. Curar, curar para vivir. Curar, curar para vivir. Curar, curar para vivir. El duende de la tierra me vino a decir que si no amaba yo me iba a morir. El duende de la tierra me vino a decir que si no amaba yo me iba a morir. Amar, amar para vivir. Amar, amar para vivir. Amar, amar para vivir. Amar, amar para vivir. El duende de la tierra me vino a decir que si no plantaba yo me iba a morir. El duende de la tierra me vino a decir que si no plantaba yo me iba a morir. Plantar, plantar para vivir. Plantar, plantar para vivir. Plantar, plantar para vivir. Plantar, plantar para vivir.
I think we have time for one more.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I think that we're all seeds of the generation, and if we see ourselves connected, like Dan was talking about the mycelial networks, then we can trace ourselves back through our roots. And so this song is about those roots.
Soy de un pueblo que viene de lejos, más allá del principio del tiempo, y venimos cantando los versos que contaba mi abuelo, cantando a la tierra primero, luego canto a mi Padre en el cielo, luego canto a mis cuatro abuelos, luego canto a mis sueños, para que no se apague este grito que derrama mi sangre en la tierra. Como el agua transforma la piedra, me transforma en la muerte. Cuando el fuego calienta la roca, en el agua descubre que es aire. Yo descubro que soy la mirada
Thank you so much, Adrian.
Thank you guys for everything you've done.
So we just want to take a moment to acknowledge all of the indigenous peoples that this festival goes out to support. Everyone who you're seeing here from the indigenous communities, South America, the Hunikuan, Brazil, the Quero Nation in Peru, the Mamos in Colombia, all of these people receive financial support from this festival. So we do really appreciate all of your donations, and we're still open for more donations, and the more you give, the more support these people will have. So you can donate at heartandmindfestival.org, and all the donations are tax deductible. They go through our parent organization, Mais. And again, really grateful that you all support and help keep this festival going and help give these indigenous voices a platform to speak. So without further ado, we're going to go over to introduce our next presenter.
We welcome Chris Park to the Heart and Mind Festival. He's from the Vale of the White Horse in England. Settled on an organic farm with his family, he maintains a simple life through his wide-ranging work of traditional crafts, experimental archaeology, Bronze and Iron Age construction, sculpture, performance, folk music and storytelling, druidry, ritual and ceremony, beekeeping and apitherapy, lecturing and teaching. He is involved with a number of British and European wisdom traditions, and he's most active within druidry. He began working with the Order of Bards, Overts and Druids in 1997 and hosts seasonal ceremonies within a sacred grove at home and further afield as a Druid priest, celebrant and teacher. We welcome you, Chris Park, to the Heart and Mind Festival. I know you have a lot of knowledge, and we're so happy that you're here to share it with us.
Thank you very much. Gosh, and lovely to be here with you. And I've got Karlika here. She's come to beam away at you all as well. And I guess this is a seed I planted earlier that's growing stronger every day, and more curious and more creative. And this, I'm coming from the Isles of Britain in Oxfordshire, near the Wiltshire border, close to the Affrington White Horse. And this is an organic farm, which is great. It feels really good. And I always count my blessings that I'm surrounded by fields of organic crops and organic cattle, and we fetch water from a spring here. And if there's something that is perhaps, I would say, more important than the provenance of the seed itself, I would say something that's perhaps more important than the provenance of the seed is the ecology and the environment that the seed is growing within. And I know that the farm here is a commercial organic farm, and it's so in that sense, what that means is that some of the grass seeds might come from Europe or even New Zealand, and but there's this big business of organic farming sort of worldwide, all supporting each other. And it's not so the seed here isn't saved and cleaned, because that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to clean up your seed, and it's just easier from a kind of commercial point of view for the organic farmers here to buy it in. And of course they're supporting the network and supporting the organic farming networks that span across countries. And part of me thinks, oh, that's great, and another part of me thinks, oh, that's a shame. But that's how it works here, because it's a commercial enterprise. But as a family, we also grow our own food, and we do save a bit of seed. And there's some seeds are more kind of, I perhaps revere some seeds above others. And this time of year, very prominent is this plant. We call it the all heal, and it's more commonly known as mistletoe. And we gather it, and it's not allowed to touch the ground or to touch any iron, because it grows between heaven and earth. And it is seen to lose its power, its fertility and its fecundity if it touches iron or the ground. So we try and hang it up somewhere before we use it, before it goes into the brew or wherever it might be used. And the seeds, I'll just pluck a bit here for you. And the seeds are encased in these berries. I'm sure most of you must know mistletoe, and this panacea added to any other medicine will make it stronger, and its blessings are many, and it's sought around this time of year in the contemporary Druid tradition. It's ideally cut with a golden sickle or a bronze or copper sickle, something that doesn't contain iron, and then caught in a white sheet and carried through to where it's going to be hung ready for ceremonial use. And its main blessing is fertility. And these berries are quite sticky and were seen at some point in history as like almost like the seed of the gods, you know, the very sort of curative sperm of the sky gods and the oak tree itself sometimes. And in the springtime we'll go around and we'll put these seeds upon apple trees here and other trees to graft on these twigs that start growing from other trees. And it's full of estrogen. It's often used as an anti-cancer drug at this day and age as well, this plant. And it's highly revered this time of year and used in ceremony this time of year. As all in the midwinter rites, there's a moment where Mother Night is honoured, the longest nights of the year, as the sun stands still on the horizon. Mother Night reigns in that great sort of depth of midwinter and creative darkness. And the Mabon, the youngest within the ceremony, will often relight the flame, and then everyone else will relight their flames for the coming year ahead and be gifted a piece of mistletoe for luck, for prosperity, for guidance and inspiration, and fertility. So ancient Britons would make a brew of this and give it to their cattle and livestock to ensure conception in the coming cycle, in the coming year. So that's one of the seeds I wanted to share with you, the mistletoe seed, the all-heal berries and seeds. And we don't often use the seeds for medicine. It's the aerial parts, the twigs and the leaves, that are most often used for medicine. Every now and again, if it's a very particular disorder, one berry might be prescribed, but generally the berries are considered too sacred to imbibe ourselves. They're given to other trees to graft onto. And there's a song that always comes to my mind concerning the mistletoe, and that is a song, I think it's called the Mabon Song, by a band called Silver on the Tree. And this is often known as the Golden Bough as well, the mistletoe, the Golden Bough. And I'm trying to remember the song. I am the Mabon, I am the child, I am ere the golden bough, I am the dart that the ewe lets fly, 3 pure rays, the pillars of light. I am the wren, the king of birds, I am bard and singer of lays. I am a song within the heart, I am the life that will never die. I am the stars within the void, I am the eye of the aeon. So we give thanks and praise to the mistletoe. This bit has to touch the ground now because I've plucked it. So I'm going to just place it onto you and place it onto this screen and hope that its blessings and guidance and inspiration will flood through the ether and the World Wide Web somehow for your hearths and your homes and your families, and wherever you are in the world, may be blessed, and may you receive guidance, and may you receive more fertility within your work and your play and your words and your heart and your families and your crops and your livestock and your forests and your rivers. There's interestingly, another seed that is often associated with the Druids is woad. And we had a gathering of Druids here recently, It was a bittersweet occasion because it was a memorial, but it was lovely to see so many people all gathered in one place. And I was gifted some woad seeds, and you might not know the plant woad. It's like cabbage. It loves growing in the wetland, and you can see these seeds. Yeah, it'd be difficult to me to show you actually. I'll try and coordinate my hands in this camera. These woad seeds, and it's quite smelly plant, as cabbage is, and it is grown. Was grown as a kind of industry to produce a blue dye, and it's such a magical process dyeing with woad. I've only done it once when I lived in an ancient round house in an ancient circular village up on a hill in Wales. We dyed some wool with woad, and we had to save urine to make stale urine, this urea, and to ferment that, and we had to put that in some water with the mashed up woad and the wool, and it's quite a long drawn out process. And we put the wool into the water, and it had to be a particular temperature, so you could only just hold your hand in. And then when we drew the skein of wool, the white wool, of course, from a white sheep, we put it in the water. It kind of turned yellow, and we thought, oh, it's not working. And then when we pulled it out of the water, it reacts with the oxygen in the air, and it became this beautiful sort of blue woad color from the woad. And you may have heard stories of the ancient Britons having painted themselves and tattooed themselves with woad. And of course, the Picts and the Prytani people and the painted people, and of course the painted landscape of the Isles of Britain, like the white horses and the other chalk hill figures. And that's a strange thing to do, to put this particular plant onto your body, but it actually has there's some science within the sorcery. So from this seed, this plant grows which is blue, magical blue dye can be made from, and body paint and tattoo, and it's protective, it's warding, and it is full of it's sort of mildly anesthetic, but also antibacterial. So when a warrior might go into battle painted with woad, if they're cut, then they can fight for a bit longer because they're not in so much pain, and also they can feel confident that that wound won't get so infected so quickly. And even in recent history, the English policeman's uniform was dyed with woad, with that blue dye. So you could say that sort of protective, warding, magical ingredient has still been there through to recent history. And of course, modern dyes. Some people still, of course, you still get natural dyes today, but modern dyes are often mineral and chemical. And so let's honor the woad as well. And I will plant these this year, this coming spring, and grow this cabbage-like plant that has this lovely yellow flower that the bees love too. Bees love brassicas, and they will fly over many other flowers to get to brassicas because they get kind of maximum reward from them. The honey does set quite stiff, but that's okay. We don't mind that. We don't mind that as long as it's multifloral honey. We're happy here. So the woad seeds I want to honor also. Another few seeds that came to mind were nuts. And this time of year, in the winter festivities, we often have hazelnuts and walnuts and chestnuts around the house, and to keep us strong and healthy through the winter months. Of course, harvest has been made and harvest has been brought home. And I'm just returning to the woad for a moment, because there were often two idols that were made from the corn after the harvest. And one is like a goddess-like figure, and she's called Mother Earth. And the other is a god-type figure, and he's got a man at arms. So these two particular figures were made from the corn. The man at arms, alluding to the woad and the protection and the warding, and the Mother Earth figure. And now we call them corn dollies, But the origin of the word dolly is in fact idol. Excuse me. Yeah. And that tradition still carries on today. There are still many people that make corn dolls, and sometimes it's just like a gentleman's favour. Something might be pinned onto a lapel, and other times more elaborate structures and twists and plaits. And there's a whole guild of straw craftsmen, and of course I make the beehives from straw and brew with honey and make a mead. And there's one other, as well as the nuts and the hazelnuts of wisdom. They're kind of seen as the hazelnut has such deep mythology, and the salmon of wisdom that cracks the hazelnut and eats it and becomes fortified and strengthened, that dwells within the sacred pool, from which 5 streams flow from the sacred pool above the 9 hazels drop their hazelnuts into this sacred pool that represents spirit, and the 5 streams that flow out of this sacred pool represent our 5 senses. And from the journey of King Cormac into the other world, into the world of the fair folk and back again, he saw many sights, many interesting sights. And this was one of the sights that he saw, was this salmon of wisdom rising up and cracking the hazelnut of wisdom, cracking the nuts, and then eating the kernel and swimming back down and becoming the oldest creature, the wisest creature. And the King Cormac was told by Manannan, the lord of this other world, that the wisest of people don't just drink from the pool of spirit, but they also drink from the 5 streams of our 5 senses. So as well as the nuts that were surrounded by this time of year in bags and often gifted in stockings, and sometimes placed upon the hearth or the grate of the fire and used for divinatory purposes. The wheats have been gathered in, and the idols have been made and brewed into these brews that one might be supping more through the winter, these kind of festive brews. And some of those contain malted grains. And the most exalted of all of these grains is the barley. And there are many songs that sing about John Barleycorn, or the barley being the monarch of all the grains. All among the barley, who would not be blithe, while the ripe and bearded barley. I've forgotten the tune. I've forgotten the tune. All among the barley, who would not be blithe, while the ripe and bearded barley is smiling on the scythe. The wheat is like a rich man, sleek and well-to-do. The oats are like a pack of girls, slim and dancing too. The rye is like a miser, he's sulky, lean and small, while the ripe and bearded barley is monarch of them all. So the barley was first grown not to be eaten, but to be malted and brewed into an ale, a good strong ale, and a fortifying ale, and a honeyed brew that's got not just malted grains in and honey together, but sometimes herbs as well, is often called a braggot. And there was a piece of, there's a potsherd from the Neolithic age, when we first started farming here in Britain and Europe, when we first started to gather in livestock in enclosures, and we first started to plough the land and interact with the plant kingdom on a more kind of farming level, rather than just a bit of gardening here and there. So nomadic cultures were gardeners. They didn't just wander around hoping to pick something. They were gardening and interacting in many different sophisticated ways with nature. But in the Neolithic age, the kind of population grew, and we started farming. And from a stone circle in Scotland, there's a particular potsherd from the grooved ware pottery in a place called Balfarg, where there were traces of a plant whose seed we also revere here, and it's this plant here, and this is called Jupiter's bean, and it's a herb of prophecy, and it was brewed into this braggot with another plant, meadowsweet, both anodyne healing herbs. This one quite anesthetic, but also prophetic, and would open vision and the omniscient poetic power of the gods and goddesses would come flowing through, and all would be well, and reach the heart of the matter and be the medicine of the moment. So, and this is some of the seeds that helped that process, helped the medicine come through, and the truth is revealed through poetry and prophecy, and the way forward is seen, and guidance is received. And so I'm just going to burn one of these for you and for the world. It's often seen as a tooth because they're often used for toothache. These particular beans of the henbell, this plant is also known as Jupiter's bean. And of course, through the winter months, also one's livestock, I know it's becoming less and less popular, isn't it, eating meat, but it's a very long tradition as far as the human race is concerned, and this country, and of course the oak tree is often seen as the most senior tree, perhaps within some Druidic traditions. The yew tree can be seen there as well, and certainly others. But some people believe that the word Druid is associated or is interchangeable with the word oak, or the oak are wise, or that enduring wisdom. And there are other theories, but the Druids have a strong association with the oak tree, and almost we imagine ourselves to become an oak tree, to have those strong roots and broad branches, and that we can serve our community. And the acorn, it is a excuse me, a bit smoky. So the acorn is something we would fatten our pigs upon. The acorn is again associated with fertility. Move that way. And we would fatten our pigs upon a nourishment of acorns. And sustain ourselves through the winter months. God, I need to drink. And I have here, you can hear it, is a fertility rattle. I'm not allowed to show it to you because when I was given it, that was part of the conditions. I wasn't allowed to have a look inside it, to open it up. It's turned of oak, and it was gifted to a doctor as part of a sort of Druidic project back in the 70s by another Druid. So it's sort of been passed on from person to person, and it was passed on to me. And it's the shape of an acorn. It's turned out of oak, and also the shape of a kind of bull's testicles, and it's called a crotal, which is also related to the word scrotum. And upturned, it is quite phallic, and shake, and it is a fertility rattle. And I was also told never to act the goat with it, and never to allow it upon the cameras. And so there's just the rules. I'm sorry about that. Every now and again, it does accidentally get filmed, but I'll shake it for you now. It's turned of oak, and it's a mystery what's inside it. And one day I'll pass it on to one of you, I'm sure, when I'm a slightly more wizened or more foolish old Druid. I will see some cocky young upstart, or and then I'll hand this over to, and they can carry it through their lives. I'll shake it upon you. A blessing from the universal bond of Druids upon you and your seeds, upon you and your plants, upon you and your harvest. May there be organic food for all. May there be fresh, pure, clear water, healthy water to nourish those seeds. May there be organic land, free of toxins and free of genetically modified organisms, and kept within a free spirit. A blessing upon you, a blessing upon your lands and the lands you belong to, and a blessing upon your families and upon your seed banks. And may there be strength and longevity and health within your strains, and of course evolution of those seeds. And the seeds are also allegorical, aren't they, and metaphoric. And I feel to talk about one of the main stories within the bardic tradition of the Druid teaching system is a story of the birth of a magical child known as Taliesin, a radiant brow, shining forehead. It's a very long story. I don't have time to tell it you now. But there was a Lord Tegid and his lady, a woman of power, art and science and magic, Ceridwen, and they had some children, and she needed to brew a cauldron of awen for one of the children, and it contained a piece of everything. Many different ingredients came into this cauldron, but the child that was looking after the stirring of the cauldron, he received the magic which was contained in these 3 drops that landed on his tummy. He went, ouch, and put some in his mouth, and he became enlightened. He received the awen, the blessings of the mighty ones, this magical force of, again, art and science and magic and inspiration. And he went through many transformations trying to escape Ceridwen, who was going to kill him because she was angry that he'd received the awen. And in truth, maybe she was his creatrix and initiatrix, and she tested him by chasing him. And he went through many shape-shifting forms until finally he became one single grain, one single seed. And he fell down and landed amongst thousands of other seeds in a threshing yard in the farmyard. When before machines, we used to have these kind of bits of leather or bits of stick on the end of another stick, and we used to stand around and thresh the seeds out of their cases. And then Ceridwen changed herself into a large black hen with a fiery red crest, and she ate him. And he was roasted for 9 nights in her crop, and then she ingested him. And after 9 months, he was reborn, twice born, as this child of light, born again from the mother night. This child of light was born, and from the Modron, from the great Matrona, the great mother, gave birth to the child of light, as happens in the heavens at this time. From the longest night comes the reborn sun, as it stands at its station upon its southernmost points here of rising and setting, and just skims across the horizon, across the southern sky. And then the light returns. So it's that perpetual cycle and that seed of life, and so a blessing upon your seed if you're a man, and if you wish to create life and perpetuate the human race. It's a crunchy topic at the moment, isn't it? It certainly is. And I have children. I don't know if you are thinking of having or thinking of not having, consciously deciding not to. And I believe that that it's not. I don't think it's people that are detrimental to the planet. We can really help this place. I think it's our behavior. And if we can bring up strong, virtuous, healthy children and nurture our seed, then the world will be a greater place for sure. And if you're a woman and thinking about starting a family or consciously deciding not to start a family. It's a really interesting topic, isn't it? So I just open this one up right at the end. And but a blessing upon whatever decision you make, and however you choose to be responsible with your seed and move from or towards parenthood or adulthood or auntie unclehood. And so as we also nurture our gardens and our crops and our forests, and of course the soil within these seeds are planted is just as important, perhaps as I began, perhaps more important than the provenance of the seeds themselves. And unless it's genetically modified, I'd draw the line there. I'm staunchly against genetically modified organisms for many reasons, but really just basically because everything here has evolved as part of an ecosystem. And as soon as we genetically modify something, it's kind of out of context and I don't know, just it's a strong instinct. I believe nature's way is best. And so if soil management and the management of all the other plants that grow around the seeds that we might be planting for food, again, it's the environment within which our children are growing that is perhaps the most important thing as well, or can be nurtured and cultivated. And so blessings upon all of that, everything that binds community and sustains health. Thank you very much. I hope you have a great midwinter solstice or midsummer solstice if you are in the southern hemisphere. Wherever you are, there's going to be a solstice, and may you have a wonderful time full of peace and connection. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris, for blessing us so fully. A couple of questions came in while you were talking.
Yeah.
One of them is, at what point in one's life would someone mark themselves with woad?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. Yes. So my instant reaction to that would be as some kind of rite of passage from childhood into the kind of early stages of adulthood. And certainly woad could be used anytime when you wish to protect yourself, and as a warding protective layer. And it could be used, if you have a court case, or it could be used if you're feeling vulnerable. It could be used if you're actually going into battle. It could be used if you're going to sit an exam and wish to kind of, just be focused. It could be used for many different reasons. But it's very interesting. The point in one's life, generally, I would imagine when you're fit enough to kind of enter the boxing ring, rather than latter or earlier.
Yeah, thank you. Another question is the prophetic herb easy to find for us to use? I believe they're referring to the
Jupiter's bean. It's not that easy to find, and you do need to be careful with this plant, with Jupiter's bean, or henbane, it's commonly known as, and because it is poisonous. And it's biannual, so it pops up here one year and here, and pops up there, and some, I might not see it for a couple of years, and boom, suddenly it will pop up somewhere else. And I do scatter seed around, and it has a curious nature. And sometimes if I've felled a few trees up we have a green burial ground here, and I felled some willows there around an old badger's set, and this year suddenly a massive amount of henbane came up. So I kind of wait for her to find me, if you like. That's the way I like to work with a lot of plants and trees, that I see who's popping up, who's cropping up, and then I think, Madam Henbane, Madam Henbell, Jupiter's bean is really here this year. and really saying, hello, I'm here. And then I will harvest some and work with it. Yeah, you don't see it everywhere in every place. Quite likes a sandy soil, quite disturbed soil often it springs up.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, and so again, I want to reiterate that often the medicine that's probably most wants to work with you is that and plants and trees are the ones that will be springing up around your feet and right under your nose and above your crown and in your hedgerows. They are all speaking to you.
Thank you. Here's another question. How is Druidic knowledge recovered? Has there been an unbroken lineage of initiates?
You can say yes and no. And so the Druid tradition was kind of went underground and many bards became monks. So you could say that it kind of got absorbed into the early Celtic Christian traditions. And the folklore we still have, and the triads we still have, and some of the stories. And of course, archaeology is revealing more every year. But as soon as you're initiated into Druidry, you become adept in the other world as well as this world. And as soon as you open your eyes in the other world, then there they all are, teaching, and there's this enduring kind of taproot of spirit and the Cachtagus Mór, Chroil Nandrui, and the ancient teachers come flooding through. There are songs and stories and folklore, obviously. And I suppose the triads, I love the triads, and the bards used to train for 19 years, memorizing stories and songs and poems. And from the triads, they're like keys that open folklore. And there's, in a way, there's no unbroken kind of initiatic system. So what we do today has been influenced by ceremonial magic and Freemasonry and many other different kind of other things that have touched into contemporary Druidry. But the spirit of Druidry is still strong, and the stories and the folklore, which kind of never dies. Stories can't die, can they? They can evolve slightly, but they might be changed slightly by those early medieval monks. May have taken out the saucy bits or added a bit of Christian ethos to it or something, but the kind of root of it is still there, and we kind of feel that. And so what I love about that is that it has an ancient taproot, but there's no dogma, and so that Druidry is now free because it has kind of gone underground and sprung up again. It's allowed to evolve according to the spirit of this time. It does that through us. When we become initiated into the tradition, it lives and breathes and speaks through us. We become the kind of become the tradition, and it's thriving and wonderful. And I'll give you an example of a triad because I've been talking about them. So there are three things which can, I think this is an Irish triad. There are three things which can never be retracted: and a look, an arrow sped from a bow, and a word spoken in anger. And there are three candles which illuminate all ignorance, and that's truth, nature, and understanding. There are three medicines of the world: water, honey, and labor. And so all of these triads are kind of keys that open other stories and lead to this whole great forest of folklore.
Thank you so much. Here's another question. Is there anything you'd like to share on the hawthorn and the hawthorn berry? And she says, thank you for this beautiful offering.
Yes, so this time of year, many birds are alighting upon the hawthorn trees and eating the berries. And the berries like to hang on. So the leaves go and the berries like to hang on there. So you get these beautiful kind of wintry scenes of these trees that are kind of red in color with the hawthorn berries. And they have this, I mean, we like to eat them. They have this kind of sort of sweet potato-like flavor to them. They're kind of cheesy and creamy on the inside and of course red on the outside. and it's good nutrition, very good heart medicine. That's quite an intelligent medicine. It can, if you have high blood pressure, it can sort of bring it down. If you've had low blood pressure, it can bring it up. So it's a really good, what's the word, kind of regulatory, has a regulatory power of helping one's heart, the hawthorn berry. And you can crunch the seeds if you like, but most people spit those out for the mice to crack open and get in at the kernel there. And the May tree in itself has this sort of number 5 aspect of the 5 petals, and of course it's known as the May blossom. So it's that balance between the May time and the kind of burgeoning opening of the year, and from the kind of thinner winter times to this time of burgeoning and where we have so much. And the hawthorn berries are then sort of there as the kind of reminder of the kind of burgeoning of the year and the sort of and the closing down into winter, and often brought in and have brewed with them before. And but yeah, the sort of the hawthorn is a great teacher. And we use the thorns also. So we use the flowers, and we use the berries, and we use the thorns, and sometimes the wood. Sometimes we make charcoal from the wood, which burns. The charcoal burns really good and hot in our forge.
Wonderful. And here is what I think is the last question. What is the eye of the Aeon?
You know, I didn't write that song. I didn't write that song. The eye of the Aeon. That's one of the greatest things about symbolism, is that it says different things to different people, and has a kind of trans-rational power to go into this kind of dream world. So the eye of the Aeon. What is the eye of the Aeon? I'm imagining like a Vesica Pisces, and a kind of a nice kind of upturned eye like this. So this could be the eye of the Aeon. And I'm imagining the starry heavens turning around the pole star. I'm imagining the blessings that are coming from the spirit world to this world, sort of pouring through that eye into our existences, and helping us discover who we are and why we're really here, and giving us a great regained peaceful sense of purpose. The eye of the Aeon, just guiding, ever watching, ever vigilant, and with loving, positive regard, encouraging and opening gateways to whatever is helpful for us next.
Thank you so much, Chris. It's always our deepest pleasure to have you with us, and we're so grateful for everything that you share with us and you share with the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheerio.
And next we have, from the Flowering Sun Ecology Centre, we have Sarah, who's going to guide us through cooking a whole meal. And the recipe is available. It should have been sent out to you as a free gift for registering. And do have a paper and pen ready so you can take notes. Here's Sarah.
Hello, my name is Sarah, and we're here in the farmhouse kitchen at Flowering Sun Ecology Center. And today I'm going to show you how to make a quick, easy, delicious dinner or lunch. I'm going to show you how to make stir-fried vegetables, some mushrooms, some tofu, and some rice. I love this recipe because it's very quick. You can use almost any veggies that you have in your kitchen. It's delicious and it's healthy. Today we're going to use mushrooms from the farm. We just pulled out some carrots a couple days ago from the farm outside, so I'm going to use those. Carrots are really great in the fall because they're grounding, they're nourishing. Root vegetables in the winter and the fall seasons are beneficial for your body for that reason. Going to use some braising mix that we harvested out of the greenhouse a couple days ago. Braising mix is a blend of lots of different greens. There's mustard greens, there's bok choy, there's some kale. Most of these greens are full of so many minerals: iron, folate, magnesium, potassium, lots of different vitamins. They're great for your skin and your eyes. It's just full of awesome stuff. So we love our greens. Gonna be cooking with some red peppers, some zucchini, and some broccoli. I'm also gonna be using some onions and ginger and garlic, which is also from the farm, for flavor. The ginger is really warming, and it also helps your digestive fire to help break down all the nutrients and keep your belly nice and warm during these cold months. The garlic is also very warming, and it boosts your immune system. Same with the onions, and also for flavor. And then I'm gonna be using some tofu. I'm using 3 blocks here because I'm cooking for a lot of people. If there's just 2 of you or 3 of you, 1 block is probably fine. It's also nice to press it. I have them stacked like this because it's squeezing out the liquid, and it just makes for a better texture. I highly recommend getting non-GMO and organic tofu. And it's also high in protein and filling, and the kids love it. So let's get started. Okay, so now we're gonna start with the actual cooking process. First, I'm gonna turn on my pan about medium heat. I'm gonna let it get warm before I add the oil. And I'm using coconut oil because it has a higher smoking temperature. We don't want to eat oil that's smoky because it's carcinogenic. And it also has more beneficial fats for cooking at high heat. So I'm gonna get the pan warm. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna dice up the onions. I like to do the onions first, and then the garlic, and then the ginger. I also recommend cooking with a very sharp knife. It makes the job go a lot easier. I'm gonna dice these up. Someone once told me it's best to put onions in an already hot pan, which is why I'm heating the pan up first. Okay, so I'm gonna let that get a little bit warmer before I add any oil. These are very strong onions. Okay, so I've got my onions all chopped. My eyes are very watery because they're very strong onions. The pan is hot. It might even be a little too hot, so I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I'm gonna add, I don't know, 2-3 tablespoons of coconut oil. I can hear it sizzling. I'm gonna throw in the onions. I know it's hot enough. I'm gonna throw these in. So while these are cooking, I'm gonna chop up the garlic and the ginger. I'm just gonna stir these every couple minutes. I use 2 onions because, like I said, I'm cooking for 10 or 12 people, but if it's just a couple people, 1 onion is fine. They're sizzling away. I'm going to chop up the garlic while those are cooking because the onions take longer. And I have about 4 or 5 cloves here. They're very large because there's a lot of people eating today. So I'm gonna dice these up nice and small. Now, even though I have it diced, I'm not gonna add them yet. I'm gonna let the onions cook a little longer and turn the heat back up now that the pan is cooled down. I have some Himalayan salt. I'm gonna add just a little to bring out the flavor. Now I'm gonna work on the ginger just to get the ginger ready. I'm gonna peel the ginger. And now I'm putting all my food scraps here into this bowl because we compost here. And all of these scraps will go to our chickens, and they will eat them, and it will make them very happy, and then they will make us compost in return. So it's full circle. I'm gonna do the best I can. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just get most of it. I'm gonna grate the ginger because if you get a big chunk while you're eating, it can be very spicy. I'm gonna grate it really fine. Okay, so while the onions are cooking, I'm gonna start working on the mushrooms. A lot of people are intimidated by mushrooms, especially
oyster mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms. I'm going to use some oyster mushrooms today. My favorite way to cook them is by searing them in a pan, or we say a mushroom steak. So to cook the mushrooms, I'm going to get this pan really hot, and I'm going to kind of rip them apart. So I have these little chunks like this, flat chunks. I'm going to place them in the pan without any oil or water, because what I want to do is I want to cook out the liquid. And this makes them kind of crunchy and crispy, and it pulls out the flavor and makes them really yummy. A lot of people, I think, don't like mushrooms because they're slimy, and this is a way to avoid that. So I'm going to let these sit here for a while. So this is why I'm starting with this first. I'm going to lay them all down flat. Trying my best not to get any dirt in there. Okay, I'm going to start with these ones. So I have my heavy pan, and I'm going to place it on top, and this is going to smush the mushrooms so that the liquid squeezes out and evaporates to make them nice and crispy and delicious. If you don't have a cast iron, that's fine. You can just get another pan that's about the same size, put it on top, and then put something heavy in there that can get hot. But this is how we like to do it here. So I'm just going to let these do their thing for a couple minutes. I'm going to come back to the onions. They're starting to get brown on the edges. I'm going to add the garlic. Give it a nice stir. Okay. I'm going to keep working on grating my ginger over here. Something I like to think about when I'm meal planning, because I don't always plan ahead too much, but often I think about what the weather is like outside. If it's really cold and rainy, I'm not going to make some cold raw meal. Especially in the fall and the winter, I like to make a lot of soups and stews and casseroles, lots of root vegetables, warming spices, the ginger, cinnamon, garlic, all of these things. And when I'm thinking about the day, I like to plan my meal around the protein. There's a lot of pregnant moms here and nursing babies, growing people, and so protein is really important for us. So I often think about, okay, do I want to have beans or tofu, or do I want this meal to be around seeds and nuts? And then once I figure out what protein I'm going to eat, then I think about what veggies I have available, and then I kind of plan my meal around that. I do have a couple standard meals that I make, and I have a lot of cookbooks. I don't usually follow exact recipes, but I like to look through the cookbooks for inspiration. So I just want to show you the mushrooms here, checking up on them. You can see they're getting smushed. The liquid is sizzling out. They need a couple more minutes on this side, so I'm going to put the lid back on, but I just wanted to show you the technique and what's happening. So I've got my onions and my garlic cooking away here. I'm going to add the ginger, but not yet. First, I'm going to prep the other veggies I'm going to put in. So first, I'm going to wash the carrots, and I'm going to cook those first because they're the densest and they need the longest to cook. So I'm going to wash those, and then I'm going to prep these other veggies over here. So I've got my carrots all washed and clean. I'm going to go ahead and chop those up. It doesn't really matter how you chop them, but I do like to cut my carrots at an angle. I think there's a specific name for this, but I like to do it like this just because it's fun and it's nice to have different textures and shapes in the food. I also want to talk about color because I like to cook with a lot of color, meaning different colored vegetables. First of all, it looks pretty, and second of all, each color of the vegetable is a different mineral or a different vitamin. And so if you're looking at your meal and you have lots of different colors, you know that you're getting a broad range of nutrients. So that's something I like to aim for when I'm cooking. So now I have the carrots all sliced up nice and thin, throwing them in, giving them a stir. At this point, I'm going to add the ginger. I don't have a specific time when I add the ginger, I just do it when it feels right. It's not an exact science, it's an art. I'm going to turn the temperature up again to about medium. Now I'm gonna check on these mushrooms because I think that they're ready. And I can tell because they're getting all brown and crispy on the edge. So I'm gonna go ahead and flip them over. Oh yeah, they're nice and brown and crunchy looking. Before I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna chop up a little bit more garlic. I'm gonna sprinkle them with a little bit of salt. They have so much flavor on their own, they don't really need much, but just a little bit to bring it out. Okay. All right, adding some garlic. I'm gonna flip these over. And remember, I didn't add any oil or anything, and they are not sticking. So it's called dry cooking them. All right, I'm gonna put this pan back on. I'm excited about these mushrooms. Gonna be yummy. Now I'm gonna start on the rice. We have an Instapot, so I cook most of our grains in the Instapot because it's easy and convenient. But if you don't have an Instapot, rice is very simple. It's 1 cup of rice to 2 cups of water. Add a little salt, let it simmer for about 20-30 minutes. So I'm gonna get the rice going on the Instapot now. So I've got my rice in the Instapot. I'm checking on these mushrooms. I think they are definitely done. I'm gonna take them out. Now I'm gonna add some soy sauce to them after I take them out of the pan, because if I pour the soy sauce in now, it's gonna make the pan sticky, and I want to cook more mushrooms in this pan, and I don't wanna wash it. So I'm gonna take them out. Gonna pour the soy sauce on, and then they're gonna soak up the flavor of the soy sauce or tamari. I'm cooking the mushrooms this way with the soy sauce because I'm making an Asian cuisine. But if I was doing a different flavor profile, Italian or something else, it's really delicious with some thyme. I love using an Herbes de Provence blend, and I do the same thing. I cook them dry, and then towards the end I just sprinkle on the herbs and the salt, and then you can just do it like that. Our carrots are getting softer over here, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pick some of our softer veggies. I'm going to do the broccoli next because that takes the next longest to cook. Now I'm going to chop up the zucchini. Now I've got the zucchini all chopped up. I'm going to work on the peppers. I'm not going to add them yet. I'm just getting them prepped because I want the broccoli to cook longer, because I don't want the zucchini and the peppers to get overcooked, because I don't like overcooked vegetables. And while we're here, I'm also going to give a look on these mushrooms. Again, they're getting brown on the edges, so I know that they're ready to flip. Okay, so I've added the zucchini, and I wanted to say something about the broccoli. I knew that it was time to add it, or I decided to add the other veggies, because the broccoli was starting to change color. And it wasn't too dark, but the color was darkening. If it's getting really, really dark, then it's too late. So I've added the zucchini. I've got these peppers all nice and sliced up. Got our mountain of beautiful vegetables. I'm gonna give these a careful stir. And now I think these mushrooms are just about done. So I'm gonna take them off again. And then in this pan, I'm gonna cook up some tofu. Now the pan is already very hot. And now I'm gonna add some oil to it. But first, I'm gonna add some soy sauce to these mushrooms. They can soak it up. I'm gonna add some oil. Again, I'm using coconut oil. So I've taken the mushrooms out of this pan. The pan is very hot. It's starting to smoke. So I'm gonna go quickly here to get the tofu in there. And for now, I'm not gonna add any seasoning because again, it can make the pan sticky. And at this point, I am going to add a little bit of soy sauce to the veggies so they can soak up the flavor. More than a little. I'd say that was probably about three or four tablespoons. I'm gonna give it a stir. And I'm gonna put on the lid so that they cook down a little bit because it's very full and it's hard to stir it. So I've been stirring this tofu and I know that it will be ready when I can see the edges are getting kind of crispy. So this will take about 10 or 15 minutes and I'm just gonna keep stirring it so that each edge gets cooked evenly. And the veggies are pretty close to being done. I just keep stirring them and checking on them. The carrots are definitely soft. The broccoli is just about cooked. So I'm gonna give the veggies 2 or 3 more minutes and then I'm gonna say they're finished. At some point here, I'm gonna add the soy sauce to the tofu so it can also soak it up for more flavor. I'm gonna turn the heat up a little bit, add some soy sauce. I'm also gonna add a little bit of ginger to the tofu to bring some more flavor and also to help with the digestion. Okay, so now all the dense veggies are finished cooking and I chopped up the braising mix. And I'm just gonna add it in right at the end here because it only needs to cook for 2 or 3 minutes and then it's finished. So now I'm stirring it all up. The tofu's finished, the mushrooms are finished, the Instant Pot just beeped telling me the rice is done. And next we're gonna plate this delicious meal and have a nice lunch. Okay, we have completed our delicious lunch. We have our mountain of vegetables. We have green, lots of different greens, red, orange, yellow, our tofu, our rice. I sauteed some sesame seeds that are also really high in lots of minerals and protein, and our delicious mushrooms. So here you have it. You can do it and go for it. Thank you everyone for tuning in and watching this cooking show. My name is Sarah from Flowering Sun Ecology Center. Please follow us on Instagram at Flowering Sun Ecology. Check out what we're selling. Every season we make an herbal CSA box and we sell our mushrooms locally in all the grocery stores along with our greens. And thank you so much to the Heart and Mind Festival for inspiring us and encouraging us to share all our wisdom and the beautiful things that we're creating here. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And Flowering Sun Farm. It's always a pleasure to have you guys and have you guys right next door. So our next presenter is Root to Heaven. Root to Heaven was founded in 2021 by Nicole Adriana Casanova and students of Maestro Manuel Rufino. Their mission is to support the earth in doing what she does best, to help our ecosystems rehabilitate, renew, and regenerate themselves. To place our trust in the hands, hearts, and knowledge of the elders of the planet who can guide us on how to protect and conserve the sacred, interdependent relationships between all sentient beings. To reestablish a true culture of love, respect, responsibility, and interconnection between plants, animals, people, and the Great Spirit. They also have a mission to create opportunities where prayers, actions are combined harmoniously and being put to the service and benefit of life. Thank you very much, Adriana, Nicole, and Root to Heaven.
Founded in 2021, Root to Heaven is a charitable organization inspired by the way Indigenous people live in harmony with the earth. At Root to Heaven, we have 3 key initiatives: reforestation, regeneration, and rewilding. We reforest by replacing trees in deforested areas, and by reintroducing indigenous plants, we help rehabilitate native ecosystems. Soil is life. Regeneration rebuilds soil organic matter and restores degraded soil biodiversity, resulting in both carbon drawdown and improving the water cycle. Animals will naturally rewild themselves into healthy environments. Wildlife and plant life work in harmony with each other to steward ecosystems that are resilient and full of life. At Root to Heaven, we focus on our relationship with Mother Earth because we acknowledge that all of life comes from and is supported by the Earth. The Earth gives us everything we see and everything we need, from the air we breathe and the water we drink, to the food we eat, to the places we live and our transportation, and the clothing we wear and everything we use in order to live. Even our bodies are made of earth, and our mission is to help reestablish the awareness and connection that we all have to the earth, to innate wisdom, integrity, and knowledge of how to read the book of nature. We understand that as we become more integrated into nature, the connections in our lives are also strengthened. We find a sense of belonging in nature, within ourselves, and to each other. Direct exposure to nature is essential for early childhood development, as well as the overall health of children and adults. According to the Child Mind Institute, unstructured play promotes creativity and imagination. Caring for living things teaches us responsibility, and outdoor time is a form of exercise that helps children and adults to focus. Families who regularly get outside together tend to function better. The studies point in one direction. Nature is not only nice to have, but it's a have-to-have for physical health and cognitive function. Connecting with the earth slows our heart rate. It can lower our blood pressure and stress hormone levels, reduce nervous system arousal, enhance immune system function, and improve mood. Attention deficit disorder and aggression lessen in natural environments, which also help speed the rate of healing. In a recent study, a psychiatric unit found that being in nature reduced feelings of isolation, promoted calm, and lifted the mood of patients. Gardening, farming, and rebuilding ecosystems has also shown an increased success rate for people overcoming addiction. Exposure to nature translates into more community cohesion and substantially lower crime rates. Vegetation abundance is associated with a reduction in assault, robbery, and burglary. In our first year, and in partnership with Flowering Sun Ecology Center, Heart and Mind Festival, and MICE, Root to Heaven planted almost 16,000 trees in 5 locations on 2 continents. In 2022, we plan to plant 100,000 all over the US, working side by side with people just like you and in communities and cities just like yours. With educational programming and workshops for all ages, planting ceremonies, and expert-led trainings. In 2022, we'll launch Family Tree, bringing individuals, families, communities, and organizations together to create large-scale urban and rural reforestation projects. Family Tree is designed to strengthen our connection to our environment, our community, Mother Earth, and one another. Bring Root to Heaven to your city by contacting us at roottoheaven.com. We thank you for your part in ensuring that we can all enjoy nature, that our connection to life flourishes for 7 generations to come, and that the waters of the world are free to run pure and clear. Thank you so much for tuning in to learn about Root to Heaven. My name is Nicole Adriana Casanova, and I am one of the founders of this really, really beautiful organization, which is inspired and guided by the wisdom and the knowledge of the elders of humanity's sacred traditions. This year, we're going to be focusing on bringing Root to Heaven into your neighborhoods and into your towns and into your homes. And we are calling upon those people who are ready to engage in planting projects, whether it's smaller scale or larger scale, to add beauty and to add cohesion and connection into the textile, the vibrancy, the weave of your environment. So I would love to open the questions at this moment, and I'll just continue to talk a little bit about the project. We really see that, like ecosystems, families are similar, that the individuals actually strengthen the whole, that everything working together is what creates health and what creates abundance and what creates balance, which is why with Family Tree, we are focusing on the family aspect of it, and we're broadening our aperture and understanding of what family means, not just to include our brothers or sisters, our mothers and our fathers, but our community, nature, and animals in the earth. So opening our understanding to a larger perspective of family. So we have a question. What does Family Tree Project look like? It looks like people activating and wanting to collaborate with us with the infrastructure and programming that we've built to start to bring these opportunities into your homes or into your communities or your neighborhoods or cities. And we start in the spring this year, but we will be discussing who are we going to be working with this winter. So ideally, we will get a few more opportunities on top of the ones that we're currently exploring in 3 different cities in the US, or 4, so that we know where we're going to be planting in 2020. And it's a big project. Collaboration is key. It's interdependent, just like the keys in nature, just like the air and the fire and the water and the earth. They all work together to strengthen us and sustain us. So where do we start? Here. Can you speak about one of the projects you've already hosted? Well, I can speak about a project that we worked in partnership with the Heart and Mind on, which was to provide about 2,000 trees to the indigenous people of the Sierras, the Santa Marta, the Mamos and the Sagas. And we were very grateful to have the opportunity to support them because their encampment, where they were being held during the COVID pandemic at the beginning, was being invaded by illegal mining. And in order for the illegal miners to be stopped by the government and to receive government interjunction, they needed to be able to build temples. And they couldn't build temples because the mining industry had also deforested their sacred groves. They only have two different types of trees that they can build these temples with. So, and those were the trees that were deforested. So we were able to work with private investment to make sure that they had all of the resources that they need, in addition to trees and saplings and seeds, also food for the 300 or 400 indigenous people that were on their native land, protecting the land from these kinds of invasions. So this is one of the projects. Thank you for asking. How can we get involved with Family Tree? You can email me, my name, Nicole, at roottoheaven.com. Can someone type that in? Nicole at roottoheaven.com. And I will answer. If you are serious, we want to talk to you because we have a really beautiful project and we have a really strong structure that's being built to be able to support it and sustain it. You speak more about the study showing that more green space. Yeah, there was a 2015 study done in the UK on 2,000 people. This is a controlled study, and it showed that abundance of crops, not only exposure to nature, but also the connection that people had with food was able to help lower crime rates because most of the time it appears that crime goes up as people face scarcity. And what the earth is constantly teaching us is that we have abundance if we remember how to be abundant. Is there anything I can do in my city now to help get the ball rolling? Anyone I should speak to in my town community? I'd say the first things first, and email Root to Heaven. We also have a contact page on the Root to Heaven website that is not just for letting us know that you want to participate, but that you need help. So there's a lot of questions there for those who or opportunities for those who want to get involved somehow, whether it's asking for help or whether it's lending a hand. And I think the biggest thing is to identify some key players in how you're going to move the project together, because just like everything in nature, this kind of project is going to take a lot of collaboration. And really, the reforestation initiatives and Family Trees is about bringing the knowledge back into the hands of the individual and the family and the community, so that we're no longer relying on anyone else to feed us or to reforest our environments, but that we can really take responsibility over creating that relationship. And this also has a really beneficial effect, scientifically speaking, on the human mind and the psychology, because it gives us a sense of belonging. What is the best way to show Mother Earth that we are grateful for her? By being satisfied with what you have. And I think really allowing yourself to ask yourself, what do you really need? We live in a culture of consumption and a culture of what's next and more is more. But when our hearts are full, and the earth teaches us this through the connection that we make when we touch the soil, and our breathing slows and our heart slows, and we see how abundant we actually are to be alive and to be experiencing all of the beauty that we get to experience in every day. We are given presence, and in that presence, we can start to ask ourselves about our habits and about our consumption. And regenerative culture is, yes, it's about the soil, and it's about creating carbon drawdown, and it's about making decisions that are going to help to heal the waters, but it's also about giving back more than we take. And so the best thing that we can do is to be satisfied and to take really, really good care of what we do have. So I think that is all for questions. Thank you so much to everyone at Heart and Mind Festival for inviting me to speak here today and share about Root to Heaven and Family Tree. It's a project that is rooted deeply in my heart and that I look forward to offering to the world. So thank you for the support. Thank you, Maestro Manuel and Renata, to all of the different guidance that you've given me along the path with Root to Heaven. And I look forward to continuing to plant really, really good seeds. Happy heart and mind.
Just go ahead and unmute your mic.
Here.
Okay, we hear you now.
We welcome Adrian Di Matteo. He is a graduate of the Eastman School of Music and a student of Maestro Manuel Rufino. For nearly 20 years, he has studied and traveled the world, exploring sound, language, music, culture, and how they affect the individual and collective well-being. With a holistic approach to science and consciousness, he offers a closer look at how sound itself can impact organic life. Thank you, Adrian Di Matteo.
Humanity has long studied the fundamental ingredients of life, among them sound, light, and the elemental forces of nature. The agricultural world deals intimately with the balance of these aspects of creation. Although soil, water, air, and light conditions have been carefully optimized for growth, the beneficial impacts of sound on horticulture have yet to be fully realized. In recent decades, numerous studies have shown the correlation between vibratory stimuli and plant development. As we continue to refine our understanding of these interactions, humanity stands to produce faster growing, more robust foods. At the same time, sound-based technologies are poised to promote healthy, revitalized ecosystems. To better understand how sound can affect organic life forms, let's look at the properties of sound itself. Sound travels via mechanical pressure waves. These pressure waves require a medium of particles to pass through, solid, liquid, or gas. As sound energy transfers through space, the affected particles compress and decompress. Depending on wave properties, they interact with the environment in many ways. Some waves are dampened by absorbent materials like fabric, while others bounce off of reflective surfaces such as glass, stone, or metal. We know that sound penetrates physical objects because, even within a closed room, we can hear sound from outside. If you place a glass of water on the table, vibrations transferred through the ground can cause the water to ripple. Our bodies, and those of plants, are full of liquid. Sound vibrations can penetrate cell walls and restructure fluids. Experiments showing that sound is capable of reorganizing matter were documented in Galileo's time. He observed, "As I was scraping a brass plate with a sharp iron chisel, I heard the plate emit a rather strong and clear whistling sound. I noticed a long row of fine streaks, parallel and equidistant from one another." This description of a geometric structure produced by sound describes a typical cymatics experiment. Robert Hooke and later Ernst Chladni would cover a metal plate in flour and use a violin bow to resonate it, causing the particles to reorganize into various geometric patterns depending on the frequency. Experiments such as these visually demonstrate the influence of sound on particles. The use of sound vibration to move a physical object is known as acousto-phoresis, literally sound migration. Researchers from Washington State University and UIC report that the ability to precisely trap, transport, and manipulate micrometer-sized objects, including biological cells, DNA-coded microspheres, and microorganisms, is very important in life science studies and biomedical applications. Our experiments show that polymer microparticles can be manipulated by ultrasound and form into a variety of patterns. Another study published in the National Center for Biotechnology Information concluded that the on-chip acoustofluidic platform is an effective tool for harvesting target microalgae from mixed populations of microalgae and other contaminants. A patent for technology using ultrasound and acoustophoresis to collect and separate microorganisms in water has already been submitted. All of this is relevant because it reveals that sound can be used to manipulate matter on the molecular level, There are many potential applications of this technology, such as isolating algae to clean polluted water sources, extracting it to produce biofuel, or harvesting optimal strains to solve the world hunger crisis. Another poignant principle of sound is constructive versus destructive interference. Sympathetic resonance describes a constructive process in which two similar waves reinforce each other, amplifying the sound. In the case of destructive interference, two opposing wave patterns reduce or cancel each other. The principles of resonance explain how amphitheaters acoustically amplify certain frequencies, why it's hard to hear a pin drop in a sonically competitive environment, and how a singer can shatter glass with their voice. If sound waves can break glass, what else can they degrade? The CDC states that loud noise can damage cells and membranes in the cochlea. Listening to loud noise for a long time can overwork hair cells in the ear, which can cause these cells to die. However, audible sounds outside of the 20 to 20,000 Hz range aren't the only sounds that affect living organisms. Frequencies above the human spectrum are ultrasonic, while those below it are infrasonic. The UK government published a 200-page report on the health effects of exposure to ultrasound and infrasound, stating that ultrasound has been used as a technology to promote the treatment of contaminated soil wastes. The contaminated soil is mixed with water and exposed to a source of ultrasound. Complex pollutant molecules are destroyed. Although pressure waves can damage cells, they can also stimulate them and promote growth. One study published by the National Center for Biotechnology Information found that white noise and bass sounds had a positive effect on the germination rate of maize seeds. Only 3 hours treatment produced an increase of about 8%, and 5 hours increased germination in about 10%. Marianne Liebert, Incorporated, published a study which concluded that musical sound had a highly statistically significant effect on the number of seeds sprouted compared to the untreated control over all 5 experiments. Similarly, Biomed Research International reported that sound is effective for stimulating the germination and growth of mung beans, suggesting that this technique has interesting possibilities in biophysics. While it would be a stretch to say that plants hear in an anthropomorphic sense, it is clear that they use auditory signals for communication and survival. A study published by ResearchGate explores how roots locate water using sound, leading them to conclude, "Our study clearly demonstrated that plants are able to use sound to locate water inside sealed pipes." They added, "Our results also showed that the presence of noise affected the abilities of roots to perceive and respond correctly to the surrounding soundscape." These findings highlight the urgent need to better understand the ecological role of sound and the consequences of acoustic pollution for plant as well as animal populations. Yet another article published in the National Library of Medicine asserts that sound waves affect plants at the biochemical, physical, and genetic levels. Thalecrest seeds exposed to sound waves for 15 hours a day for 3 days had significantly longer root growth than the control group. The root length and cell number in the root were significantly affected by sound waves. Furthermore, genes involved in cell division were upregulated in seedlings exposed to sound waves. They also found increased concentration of chemical compounds in the roots following exposure to sound. They conclude, "Our findings suggest that sound waves are potential agricultural tools for improving crop growth performance." Plants as well as humans stand to benefit from this applied science. The mushroom industry has been growing rapidly, with Cornell University reporting it to be valued at $34.3 billion by 2024, up from $20 billion in 2018. Mushrooms are sustainable, nutrient-rich foods with many industrial applications, ranging from mycotextiles to pollution control through a process known as mycoremediation. Research from the Chinese Society of Agricultural Engineering conducted an experiment on mushrooms using classical music and pre-recorded cricket sounds. They concluded that sound increased mycelium growth, accelerated their fruiting, advanced the harvest time, and extended the picking period. The audio treatment also increased the yields of edible mushrooms. The nutrient content of the mushrooms was also enhanced. Sound can even affect genetic expression, and ultrasound has been used in gene regulation. An exhaustive report from Kyoto University cited too many studies to include here, indicating that sound can impact DNA, RNA, cell membranes, tumors, cellular cavitation, and cytoskeletons. In essence, every part of an organism, from the molecular level up, has been shown to respond to sonic stimuli. It is no longer a question of whether sound affects plants or not. Now, our work is to study the incredibly complex interactions between sound and plants. So far, we've looked at how plants respond to sound, but what about the sound produced by plants themselves? Scientists from Tel Aviv University report that plants emit airborne sounds, which can be detected from several meters away. We were able to achieve high accuracy in distinguishing between drought-stressed, cut, and control plants, based only on the sounds they emit. These results demonstrate the potential in studying phytoacoustics and suggest that this form of communication may play an important role in plant ecology and evolution, and may have direct implications for plant monitoring in agriculture. They went on to suggest that nearby life forms could make decisions based on the sounds emitted by plants. Plant sounds can be effectively classified by machine learning algorithms. Other organisms may have evolved to classify these sounds as well and respond to them. For instance, many moths, some of them using tomato and tobacco as hosts for their larvae, can hear and react to ultrasound in the frequencies and intensities that we recorded. These moths may potentially benefit from avoiding laying their eggs on a plant that had emitted stress sounds. We speculate that plants could potentially hear their drought-stressed or injured neighbors and react accordingly. These are only a few among many published and peer-reviewed scientific articles which confirm that sound vibration plays a vital role in the life of plants. While many hypotheses born from this research have yet to be explored, the world can look forward to a vast frontier of research and development when it comes to the role of sound in various ecosystems. The field of soundscape ecology classifies sound into three primary categories: biophony, biologically produced sounds; geophony, non-biological, naturally produced sounds; and anthrophony, human-produced sounds. Research reveals that animals compete with each other for sonic territory, using calls at different frequency ranges and times of day. According to soundscape ecologist Bernie Krause, human noise pollution from machines, power lines, and airborne wave transmissions can directly impede animal communication. The Health Protection Agency reports that some products use airborne ultrasound to scare away animals. Farmers make use of this technology to deter pests. With increasing evidence that plants also respond to and produce sonic signals, we must consider the full spectrum impact of human activity on the natural world. To that end, sound could be used to stimulate the regrowth of forests, coral reefs, and other vital habitats. Since the 1970s, researchers at Damen-Herr in northern Italy have been developing technology to help humans communicate with plants. Their work acknowledges plant intelligence and suggests that plants can learn and interact with human beings and their technology. They published a statement that Damen-Herr researchers have created an instrument capable of detecting electromagnetic vibrations from the surface of the plant leaves to the root system. Such vibrations are then translated into sound through a MIDI interface. The pulse streams of each organism are unique, with each plant manifesting its own individual biological signature sound. The plants realize that the sounds emitted by the device are a consequence of their electric activity. Then they learn to modulate their impedance to change the sounds. When they interact with musicians, for example, they sometimes even repeat the same scales, the same tunes, and the same notes. That plants respond to music is widely known. Bentham published a study which found that music gave a positive effect on the in vitro seed germination and plant growth rate. Different genres of music exposure resulted in different growth rates on certain orchid species. Based on the findings, it can be concluded that different types of orchids need different types of music to influence the rate of its germination and growth. The achievement in discovering the best music to enhance orchid growth can promote a mass production of orchids worldwide. The notion of plant autonomy and intelligence faces stiff resistance from an anthropocentric scientific world that often writes off such claims as being pseudoscientific. Nevertheless, plants have been shown to modify their behavior in response to sound vibrations in the environment. Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory published findings that flowers exposed to the playback sound of a flying bee or to synthetic sound signals at similar frequencies produced sweeter nectar within 3 minutes, potentially increasing the chances of cross-pollination. Furthermore, plants may only release pollen in response to specific frequencies produced by bees, during a process known as sonication or buzz pollination. An article out of the University of Stirling describes the process. Buzz pollination captures an interaction between bees and flowers, representing the confluence of two related but separate phenomena. the production of vibrations by bees, and the effects of those vibrations on pollen release. Additionally, research from the University of Western Australia Centre for Evolutionary Biology found that root tips exposed to a frequency of 220 Hz grew in the direction of the sound source. Sounds generated by plants are known as plant bioacoustics. Monica Gagliano writes, "Plants emit sound waves at the lower end of the audio range, as well as ultrasonic acoustic emissions. Over the last 45 years, these acoustic emissions have been measured and described several times. Although we know plants emit and detect sound, we have yet to fully understand how these mechanisms operate. In essence, we are learning how plants communicate. With so much evidence of complex behavioral processes involving plant life and sound, it is reasonable to suggest that plants develop their own languages. Ancient people from around the world already claim to communicate with plants and acknowledge their unique forms of intelligence. Indigenous tribes, such as the Wirarika, Dene, and Kashinawa, sing specific chants and ikaros to communicate with plant medicines. Many traditional farming communities sing to and pray over seeds throughout planting, growing, and harvesting cycles to promote healthy crops. Gaononji of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy writes, "We have songs for planting. We sing to our seeds and say ancient prayers. We talk to the elements. We stand in a circle in our place of ceremonies and sing special songs. The men sing special sacred old chants. And when the men sing, we women clap our hands gently as we honor them. These special Atonwa songs are for men only, and they sing them to connect them to the Creator, and so they can sing for their life and be thankful." If we operate from the assumption that plants are not intelligent, we may never discover their advanced capacities. Until recently, the mechano-perceptual abilities of plants were largely unknown. Many scientists assumed human supremacy over plants and considered them to exhibit relatively limited life functions. Yet the reality is, humans are unilaterally dependent on plants for oxygen, food, and shelter. Algae and plants have had billions of years of evolution to develop their survival and communication strategies. Plants make use of sophisticated chemical signals to communicate through interconnected root systems, mycelial networks, and airborne pathways. We have only scratched the surface of the complex properties of fungi. The use of psychoactive plants for healing and exploring consciousness are yet another key to understanding how plants themselves might communicate with and through other life forms. Cacao of the Mayans, Wachuma of the Incas, Teonanaka of the Aztecs, Nishipa of the Kashinawa, and countless other plants used by ancient people represent thousands, if not millions of years of collective knowledge of plant technology. To these people, the relationship between humankind and plant life is not one of mere consumption and exploitation, but of veneration, mutual respect, and interdependence. Humanity has reached a crisis with regards to our environment in which science alone is unequipped to impress the importance of ecology on the human conscience. Perhaps indigenous wisdom keepers can offer some perspective on how to coexist in a sustainable way, as they have done for countless generations. Maestro Domingo Diaz Porta, founder of the Association of the Solar American Indian, writes, "Shamans know what a certain plant is for. The researchers ask, and how do you know? What study did you do? Who told you?" And the shaman says, "No, I talk to the plants, and the plants tell me what they are for." The researcher who goes to the city knows nothing about that. They are skeptical. They have a hard time believing that one can speak with the vegetable kingdom. But the shamans have the experience, because since childhood they are trained in the great school, the great university that is nature, and they learn to read that sacred book of nature that is available to all. But most people do not know that language and the way nature writes. Modern science is beginning to realize that plants communicate and respond to their environment on many levels. Sound is key to life, as integral as water, sunlight, air, and other nutrients. Plant growth can be helped or hindered by sound. Therefore, the impact of sound must be considered from the cellular level to the complex interactions of entire ecosystems. The deliberate use of sound could revolutionize our approach to agriculture and ecology.
Thank you, Adrian, for that wonderful presentation. We are going to have a short Q&A session. So everybody is welcome to post questions on Facebook and YouTube, and we'll be happy to share them with Adrian here. Before we get some questions, maybe Adrian, while you were researching this, was there anything that kind of stuck out to you that was particularly surprising, something that you didn't know before?
Yeah, well, thanks so much for having me and for the invitation to create this presentation. I'm a musician by training, and so it's only been in the past 5 or 6 years that I've started to connect the dots between how music and sound itself relate and how the science can support that these things are beneficial, not just for human consciousness and feelings, but for the life of all organisms in our ecosystem. So for me, what I learned through this research was that a lot of what I kind of felt to be true is substantiated by experiments and science. I was really glad to find concrete examples that sound is impacting, like I said, everything from the genetics of the plants up to, whole ecosystems. So I also noticed one of the big things I observed is that there's a huge lack of research. It seems like a wild frontier of study that humanity can get into. And I think that's really exciting for the future. It was a little surprising to realize how little knowledge we have managed to amass in the scientific sense. I was like, well, yeah, we control the soil, we control the light, we work on all of these details to try to make things productive. And here we've left out one of these fundamental elements of the universe, which is sound. It's something we've almost taken for granted. So that's what I was observing.
Thank you. All right, we have some questions rolling in. I'm just going to post them up here. So is there any evidence about the type of music that we may want to play to the food we eat or plants that we use for healing?
Well, there's been different studies that have been conducted with specific types of music, a lot of times classical music, but also different genres. And as in the case of the orchid study, there was evidence that it does depend which type of music for which specific plant. I think that, it's controversial to say, but that the intention has a lot to do with it. So the same way that you're sensitive to what you listen to and what makes you feel good and all of that, I think that having that consciousness that you're sort of feeding the plants with the sound, the same way that you would be fed by something. And there is a communication happening between us as living beings, not just the very physical explanation that, play these frequencies at this rate and this will happen to the plants. There's definitely truth to that. But I think there's a communication that's being established between us and plants, which may be one of the most important aspects of it. So if you're, for instance, doing this in your own home, maybe create your own simple experiment of a plant in one room that's exposed to sound and another one in a similar condition, perhaps in another room that isn't, the same type of plant planted at the same time, and just see, does the music have an impact, and start to make your own observations about that.
Great. Next question. People say that Mozart is particularly beneficial. Oh, hold on there. Wait. Particularly beneficial for plants. Did you find anything about this in your research?
Well, through my study of music, what I can say is that the music of Mozart is highly structured, organized, and very focused on sequences. So a lot of passages are played which create a pattern, and then the pattern is reutilized throughout the composition. And I think that frequency, stability, synchronization, all of those properties of the music are naturally going to be beneficial to the process of growth, because growth is also based on cycles and frequencies. The sun rises, the sun sets, the water comes and goes, and there's some stability to that process. So it would make sense to me from that level that Mozart would be beneficial for plants, because it is a highly structured, almost predictable kind of music that provides that stability.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh, that was twice. Okay. Are you going to start implementing this science in a more structured way so that it can be used to support research in the future?
definitely. I've actually already started communicating with some of the scientists connected to the community, and also the Flowering Sun Farm and the mushroom department of that, about how can we implement some of these experiments for ourselves. There are a lot of different factors that go into making a controlled scientific experiment that would be accepted by a peer-reviewed scientific journal, and we do want to make those experiments at that level. At the same time, I've encouraged that we just begin to play sounds. For instance, that one study that showed that classical music and cricket sounds directly impacted the growth rate. And I think that's something simple that we can start to do for ourselves and just see if we notice any differences. But collecting some equipment such as cymatics, studying cymatic plates, the Chladni plates, and speaker systems that are interconnected that we can feed underneath growing trays of sprouts and things of that nature would need to be acquired to do those studies. So I'm hoping to secure some of that scientific equipment so that we can do that. But it's definitely in the works, and I think within the next year we should hopefully already be doing some of those experiments.
Beautiful. All right, next question. Did you come across any correlation between meter and plant response? For example, faster or slower, rhythms or drones, which are in a sense not rhythmic?
These specific details, I have not found studies that go into that specificity. It seems like we're in a moment where it's just very general questions that scientists have been asking. And keep in mind that a lot of scientists are not musicians and don't come at it from that perspective necessarily, although there are many musicians who are physicists, and there is a sort of departmental research that could be beneficial here. A lot of these studies were done in collaboration with professors of music, just probably for some basic questions that they had. But like I say, it's a wide open field, and these are the exact kinds of questions that we need to be asking and testing on. What happens if we play a rhythm in 7/8 for 6 hours to a plant, or if we play a rhythm in 4/4 at a slower speed? There are so many possible variations. It's literally endless. So we're going to have to do a lot of work to understand those details.
I was just thinking, it's probably also really interesting to see what kind of music different plants like and dislike, because they're probably not the same across the board. They're probably, all different types of music and vibrations for each type of plant. So that'll be really interesting to find those type of things out. We have another.
I would just say it's true for humans. And, one of the things I think we have to be cautious of too is we have a tendency to project the human way of experience things onto the natural world. And we may have to keep ourselves open to realize, like, maybe plants don't make any type of judgment about like death metal versus classical music. Maybe, for them, it's a different sort of process. I don't know the answers to these things, but our subjective tastes versus the subjective tastes of plants might not operate on the same principles.
Wonderful. All right, we have more questions. This one is from Lori Harrison. Have you personally experimented with exposing the plants on the farm to sound, playing particular frequencies in the greenhouses or mushroom house? And if so, what have you all observed?
Well, I can say that a lot of music has been present with us through the process of planting, growing, and harvesting the plants. Sometimes we have, sacred songs from around the world and traditional music playing over the speakers, which you can hear on the entire farm. And I know that the individuals are also singing while they work. I even saw Sarah singing a little bit in the video when she was cooking her food. So these haven't been structured scientific experiments, but we've certainly been exposing the plants to sound. And I think that, the food has been amazing. It's growing very well. Can we attribute that to the music, or to what extent? In order for that to be a scientifically definitive statement, we would have to be able to isolate that the sound itself is what's causing those results in the plant growth. We're not at that stage yet, but we certainly have been using songs and music as part of the process.
Beautiful. I think that's all the questions for now. Anything else you want to share with people, things that they can check out that you're doing?
Well, you can go to my website, get in contact with me if you have any questions. I've started also a Facebook group called Elements of Sound in advance of the release of my book, which is going to be coming out in the coming year, which is all about how sound and consciousness interact. And so I'm always hungry for more information. If you found studies, if you found videos that are interesting, information about sound physics, it's in a place where we can continue the conversation and to share about all of that. So I'm very excited because a lot of the things that I've learned have come from researchers of other disciplines. Like I say, I started as a musician and I've ended up here doing a lot of different work. And so I'm very open to what people are offering to the conversation.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for all the stuff that you're doing. It's really beautiful and awesome, and happy that you're here sharing it. And I hope everybody can check out all the things that you're doing online. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, guys. Excellent work. I'm so happy that this is happening.
Beautiful. All right. Next up, we have another wonderful video by our friend Sarah at Flowering Sun Ecology Center. And she'll be teaching us how to make vegan nut milk.
I'm Sarah from Flowering Sun Ecology Center, and today I'm going to show you how to make vegan milk. You can use coconut flakes, oats, any sort of nuts. Almonds I have here, it's great if you soak them overnight. Pumpkin seeds. You will need a high-powered blender, a nut milk bag, a large bowl, and it's also nice to add some salt into it as well. If you're using coconut flakes, use about 2 cups of flakes to 8 cups of water. If you're using nuts, you can use less because they're denser, so about 1.5 cups. Then add warm water. However, you don't want it to be too hot like it is here, so I decided to add some cool water to cool it down because you don't want to burn your hands while you're squeezing it out. And then you can add about a teaspoon of salt. Start blending on low and slowly increase it to a high speed and keep it on high for about 3 minutes. Sometimes I also add just a couple pumpkin seeds to the coconut because sometimes the coconut doesn't emulsify properly. So if you have seeds on hand, I suggest adding a few of those. And now I'm going to strain it through the nut milk bag. Make sure you squeeze the bag really tight to get out all the juices because often the fatty stuff is at the end. So squeeze it really tight and pour into your jar and enjoy. So now I have completed making this delicious fresh milk and I'm going to enjoy it here with this cookie, but you can also use it for putting in soups or eat it with your cereal or many other ways you can use it, and I hope this inspires you to make your own milk at home. Enjoy!
All right, we want to welcome back Dream Seed for another musical contribution. This is by Chango Shola, an original song called Medicine People.
People grow like trees. May they dance in the winds of peace. May they dance in the winds of peace. May the medicine people grow like trees. May the medicine people grow like trees. Now their branches are growing leaves. Now their branches are growing leaves. May the medicine people grow like trees. May the medicine people grow like trees. Now their leaves are communities. Now their leaves are communities. medicine people rise up, please. May the medicine people rise up, please. Bless their lives and their families. Bless their lives and their communities. Now we're praying in a grove of cedar trees. Now we're praying in a grove of cedar trees, admiring each other's wings that are uplifting humanity as we're dancing in the winds of peace. And we'll raise in the heights of human potential, warriors of the spirit bringing sacred back to humanity, and our fists are filled with seeds. And we're raising the heights of human potential, warriors of the spirit bringing sacred back to humanity, and our fists are filled with seeds, pollinating eternally as we're dancing in the winds of peace. May the medicine people grow like trees. May the medicine people grow like trees. May they dance in the winds of peace. May they dance in the winds of peace. May the medicine people grow like trees. May the medicine people grow like trees. Now the branches are growing leaves. Now the branches are growing leaves. May the medicine people grow like trees. May the medicine people grow like trees. Now their leaves are communities. Now their leaves are communities. May the medicine people rise up, please. May the medicine people rise up, please. Bless their lives and their families. Bless their lives and their communities. Now we're praying in a grove of cedar trees. Now we're praying in a grove of cedar trees, admiring each other's wings that are uplifting humanity as we're dancing in the winds of peace. And we're raising the heights of human potential, warriors of the spirit bringing sacred back to humanity, and our fists are filled with seeds, pollinating eternally. And we're raising the heights of human potential, warriors of the spirit bringing sacred back to humanity, and our fists are filled with seeds, pollinating eternally as we're dancing in the winds of peace. And 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 we're dancing in the winds of peace. May the medicine people grow like trees. May the medicine people grow like trees. Now their leaves are communities. Now their leaves are communities. May the medicine people rise
Thank you, Dream Seed. And thank you, Django Shola, for that beautiful original music. So our next guest is Flowering Sun Ecology Center, our next door neighbors. Very happy to have them sharing all the things that they've been cultivating, all the knowledge and expertise that they've gathered through their years of experience. So the Flowering Sun Ecology Center was founded in 2018. They provide a large variety of plants and trees, both locally and nationally, while providing educational opportunities and experiential knowledge to those who wish to learn about creating a natural and symbiotic relationship between themselves and nature. Their mission is to provide useful and medicinal trees and plants that innovate the way we think about health, healing, and harmony. They are focused on supporting the growth and vitality of humanity and the earth through health-centered growing practices. Welcome, Flowering Sun Ecology Center.
Hi, my name is Sarah Filkill. I'm a co-founder of Flowering Sun Ecology Center.
My name is Alexander Hackney, but everybody calls me Z. And I'm one of the working members here at Flowering Sun Ecology Center.
Hi, I'm Mabel. I'm the bookkeeper and general organizational manager here at the farm.
My name is Dan. I'm part of the Flowering Sun Ecology team.
Hi everyone, my name is Naku and I work at Flowering Sun Ecology Center in upstate New York. I'm responsible for the tomatoes, planting, weeding. I also take care of the chickens here, make sure that they get their water and their food and clean their coop.
One of my main focuses has been the cultivation of mushrooms. It started out as a passion for and love for mushrooms, and I just wanted to bring this amazing source of food for myself and all of my friends. So it started like that, and we've been feeding everybody with delicious gourmet mushrooms, but it continued to expand. And now we're supplying over 300 pounds of mushrooms a week to the extended local community, to markets, to restaurants, and it's growing. It's amazing.
I got inspired to start farming actually when I was in college, and I was feeling really frustrated with the whole process, and I felt like, what am I learning here that I can bring into the world? And I had actually left college and I went and I started working on organic farms, and right away I felt like what I was learning was so immensely valuable, and I felt like I could go out into the world and what I have, this skill that I have, is going to help someone, it's going to help myself. And through there I started working on different farms and eventually met Z, and we decided to start a huge garden, and it just kept rolling from there. And right away I just felt the connection and the importance and the immense fulfillment that comes from growing your own food.
I've grown up around gardens and farming all my life. My dad had a really big garden and worked on a draft animal powered horse farm, which is so cool to be around. And then throughout my life, I've just really gravitated towards growing my own food and being involved in different organizations and projects that focus on growing plants, growing food, growing medicinal herbs.
There was always a vision here present to create a farm, to grow food for ourselves, for the community. When you move out of the city and into nature, it's kind of just a natural process to grow your own food, to connect with the earth. You have plants all around you outside. So the vision was there, present from many people. I was particularly inspired to just really make it happen, and I had some experience. So, we went ahead and did that, but the creation of the farm was done with many, many hands, and what we have here today would definitely not have been possible without all of those hands and the vision from the elders and the prayers from the elders to do so. So we're very thankful to be here.
So this is our 6th season, I think. I am always just absolutely amazed when I look around and see how far we've come. Each year we have more and more people coming, and it's so beautiful to see how it touches people and how people are inspired and want to be here and want to help.
One of the biggest things I value about growing my own food is the connection with the mother, with Mother Earth, learning about these different plants. Being able to work with these plants here, you get a really deep understanding of how special these plants really are.
The value of growing your own food, especially at this small scale, is so important right now because there's such a huge amount of our food that's grown on a commercial level where there's massive amounts of pesticides and toxic things that are going into our soil, into our food. And the soil is life. The soil is the immune system of the planet, basically. And so when the soil is depleted, the plants are depleted, and then the food that we're eating is depleted, and it all ripples out from there. And so if we can focus on putting our energy into these small-scale farms where we're treating the soil and we're putting back nutrients and fertilizer and using high-quality compost, then that's coming out through the plants, and then that's going back into our bodies. And it's hard work, and small-scale farmers have to really work hard to make it. But if everybody becomes aware of this and starts supporting that, then a huge shift can be made. And I think this is really what the planet needs right now. One of the things that the planet needs.
I really value seeing the evolution of the food that's on my plate. For an example, a piece of lettuce. Seeing it from seed and just the process of it going from seed and then flowering and then harvesting it, cleaning it, and then getting it on my plate is very fulfilling and satisfying.
Something that's really important for me in growing my own food is understanding where everything is coming from. Like, you can go to a grocery store and you can buy a carrot, but you don't really know who dealt with that carrot, who grew that carrot, what kind of conditions it was grown in. But when you can go out and just grow it yourself and see the whole process of growing this plant, it's really special and makes a huge difference in the way you interact with it while you're eating it, while you're cooking it.
When you grow your own food, you get to start something from a tiny seed and you get to see that thing flourish. It takes, care and attention and observation, and is a practice of meditation. I really value that.
With my children, knowing that they can just go out of the house and pull up a carrot or pick the peas or the cucumbers and the tomatoes and just gobble them up is such an amazing feeling. And seeing their connection, seeing that they can just go out in the yard and they know where everything is growing and that they love the vegetables and that they take care of them, and often they're watching out for them and they come and bring them to me. It's just incredibly fulfilling and meaningful and deep.
Oh my gosh, my favorite part of living on the farm is waking up each day, opening my curtains and seeing the farm, and being able to go to the chicken coop and getting my eggs in the morning and having farm fresh eggs, seeing the orange color of the eggs, and also being able to get herbs from the farm and greens and so forth. Just having the ability to go outside of your door and getting your food and preparing it and putting it on your plate, you can't get that anywhere. So I'm really, really grateful for that.
I have so many favorites about living on a farm. One of them is the way that I see my children growing up with the farm as their backyard. It's just part of who they are and their reality. They know the difference between a kale plant and a tomato plant and a cucumber plant, and they know when the cucumbers are ready to be picked, and they love to eat them. My daughter, before she ate anything, she would just stuff her face with tomatoes. And also a lot of the times they get to be involved in the harvesting and the digging, and it's just part of their life. And I can't even imagine how much they're learning through osmosis. I love just walking out into my backyard and seeing rows of lettuce and kale and the convenience. It's like, oh, we're out of kale. I know where to go get some. Don't have to drive anywhere. I think also just in my heart, it's so fulfilling and such a beautiful thing to share. If you don't know what to give someone, you can just bring them fresh veggies. It's like the best gift.
I love living on the farm because I can feel so connected to the earth and to the seasons and the cycles of everything through watching how things are growing. It's not just you visit a farm and you see, oh look, there's pumpkins and there's something else, but you can really understand the life cycles of all of these plants and the seasons of the land that you're on.
My favorite thing about being on this farm is being in a family, waking up every single morning and feeling like I'm a part of something that's really beautiful, seeing all the kids playing and just being part of that community. It's such a warm, beautiful, nurturing aspect of growing here.
My favorite part about living on the farm is waking up every day looking out the window and seeing, if it's the summer, this beautiful portrait that the landscape has painted of plants and fruits and vegetables. And if it's the winter, I see this amazing potential for the next year and all of the new things that we're going to grow. You know, we get to wake up in the same place and walk outside and see all of our neighbors, all of the community members coming by, all of the kids running around. We work hard, but it's also very spontaneous and very beautiful process to be here in the community and living.
There's a huge difference in the food that you grow and the food you buy in the supermarket. The food that you grow has a different vibration to it. It tastes much better, it's more nourishing, and you just have this relationship with the food versus the food you get from the supermarket, which doesn't really have that vibrancy. That's something that I've noticed.
The first year we grew cucumbers, I guess I had never tasted a cucumber that was so fresh off the vine. And I said to Z, what kind of cucumber is this? Like, it tastes so juicy and sweet and absolutely delicious. And I couldn't even, it tasted like a whole different vegetable. It was outstanding. Sometimes I think I'm a little bit spoiled because I don't really like buying tomatoes from the store or cucumbers. I'm very picky at this point when it comes to veggies. They're absolutely drastically different. The taste, the texture, the flavor, how long they last. You can just feel it in your body when you eat it.
The food we grow here may not always be as attractive as conventionally grown produce. You know, you can go to the grocery store and get something that's very uniform and symmetrical, and sometimes ours is a little funky, but it makes up for that in life force and in taste and just understanding where it's coming from and the care that's been put into growing it.
If you have access to farmers markets and things like that, then you know you're very blessed, but not everybody does. Anytime that you're able to go outside and harvest your own vegetables, your own food from your own garden and bring that inside to the kitchen immediately and eat it, the life force in that plant is amazing, and you can feel it when you eat it. And you also have the capacity to nourish that plant with all of the minerals and beautiful soil and all of your own prayers and all of your own intentions that you have for this being that's going to become a part of the body. And it's also a very spiritual process and a way to really connect with the world around us.
Growing this food and making sure that we have the most highly dense, nutritious soil, no fertilizers, everything being completely organic, you just taste the difference. There's so much life in all of these plants that we grow here, and it's so strong that, you know, it makes it difficult to eat food from a supermarket. You know, it's hard to eat a tomato when it's not, you know, from your own garden. So it just speaks to the whole experience of growing your own food and really understanding and learning about what these plants are. One of the missions here is for us to be able to share that knowledge so all people around the world can have highly nutrient-dense foods available to them.
Food grown on the farm definitely makes me feel really deeply nourished on all levels, like emotionally having had a connection to the plants and to the land that is grown on, cellularly just feeling the really deep nourishment of the soil that we have here and of all of the nutrients in the plants. And it feels really good to be connected to where my food comes from.
Eating the food that I've grown makes me feel full circle. When I finish cooking our meals, which I do a lot, and I sit down and I like to bring my kids together and poke at everything. Okay, we grew this is from our plate, this is from our farm. Sometimes, especially during the summer, 80% of what we're eating is from our backyard, and it just feels so real and true and human, really. And especially with my kids, sometimes we'll sit down and, like all kids, sometimes they don't want to eat their vegetables, and I remind them, hey, this is the spinach that you helped me pick before, these are the mushrooms that you picked, and they're like, oh, okay, I want to eat it. So if that's another way to get your kids to eat their veggies.
So we're here in our greenhouse where we grow greens in the winter, all winter, and we also, in the summer, we've been growing tomatoes and cucumbers and other heat-loving plants. and you know, it's we bring the kids out here sometimes, and they'll just pick up these leaves and just go ahead and just eat them fresh off the ground. And it's just a really beautiful process to watch the kids do that, and we're very thankful that we have this in our backyard.
Eating food that we've grown is a wonderful feeling because you've put so much work into it. So it's like getting that reward at, you know, so many hours of your labor and time of, you know, getting the beds ready, you know, raking, shoveling, planting, and watering over the extended, you know, months, then harvesting, washing, and eating that is just, it's coming full circle, and it's very appreciative of the entire experience. Not to mention it's really delicious and you can't buy it anywhere else.
The farm for me has been a journey with my family because we started the farm at the same time that we had our first little one that was born, Mayuna. Being here on the farm and having 2 more kids since then, I can just see that the farm is, you know, part of the family, and it really brings us together. I remember the first time Mayuna was out, she must have been 1.5. She was out in the greenhouse with me in late winter. We were planting seeds, and she was very focused and concentrated, and I could just see the beauty that farming and growing your own food can really bring to the family, and the connection that it really has for everyone to come together.
The farm brings the family together, or our family, in a way where we can always do something together. We bought our sonny Noah a little wheelbarrow, and we have many shovels for them, and he always wants to help. And same with my daughter. They're always wanting to dig the ditches or pick the tomatoes or whatever it is. They become involved, and it's a great lesson for the kids that they can do things. It really empowers them, and they love to help.
Well, I've seen with Sarah and Z how beautiful it is when they're all out there working together. We have so many really cute pictures of the little kids like trying out all the tools and really just getting into helping on the farm. And I love feeling the way the land connects all of us as a big family, and then us here on the farm as the farm family.
We gather weekly to harvest our food, where we all meet on a certain day, and we start the mornings together, and then we spend lunch together, and it's really special in that sense. And we also have days where we gather and do weeding or planting, and it's a good way to connect with each other while also connecting to the land.
The farm is such a central aspect of the community. It's a vital organ. It's centered around food and sustenance, something that we all share. It's centered around the seasons, the changing seasons. It's fully aligned with that nature. And it allows everybody in the community to plug in, to give something, and in turn to receive something. Every single aspect of this farm just, brings community, brings hearts together. Because you can't do it alone. It's a team, family.
If you're interested in starting to grow your own food, I would definitely suggest approaching it with an attitude of curiosity and exploration, not having too many expectations for, I'm going to grow these plants and I'm going to be able to feed my whole family, but just at the beginning getting into it for the relationship with the plants and for gaining the skills and the knowledge slowly.
Think about what you love to eat in the summer, whether it's tomatoes, fresh herbs. Certain plants are going to be easier to get a continual harvest from all summer.
You can just start with one tomato and just put it in a pot, and just really learn about this tomato. You could, get herbs, and just plant those, and, just start small, learn about the individual plants, and as you learn about each plant, that knowledge is going to continue to expand.
One thing that's really cool is growing microgreens. Microgreens are very nutritionally dense. They have a lot of vitamins and nutrients and antioxidants, and it's very easy to do in your own home.
I'm a mother of 3. I have a daughter who's almost 5, a 3.5-year-old, and a almost 1.5-year-old. So I've got my hands full. It's so much fun, and having the farm gives them something to do. They love going outside. If things are getting crazy, it's like, all right, let's put on our boots, let's go outside, let's go help dad, let's go get involved. And they're really helpful. They know what to do. They're strong. They can move soil. They can plant the seeds. They're super in touch and in tune, and they learn so much. So if you have kids, don't let that discourage you. It will be a science project for them, and they will want to help.
Start simple, start small, start where you're at, and if you can, find somebody who's done it before, who knows what they're doing. Books are great, information online is great, but farming is really a hands-on experience. So if you can find somebody that has had their hands and their heart and their mind in the soil before, then you're going to be able to gain a lot of direct knowledge from those people. So if you have any other questions, feel free to reach out to us, and we would be more than happy to help you get started.
Do not be discouraged. If you live in the city or a busy neighborhood or any of these things, there's so many ways that you can start growing your own food. There's also lots of community garden space, or volunteer on your local farm. There's so many ways to get involved. So don't hesitate, just jump in and go for it. And I'm sure that you will quickly feel the benefits and the love.
Oh, working on the farm has really deepened my relationship with the earth. You develop a relationship with nature and you start to see the earth in a different way, and I've learned to respect the earth and also see how compassionate and how kind and giving the earth is. And it's also shown me how connected we are with all the beings on the earth, the humans, the four-legged, eight-legged, the winged creatures, the microorganism, the soil. Oh my gosh, we're so connected. And also just noticing patterns in nature and patterns in humans. Like for instance, sometimes I'll be staring at the trees and noticing, oh, that looks really like our lungs. And the trees are what helps us breathe. And also noticing the beauty of nature, the patterns in the sunflowers, the patterns in the beetles and the bees. And it's been such a gift, and I have so much respect for nature and the divine.
Working on the farm has definitely helped me to feel more a part of the earth, to understand all of the cycles and seasons of what happens here on the land. And physically, just getting dirt under my nails, getting dirt in my hair, getting dirt in my mouth sometimes. It's beautiful to see that reciprocal relationship and how I'm becoming more of the earth the longer I work with it.
You really start to feel the earth under your feet. You start to feel the earth in your hands. You get the dirt under your fingernails. Maybe you eat something fresh out of the garden, get a little dirt in your mouth, and it really starts to kind of open you up and relax you and connect you with your body and with the earth and with the spirit of the earth. And you start to engage in this relationship, this pagamento, as the Kogi would call it, where you're really taking and giving, and it's this process of this movement with the earth and the spirit of the earth and the spirit of yourself that really helps to just make you feel alive and good and satisfied in the heart. So we highly recommend it.
Working on the farm has profoundly changed and evolved my relationship with the earth, and I feel that is the most important aspect that I've gained from this entire experience. It's hard to put into words. It's a very spiritual experience. You know, I started out just, doing physical labor, just, digging, shoveling. I loved plants, but I didn't really know about them in the way that I do now. And as I kept giving and giving and giving to Mother Earth, not just for myself, not just for my family and my community, but just giving, the earth really gave back and gave something really, really special. I feel a very deep connection now to all plants and animals and mushrooms, and it's a very special relationship, and there's so much more to grow and to learn, and ultimately this is something that will continue guiding me on this path and, continue helping me to be able to help our earth. And I encourage everybody to cultivate this relationship. It could be as simple as walking outside and just seeing a tree and looking at one of the leaves and, just appreciating the beauty. That's just so much is right there. And I'm very, very grateful for that.
Getting my hands in the soil on a regular basis is so grounding and healing. If I'm feeling stressed out or overwhelmed, I just go outside and I sit down, and that's all I need for a couple of minutes. You are in service to the plants and in service to the earth. You're not on a time clock. So like if the snow is coming, you have to finish covering the beds, and you need to work hard, but it is so worth it. And the payment that you get in return is not necessarily in money, but it's in the most nutritious food ever. It's in beauty. It's in that deep feeling, that knowing that you are doing something so good for the earth. And in these times when there's so much intensity going on in the world and uncertainty and sometimes things that are scary, just knowing that, wow, we're planting this food and we're growing it and we're sharing it with our friends and our neighbors, I know I'm doing something that's making a positive difference. And it's just like, it's such a building block, but it ripples out. Like food is what keeps us alive. And if we're starting there with this wholesome thing that is bringing a synergistic relationship, then I know in my heart that we're doing the right thing. And that is such a feeling of peace and fulfillment.
We also have some really great videos and material on our Instagram and on Heart and Mind TV that we will be publishing that will help you and guide you on your way to starting your own home garden.
Thank you so much to the members of the Flowering Sun Ecology Center. It's been beyond nourishing and edifying to be able to learn from the knowledge that you're keeping and the way that you're taking care of the earth and the farm and feeding the community. Thank you for all of your wisdom and for sharing your hearts so openly with all of us at Heart and Mind. I would like to just take a moment to talk about some of the causes that we donate to when we ask for donations through Heart and Mind. This past week or two, we were in contact with the Tayuna of the Sierra Nevadas de Santa Marta in Colombia, and they reached out because they needed help to build a channel for their village. Where they live in the Sierras, there is basically a food pantry of all of the traditional food: corn, beans, avocado, malanga, yuca, and that has been flooded due to torrential rains. And so as the rains has come to flood their land, they're facing food shortage. Mm-hmm. And one of the ways that they can prevent these floods from continuing to damage their crops is by building a channel or a canal to make sure that the waters of the rivers flow in a different direction. So we just wanted to let you know this is the kind of project that your donations go to. And over 10 years, all over the world, we have been supporting projects like these with nations and communities like these with your donations. So we really, really appreciate your continued support. If you feel called to donate, there is a link available through the chat, and we appreciate the help. Thank you. And this is Kira Galska. She is one of the pioneers of the Heart and Mind Festival, and she will be introducing a very, very special group. Thank you so much, Kira.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I feel very honored to be here today, and I am especially honored to introduce these next presenters. This group is called the Rainbow Sprouts. Rainbow Sprouts is a group of children that play together, they learn together, and most important, they teach us adults that children are some of the most important seeds that we cultivate. So please sit back, relax, and allow the Rainbow Sprouts to bless your hearts with their message of love, and wisdom.
Seeds are planted deep, deep, deep in the ground. They sleep, sleep, sleep. Yellow sunshine, bright, bright, bright. In the morning light, light, light. Gentle breezes blow, blow, blow. Seeds begin to grow, grow, grow. Grow and grow and grow and grow. Seeds are planted deep, deep, deep in the ground. They sleep, sleep, sleep. Yellow sunshine, bright, bright, bright. Falling light, light, light. Gentle breezes blow, blow, blow. Seeds begin to grow, grow, grow. Grow and grow and grow and grow. Seeds are planted deep, deep, deep in the ground. They sleep, sleep, sleep. Yellow sunshine, bright, bright, bright. Light, light, light. Gentle breezes blow, blow, blow. Seeds begin to grow, grow,
That was great. Thank you so much to the Rainbow Sprouts. It's a really beautiful program to be supporting and to be learning from. We are very grateful to the parents for allowing us to share whatever it is that we can share and to learn from the children who are so wise. It's Tito. We would now like to welcome Maestro Benito Apaza from the Caro Nation and Tito La Rosa, the sound master from Peru. Tito La Rosa is a descendant of the Quechua Indians of the Peruvian Andes. For many years, he has been recovering and preserving, studying, and intuiting the ancestral music of Peru. He is a curandero de sonido, a sound healer, who enters into an altered state to bring forth sounds that elevate, allowing for healing and balance to occur. Maestro Benito Apaza belongs to the Apaza lineage of the native Caro Nation. The Caro, who live above the sea level 4,500 meters in the state of Cusco, are known as the guardians of the Andean wisdom tradition. He carries the flower blessing and despacho ceremonies. We are very grateful to welcome back our dear and beloved friend Tito La Rosa and Maestro Benito Apaza to the Heart and Mind. Enjoy.
Ampoy apo sanggati apo hayangati ampoy chiskunan kayana pawai ku kalpanchawai ku fumasta pincha colpintrang nata maestro Rufino sumak yang kuinimpis kuinimpis nata apo sawasiyay apo pitusiyay pumawangka apo chikong nata Machu Picchu na Picchu ampoy pipi kunan kayana pawai ko nata haber limalasta San Cristóbal Puascarán nata heliporto Jorge Chávez ahora nata Estados Unidos ya nampa por nasirimpan nata haber apo Chapayana Abriente Chingana kunan hampoy tabantin soyo apo kuna illa tersi viracoche hachachila kuna illa pakuna Hampoichis Pachamamakuna, Purinastakuna, Kokunastakuna, Hampesnastakuna, Minsinukuna, Hampoichis.
La religiosidad y lo sagrado en nuestra tradición, en tiempos ancestrales, se vivió a través del culto a la tierra y a la semilla. Toda la espiritualidad, las ceremonias, los rituales estuvieron vinculados a la madre tierra, a Pachamama y a Muju, la semilla como continuidad de la vida. También la mitología de origen de nuestra cultura, de nuestra tradición, el mito estuvo vinculado a la semilla. Tenemos la protectora de la semilla, Mama Raiwana, una mujer mitologizada que era guardiana y protectora de la semilla y fue la encargada de repartir los secretos de los cultivos a los pobladores ancestrales.
Mira, Huaycaicona, Panaicona, que saranchis, umas mamasada, uvinasada, paracaizada, panti paraca, yuras paraca, huacanqui, chumpi, muru paraca, qillo uvina, chulpi, yuras paraca, culisada, llapanqui, mojunchiscuna, pachamamanchis, sumaqta, uywapuanchis, apunchiscuna, ki para ki pollo, una ichata uywapuanchis, ki mijukunanchis, llapachanchis, paqteximuy runamasinchis-kunapaq. Ki mamasara, paraqaysara, ch'umpisara, ch'ulpisara, uwinasara, ch'umpi uwina, yuraq paraqay, muru paraqay, puku paraqay, ashkalasi. Chunka tawawaq wasi maízkunan sarakuna kaypi kashan. Allinmi, kashallantaqmi kaypi, maqt'illu papa, piruanita papa, kumpis papa, q'illuluntus papa, wayru papa, wisaspis kashanmi. Kiy mujunchiskuna, munay tarpusqa kiy mujukun, kiy papakuna manan abonuwanchu, imachu, llamawanuwan, paquchawanuwan wiñaqmi kiy mijuyninchiskunaqa. Chillan rimaykuni, gracias. Urpishun qoy.
Los símbolos en nuestra tradición, los símbolos que eran illas, ¿no? Sacralizadas, estuvieron vinculadas a la semilla, al maíz. También los ciclos de la vida estuvieron relacionadas a la semilla, ¿no? Había tiempos para sembrar, había tiempos para cosechar, había música para celebrar la cosecha y música para iniciar la siembra. Cuenta la tradición que la mujer era la encargada de proteger a las semillas a través del tambor, tocando tambor y cantando, protegían los cultivos, pero también los llenaban de poder y de energía.
Ya, ki saranchishkunan, llapanchispa mijukunanchispa, ajapi, tamalpi, umintapi, sarapilapi, saramotepi, chuqlluwaykupi, imanapi mijunanchispa, llapallanchispa, manan huk runallapaqchu, llapanchis tiqsimuy runamasinchispaqmi, ki saranchiskuna, munayta uywawanchis, pachamamanchis, apunchiskuna, hanaq pacha tayta inti mama kiya, parawan, puyuwan, pachamamanchis, munaytan uywawanchis, ñuqanchis pura ninakunas, payqa qillan, payqa machaqmi, imaymata imas, manchinatachu, Pachamamanchis, apunchis, paniwanchis, munaychatan uywakuwanchis.
Tenemos un día donde celebramos a la Madre Tierra, a la Pachamama, el Huatacayari, el 1 de agosto, día en que se abren los primeros surcos para que la tierra, después de haber descansado todo el mes de junio y el mes de julio, pueda respirar, pueda recibir el abono y pueda recibir las semillas, ¿no? Eso es en el mes de agosto. Entonces, el mes de agosto es el mes de la siembra, ¿no? Agosto, septiembre, el mes de la siembra. Y también las semillas estuvieron vinculadas a la ofrenda, a la ofrenda a la Madre Tierra, lo que llamamos el pago a la tierra, la ofrenda a la Pachamama. Las semillas de diferentes frutos de la tierra son ofrendadas, vuelven a la tierra y establecen un ciclo de vida, ¿no? Circular. También en nuestra tradición se levantaron templos para culto a la semilla, para experimentación de las semillas, de la variedad. La semilla estuvo vinculada a la diversidad, ¿no? Y la diversidad en nuestra tradición es la vida, no a una sola semilla. La semilla es diversa, su naturaleza es la variedad, se comparte las semillas, sirve de interrelación. Por eso nosotros defendemos la diversidad de las semillas, no a monsantos, no a una sola semilla, no a un solo idioma, sí a la libertad, a la diversidad, a compartir los secretos de la semilla. Música, Benito. ¡Hacha!
Recién chaykismanta wayqichaykuna chaykuna tukaykusa hallchata Q'illu llaqtaymanta.
Música ritual para la semilla.
rezo, rezo. Umakte poni kunang kao pachetera pachamama yana pantoito. Kai panchoito itu. Ampun, ampun, ampun. Mais nengo mais sama ilho mais tak chucha. Ampun kunang kao. Escuta o suco. Apo sawasigai apo tutusigai kunang kao puchiku. Чим хмурчи гонг смак сансрей гутсей испыта усана порцена
Hi, I'm Sarah from Flowering Sun Ecology Center, and today I'm going to show you how to make some sauteed greens. Any form of dark leafy greens will work. You'll need some fresh lemon juice, some garlic, some salt, and high quality cooking oil. I like to use coconut oil. And then of course a pan and a sharp knife. So let's go. Turn your stove on to medium heat and add about a tablespoon of coconut oil. In the meantime, you can finely mince your garlic. I'm using about 2 cloves here, but of course you can use more if you're a garlic lover. Add the garlic to the hot pan and stir it up well. Keep a close eye on it because it can burn quickly. And while that's sizzling, you can chop up your greens. Here I'm using braising mix, but you can use any dark leafy greens, kale, collards. When the garlic is starting to brown, you can add the greens and about a half teaspoon of salt. Of course, you can add more if you like salty things, and give it a nice stir. These will cook for about 5 minutes. Once they've fully wilted, turn the heat off, and you can add a fresh squeeze of lemon juice. The vitamin C in the lemon juice helps your body more easily absorb the iron in the greens. And now it's time to eat these delicious greens. Let's try. Yummy.
Wow, thank you, Sarah. That looks so delicious. Thank you also so much, Tito and Maestro Benito, for sharing that wisdom and the beautiful sounds. And thank you for being such a great friend to the Heart and Mind Festival. We so appreciate you always being willing to share sounds, wisdom, and just beautiful, heartfelt words. So thank you so much. Now, next, we are very honored to welcome Yubu Hunikuan to the Heart and Mind Festival. Yubu Hunikuan is the vice president of the Federation, which oversees 108 Hunikuan villages in the state of Acre in the Brazilian Amazon. Yubu is a political and spiritual leader that radiates joy, gratitude, forgiveness, and his love for the forest and nature. Thank you for being here with us.
House, só alegria e muita gratidão. Meu nome é Yubu, sou do povo Hunikuin. Muita gratidão pelo convite para participar do festival Sementes e Mesa. E é uma honra estar fazendo parte desse festival e falar do nosso cultivo sagrado. Tudo que cultivamos hoje pelo povo Hunikuin é sagrado. Temos diversas espécies e variedades de cultivo tradicional do nosso povo. Cultivamos um tipo de milho, que é milho massa, que talvez só os povos indígenas da Amazônia que cultivam esse tipo de milho. E fizemos roçados com diversidades de cultivos, de batatas, mandioca e amendoim. Amendoim é o único povo do Acre que cultiva. E as sementes sagradas, todas as sementes para nós são sagradas. E o que cultivamos, que para a gente é muito especial, é amendoim. Temos diversos tipos de amendoim, que é cultivado em 2 tempos, na época de chuva e na época do verão. E também do milho, que a gente chama de bunintum, é o milho massa, o milho vermelho que tem massa dentro. E a nossa comida sagrada, temos diversos tipos de comida e de caiçumas, que são bebidas feitas com a base de amendoim, com macaxeira, amendoim com milho, amendoim com banana, diversos tipos de batatas, sopas com brotos de tacana, e que pra gente são comidas sagradas e comidas tradicionais. E fazíamos uma festa específica para chamar os espíritos dessas plantas, que a gente chama de Katianauá, que são festas que duram entre 3 e 1 semana, entre 3 dias e 1 semana. Essa festa, todas as músicas são relacionadas ao cultivo, de chamar os espíritos das plantas que estão no céu para ter uma boa produção. É a festa da fartura, é a festa da fertilidade e com muita comida. A prática de conservação das sementes, tem algumas sementes que as mulheres são responsáveis pelo armazenamento e pela seleção das sementes que vai plantar para a próxima safra. Principalmente os tipos de amendoim, o milho e as batatas. E a melhor prática é o compartilhar com outras comunidades, fazer a troca, buscar aquilo que não tem, que não tem na sua comunidade, e compartilhar aquilo que a outra comunidade não tem. Isso tem sido a melhor prática de conservação e de fortalecimento dessas sementes. Nós temos várias histórias ligadas à agricultura. Uma delas, que na nossa história, foi a estrela, que trouxe os legumes do céu. Trouxe todas as sementes que a gente cultiva até hoje. E depois ele voltou para o céu. Ele teve 6 filhos e voltou para o céu com esses 6 filhos. Por isso hoje vemos 7 estrelas juntos no céu. E uma outra história foi o esquilo, que na nossa língua é Capaiuxibu, que regenerou de novo a nossa agricultura. A gente tinha perdido por algum motivo e ele trouxe uma outra vez tudo aquilo que a gente planta. Trouxe o fogo e a agricultura. Rausch, muita gratidão. E falar também o quanto é importante do mundo conservar as sementes tradicionais, as sementes sem modificação genética, que cada povo tem suas sementes sagradas. Que conservamos isso. Muita gratidão pela oportunidade. Rausch, só alegria. E eu vou cantar uma música, 2 músicas. Uma música que fala, que a gente canta durante essa festa do Katianauá. Uma música que fala das flores e outra música que fala da semente. Shanopino mistini, Shanopino mistini, Shanopino mistini, Shanopino mistini. Bim bim ikai, bim bim ikai. Bim bim ikai, bim bim ikai. Hawan hua akati, hawan hua akati. Atahua akati, atahua akati. Shanopino mistini, bim bim ikai. Shana Pino Mistini, Bim Bim Ikai. Hawan Hua Akati, Hawan Hua Akati. Shiki Hua Akati, Shiki Hua Akati. Shiki Buru bien bien, Shiki Buru bien bien. Ataburu bien bien, Ataburu bien bien. Tamaburu bien bien, Tamaburu bien bien. Baramburu bien bien, Baramburu bien bien. Hi, truhi. House. Só alegria e muita gratidão. House. Mimu kahunira, haia, ia. Mimu kahunira, haia, ia. Mukauni paui, haia, ia. Mukauni paui, haia, ia. Pauti biruakan. Haia, ia, pauti biruakan. Haia, ia, batatua bata. Haia, ia, batatua bata. Haia, ia, batatua batanki. Haia, ia, pau bata sonamu. Haia, ia, pau bata sonamu. Haia, ia, haia, ia, habu matirakanu. Haia, ia, habu matirakanu. Haia, ia, pau matirakanu. Haia, ia, pau matirakanu. Haia, ia, haia, ia. House, pasansani pakutita na marikangi. Pamania ketanimu, pakuchi. Hi. Ha. Ra. Ha. Ra. Ra. House. Só alegria.
Thank you so much, Yuba, for sharing about the seeds and the flowers and the way that you cultivate your sacred food and your medicine, and how much harmony it brings you to live in the prosperity and the freedom of diversity. And thank you to the Mamos of the Sierra de Santa Marta, Colombia, who are going to be sharing with us about their traditional seed ways. Mamo Rodrigo comes from a lineage of Mamos that goes beyond his great-grandfather. His family comes from the Cacamakua lineage, and there have been Mamos in his family every single generation. Mamos are the spiritual leaders or priests of the Teuna people. They are counselors for their communities, and they perform all important ceremonies for their people. Mamo Rodrigo has been chosen as a bridge between his nation and the world. We thank you so much to all of the Mamos and Sagas for the continued trust and relationship with the Heart and Mind Festival. Welcome.
Ok. Estamos organizando. Llegó la saga Fidelina. Y aquí estoy yo. y vamos a saga Mimam Piash. A veces nos toca hablar en español porque con los arhuacos casi no nos entendemos. Sí, difícil entender. Sí. Entonces, a veces nos toca utilizar la lengua española para poder entender. Falta una saga, va a venir una saga, pero vamos a estar iniciando ya.
Mamo Rodrigo, permíteme un minuto. Let me give you a little bit of background information. The 4 tribes in the Sierra that belong to the Tayuna or Tairona big group, the ones that are closer in language, they could understand each other well. The Wiwas and the Cocos. The language of the Arhuaco group is totally different. So, at the moment, we only have Kogis, 2 Mamos Kogis. We have Mamo Sensio, Kogi Mamo. His gift is plants. We have Mamo Narciso, Kogi Mamo. Mamo Narciso is an old Mamo and very respected in the community. We have Mamo Rodrigo, Wiwa Mamo. He is not only a Mamo, a maestro. He teaches music, traditional music, and he knows how to weave the walls and the hats. He is also a leader for his community. And we have the Saga Fidelina that just show up in the screen. She's Arhuaca. And when Mamo Rodrigo was talking to her, he had to switch to Spanish instead of talking to her in Wiwa or Kogi, because the Arhuaco language is very different for the rest. As a matter of fact, you could see Kogis and Wiwas getting together as a couple, but never happens between the Arhuaco groups and the rest of them.
Muy bien. Presentar, agradeciendo al maestro, agradeciendo a Eugenie, agradeciendo a otra persona y también agradeciendo a los mamos aquí presentes que supuestamente hicieron esfuerzo para llegar. Yo estoy muy agradecido de verdad porque estoy acompañado de ellos, de ella. Entonces, vamos a iniciar ahora, antes de hablar, con el canto de Mamo Sensio. Va a tocar el tambor para animar nuestra sabiduría y nuestro cuerpo a hacer. Sí.
Okay, Mamo Rodrigo is telling us that Mamo Sensio, a Kogi Mamo, he's also a healer and knows a lot about herbs, is going to begin drumming, because drumming is the way that they request authorizations for the different elements in nature to begin. So the drumming is for that, and also to uplift us, all of us.
Hagamos nuestras manos así. bien, entonces vamos a poder iniciar la importancia de la semilla. El tema de hoy les he estado comentando desde ayer que vamos a tocar el tema muy importante, el tema de la naturaleza y tanto de la humanidad. Cuando hablamos de semilla, estamos hablando los bebés, cuando hablamos de la semilla, en fecundación estamos hablando el niño que aún todavía está en la mamá todavía. Entonces, esta es la gran importancia que vamos a iniciar ahora con los mamos.
Okay, dame un minuto, Mamo Rodrigo. After Mamo Sensio did some drumming, they get the authorizations to begin. Mamo Rodrigo is telling that what they are going to talk about today is about the seeds. And he's telling us that the seeds are very important because seeds represent newborns still in the mother's womb. So a seed is like newborns that are not born yet, are still in the mommy's tummy. Mm-hmm. So he's going to talk about that.
La importancia de la semilla. Los mamos, los ancestros, conocemos cuando un pájaro canta, ya sabemos qué está diciendo ese pájaro. Cuando un pájaro del suelo canta, ya sabemos qué está advirtiendo. Cuando va a florecer las frutas, el pájaro canta. Taminsky otro pájaro cantó. Ya los ancestros inmediatamente dicen, hay que hacer pagamento porque este pájaro está cantando. Los pájaros de varias clases, los ancestros, los mamos, saben todos. No canta porque los pájaros quieren cantar, sino está avisando las semillas de frijol, de yuca, de malanga, de aguacate, de plátano y otros tipos de semillas, está avisando. Los mamos escuchan inmediato. Y luego de escuchar esta música, se reúne toda la comunidad. Así como estamos, más mamos se reúnen. Luego de reunirse los mamos, inmediato de lo que hacen, primero en la concentración. ¿Sí? La concentración. Si vamos a hacer pagamento a esta semilla, entonces lo que vamos a hacer son primero agradecimiento con los mamos. Hacen la consulta. ¿Qué mensajes ha escuchado a cada uno de nosotros? Los mamos reúnen de ese mensaje y luego inicia a recolectar lo que tiene que ver las semillas, las frutas, todo lo que hemos visto. Una vez esto, cuando estamos haciendo de la planta, estamos haciendo las semillas de las personas, las semillas del hombre. Todo tenemos que saber por qué. Entonces, piensa hacer la consulta para identificar, escuchar. ¿Y qué ha dicho Abutana? ¿Qué Abutana ha dejado para realizar este tipo de pagamento?
Mamo Rodrigo, permíteme traducir. Mamo Rodrigo was telling us that the mamos and the ancestors, that all the people, the indigenous people from the Sierra, when they hear the different birds of the Sierra singing, they know the language of the birds, and they are saying that those birds do not sing because they want to sing. The purpose of the singing birds is to give us a message. And the message that the birds are saying is about the seeds of the native species of the Sierra. So will be the birds by singing and giving messages about the malanga, about the yucca, about the plantain, and other species that grow in the Sierra. When they listen to the different birds singing, the mammals gather and they gather and do consultation to know what kind of ceremony or pagamentos they need to do for the seeds, to honor the seeds and in deep appreciation of them. After the consultations, they will have a better idea what is going on. They also said that by honoring and by doing ceremony or pagamento for the seeds, in reality, they are also doing a pagamento or ceremony for the seeds of us, humans, the seed of the man. So by honoring seeds in the plant kingdom, they are also honoring the seed of a man. And then they will have to wait after they gather to understand what the birds were trying to tell them. They gather to wait to receive messages from Abu Tana. Abu Tana is the god or the deity regarding to the dreams. And one of the ways that the mammals consult or do a consultation is through the dreams they receive. So they do the gathering, they do the consultation, they do pagamentos, and they wait because Abu Tana, through their dreams, is going to give them more information.
Una vez la persona, la gente, las comunidades o los miembros, aunque no sean mamos, pero Abu Tana ha avisado. ¿Cuál es el mensaje que ha traído Abu Tana? Por medio de esta recolección de este material sagrado espiritual que soñó durante ese sueño, durante ese Abu Tana, sería muy importante hacer pagamento. Pero ¿a quién le pagamos? Se pregunta, ¿a quién le pagamos? Pues hay que hacer pagamento a la madre, a padre naturaleza de las plantas. Supuestamente yo soñar, ejemplo, con un calabazo, recogiendo calabazos, ¿sí? Significa algo muy importante el sueño. El sueño le está diciendo que le trajo a Abu Tana para recolectar y llenar los requisitos sagrados para realizar este tipo de pagamento contra las sequías, contra las hormigas, contra malestar. Una vez esto, los mamos mandan a recoger en pensamiento las frutas de oro, comienza el chilaquichi, las tumas, por supuesto a través también de avisos de la música de diferentes pájaros que canta, avisa, que le está diciendo, cada pájaro avisa, no solo canta por cantar, otro anunciando que va a haber flor, otro está anunciando que casi no va a haber semilla porque se va a secar esta flor, se va a caer esta flor. Otro está anunciando que va a haber buena cosecha. Otro está anunciando que durante esta cosecha va a haber un riesgo. Entonces también existe pájaro cantando alrededor de esta de esa finca, advirtiéndoles que hay que tener muchos cuidados porque dentro de esa cosecha va a haber animales peligrosos, animales que le va a morder, animales que como serpiente, como alacrán u otros tipos de animal que va a atacar a las personas. Por eso, culturalmente, la finca la llamamos Shamaya. Shamaya, aquí en físico, es una mujer viuda, pero espiritualmente Shamaya es la cosecha. En esa cosecha se está cultivando todo tipo de bastimentos y hay que cuidarla como si fuera una mujer. Por eso los ancestros la llaman esa finquita o ese rosita o esa cosecha que va a estar haciendo, la llaman Shamaya. Hay que buscarle liendra, hay que buscarle piojo, hay que buscarle, así la llaman los ancestros, para que uno como persona interactúe o como persona se apropie de esa finca de manera como unas personas. Cuando estamos tratando así a esta cosecha, espiritualmente nos está viendo que estamos tratando así a otras personas aquí en físico, o las mujeres jóvenes. Todo eso lo estamos protegiendo, nos está viendo espiritualmente cuando protegemos a esta cosecha.
Okay. Vamos, Rodrigo, espérame. Then after they did the first consultation and pagamento, the beginning of a series of pagamento, they wait to receive messages from Abu Tana, which is the deity of the dreams. And then they said that Abu Tana not necessarily will give the message to the Mamos. It could be any other person in the community, or it could be a Mamo. But they have to pay attention to those messages. They said that when they receive the message, they have to do a specific ceremony or pagamento to the plant aspect in nature, to the plant kingdom in Mother Nature. And then he gave us some examples. He said that when somebody in the community or a mamu have a dream about a pumpkin, and the pumpkin is full of seed, they are already receiving a message for the future. And when they see a pumpkin with seeds, after they gather to interpret the songs of the birds, that means that in the future, in the near future, they are going to experience drought and illness. And in order for them to prevent that to happen, they will do a specific pagamento ceremony that they will collect fruits, but these are fruits made of gold. Let me say something. The Mamos, when they do pagamentos or ceremonies, they can do different types. One is through visualization, and the other ones is through physical objects that they offer. When they offer, for example, tumas. But this pagamento with the pumpkin and the seeds, to avoid the drought and the illness, they will do through visualizing different kind of fruits that they have in the Sierra, but made of gold, and offering those fruits to Mother Nature, specifically to the plant kingdom. The songs that the birds are singing, not only they sing about that the plants are going to be blooming, they are also give messages about if they are going to have an abundant crops, if they are going to get a lot produce, depending on what is the field or what they are planting, or if they are not going to get a good a good crop because for whatever reasons. They say that Abutana, the messages from the birds, could also tell them about dangers or negative circumstances with whatever the thing they are planting. For example, they said that a bird can tell the mammals, okay, in that plantation that you have of malanga or plantain or another type of plant, you will need to be careful because there will be wild animals. And when you go to harvest to get your thing, somebody could be injured by these wild animals. There are risks. So the birds are also telling them about that. They said that they call farms, you know, the little farms that they have in the Sierra when they plant, they are the equivalent to a woman. And they said that farms is like a widow. And they say that they call these farms, small farms, chamaya. And then because they make this equivalence between a widow woman and a farm, they take responsibility to take care of the farm in the same manner they will take care of their woman.
Entonces, ¿por qué es importante la semilla? Una vez cuando un bebé nace un bebé, ¿sí? Bueno, vamos a hablar antes de nacer.
Okay.
Cuando un bebé ya está en la fecundación de un mes o 2 meses, antes de un mes, los mamos inmediatamente hace pagamento de la semilla. Esa persona que ya está embarazada, pues tiene que atraer esas semillas, todo tipo de semillas en pensamiento para hacer pagamento a la madre naturaleza, para que este bebé crezca sana y fuerte. Y luego de eso, ya durante los meses, aún todavía esa persona sigue realizando pagamento de las semillas. Una vez al nacer este niño, cuando ya nació ese niño, pues son unas normas de la cultura. Esa persona, papá de este niño, mamá de este niño, va a buscar todo tipo de semillas, como de yuca, de malanga, de cebolla, de arracacha, todo tipo de semillas que exista, y luego traer a esa semilla en donde se va a estar bautizando. ¿Para qué se va a estar bautizando? Momento cuando nosotros hacemos este pagamento por las semillas, estamos haciendo pagamento de este bebé que nazca sano y fuerte. Entonces, una vez hacer este pagamento, por supuesto existe una norma cultural a esa persona con sus parejas para hacer pagamentos a las plantas al mismo tiempo. Al mismo tiempo se hace una ceremonia con estas semillas, con este tipo de semilla. Por supuesto, la persona de salir de ahí va a sembrar las semillas, siembra el día siguiente. Una vez de sembrar esto, ya cuáles son las que va a sembrar las semillas de esta persona, de este bebé. Por supuesto, está el saco, el placenta, para poder sembrar en ciertos puntos también en donde se va a hacer pagamento de estas semillas. Una vez de hacer este trabajo, ceremonia, se cocinan las yucas ralladas, por supuesto joro, por supuesto carne seca de las montañas, por supuesto con las músicas, por supuesto con bailes. Una vez de estos bailes, todo eso ya durante 4 días transcurridos es en donde se siembra la placenta para realizar pagamento durante su futuro, cuando el niño sea grande, el que va a hacer pagamento de su semilla, va a hacer entrega de todos materiales, dinero de Conacultura, dinero de Shiriwa, dinero, va a ser pagamento en este punto en donde está conservado o archivado este conocimiento que se llama placenta.
Mamo Rodrigo, espérame. Okay. Why Mamo Rodrigo is asking us why the seeds are very important for the teyuna, for them. And he's saying that at the beginning of the pregnancy, when it's the first month of the pregnancy, all the mamos will do ceremonies for that woman that is pregnant. But this is at the very beginning of the pregnancy, during the first month. And the ceremony that the mamos will do for this new baby, it is honoring the seeds, and also honoring the seeds with different type of seeds with different native species from the Sierra. And then these ceremonies will continue to the seeds, will continue throughout the pregnancy. The purpose of these ceremonies, it will be for that baby to be born healthy and strong. They said that to protect the newborn. At the moment that this baby is born, the father and the mother of the new baby, they need to collect all type of seeds, and they also need to choose the place in the Sierra where they are going to plant the placenta. The placenta of any person who is born in the Sierra is planted in very specific places in the Sierra. And this is of capital importance for that specific baby. In the future, he said, and I know because, that person, every time that is having, as an adult, that baby that now grew and is an adult, every time that he is facing difficulties, or every time that he passes from one stage of his life to another stage, as an example, when they marry, when a man decides to take a wife, is not a young man anymore. This is a very important stage of the man. For the man, they need to go back to their place where the placenta that he was in the womb, in the uterus of the mother. They need to go back to that sacred place that is secret. Not everybody knows. So they go to that place and they do ceremony, and that will be for that human or that indigenous person a place that he will use to recover, to repair, to get energy, or to get wisdom, to face difficulties through his life or her life, and also to mark or to honor the important events in the life of that person. So they said that, well, this is what is important, the spot where they plant the placenta. They said that after the baby is born, during 4 days, there will be lot of ceremonies by the mamos and by the father and mother of the newborn, with a lot of music. And even there is a protocol about when the whole community gathered together to celebrate the newborn that was just born. They have to eat a specific species. They have to eat yuca, and they have to eat dry meat. but that dry meat is from wild animals, not like meat that we could buy in the supermarket. Dry meat from wild animals, game. Then that's the specific type of a specific type of meals that they can do during those 4 days. Yes, and the most important thing for this newborn, it is to know where the placenta he was in when he was in the mom's uterus was planted, because will be like a place for him to go throughout his entire life to get wisdom, to get health, and to restore himself. Ok, Mamo Rodrigo, continúa. Mamo Rodrigo, te voy a pedir un favor. Cuando termines de hablar, podrías enmudecer el micrófono para no escuchar el background, el viento en el fondo. Continúa, Mamo Rodrigo.
Muy bien. Bueno, entonces, una vez este entierro de esta placenta, ¿para qué se entierra este placenta? Es para darle la base a la semilla que va a cosechar ese niño durante sus futuras generaciones. El papá le siembra ese placenta para que cuando ese niño sea grande, hace su pagamento para que sus frutas o sus cosechas tengan en buen estado. Por eso los ancestros dicen, cuando esta persona supuestamente no trabaja, no quiere cosechar, los mamos, los sabedores inmediatamente le dicen que la culpa está en tu papá, que no se lo enterró o no aseguró o no archivó este tipo de materiales sagrados durante su nacimiento. Entonces, una vez esto, ya el niño comienza a crecer. Por supuesto, la semilla que se sembró durante ese tiempo, también el padre, ese papá, mamá, debe tener su base, con base de la cosecha, como unos matas de plátano, de malanga, de guineo y otro tipo de semilla, manteniendo allí para que ese niño lo puedan conocer durante sus generaciones, durante su futura generación. Bueno, entonces una vez esto, ya cuando estamos haciendo el cuidado de esta semilla, ya este niño también se está creciendo bien. Cuando este niño una vez se va a enfermar por algo, por una enfermedad que no se puede curar, o cuando un niño se enferma, esto significa que todavía nosotros nos falta hacer pagamento de esta cosecha para que este niño no pueda estar así malita, enferma, no puede estar. Entonces los mamos...
Espérame un minuto, Mamo Rodrigo. Okay. There is a connection or association between the placenta and the seeds in the physical, the seeds of every single native species that they cultivate in order for them to eat. They said that why it is important to bury or to put in the ground the placenta of a newborn. They said that this is what is going to sustain this human being and give that human, that baby, better chances to be successful in his life as an adult. And this protection and this nourishment that this newborn will get throughout his life has to do with different aspects of his development as a human. It has to do with the physical aspect, it has to do with the emotional aspect, with the spiritual aspect, and with the wisdom that newborn will get as an adult. The mammals even say that when an indigenous person from the Sierra is not doing well, he's not enthusiastic, or he's kind of doesn't want to work, or he doesn't want to take care of the crops, or to plant, or to be an active member of his community, then the mammals will say, that's not his fault. Let's talk with the father of that person, of that new young man, to see where he planted that placenta, and if he took good care of that placenta, because the placenta is like a bank. And then what they are going to do is they are going to, and immediately the mammals will call the father of this young man that is not being active and being a good member of the community. They will call him out, the father, and they will say, how many pagamentos did you do? They check if the whole protocol of putting the placenta in the ground was done properly, and then by the way this young man is acting, they already could figure it out that something was missing or something was not done properly. For example, if this young man got sick and it's like a mysterious condition that they don't know how to treat, they immediately need to go back to that spot where the placenta, that when he was in the uterus, were on the ground. That also is not only with his own individual and personal life, it also has an effect on the community, or on the plantations, or on the crops that they do for the entire community. Because if the father of this young man didn't take seriously this part, it could represent something that is not good for the entire community regarding the crops, the plantains, because that placenta goes with the seeds of the plants of the different species in the Sierra. Okay, and then they immediately, in order to correct the situation with this young man, the mammals will do more ceremonies, and they will gather because they don't want this to affect the community, because it won't only affect the individual, it will affect the entire community, the crops and the plantations. And they said that it is important to take care of the seeds, and the seeds are intimate, related to that placenta. Mamo Rodrigo, puedes continuar.
Bueno, entonces, ¿por qué? ¿Cuál es el requisito que hay que estar después de esta siembra? Cuando está haciendo el bautismo de este bebé, cuando ya has nacido, supuestamente durante este bautismo, ese bebé no comer sal, no comer cierto bastimento o cierta comida que se pueden comer normalmente. Se le restringe la comida, toda la comida, sino específicamente a una comida. Puede ser joro, puede ser la yuca rallá, puede ser un animal, específicamente animales de las montañas. Puede ser maíz solamente. ¿Por qué se le restringe así? Porque durante sus embarazadas, a esta persona, a esta mujer, no quería nada, no quería todos los alimentos, sino escoge ciertos alimentos porque ella no quiere comer todos. Así pasa cuando una mujer está en fecundación a su bebé. Por eso se le pone requisito. En ese mismo tiempo se le da orden durante su futuro generación, una vez Socola tumba las montañas para sembrar y luego de sembrar yuca, malangas, todo lo que tiene que ver del suelo y de arriba, se le coloca ciertos requisitos. No está sentado encima de un banco, de una banca. Se le prohíbe también no alimentar ciertos alimentos porque así esta semilla se le puede caer gusanos, se le puede caer malestar, se le puede caer los microbios que dañan a esta semilla. Por eso se le prohíbe durante ciertos días, un día, 2, 3, 4 días máximo, se le prohíbe no alimentar todos los alimentos que estaba consumiendo antes de sembrar. Él está durmiendo en el suelo con unas palmitas y luego se acuesta, se duerme porque está protegiendo, está asegurando a esta semilla para que no sea molestado por las polillas, por otros insectos.
Mamo Rodrigo, una pregunta. Cuando estás diciendo que él se sienta, ¿estás refiriéndote al bebé, al recién nacido, que lo ponen en una estera en el suelo? ¿Estás hablando del recién nacido? ¿Estás hablando del bebé?
No. Estoy hablando del papá de ese bebé.
Okay, perfecto. Okay, Mamo Rodrigo is saying that there are restrictions that the mamos will give to the mother of this newborn at the moment that this baby is going to be baptized. And there are restrictions, different type of restrictions, but most is the diet, that the mother will not be allowed to eat certain foods. And they do that because they mimic when the mother was pregnant. Sometimes women have like the stomach a little bit, how can I say, upset. So some women during pregnancy, ones more than others, they cannot eat all type of food because the stomach won't take it. So they decide what type of food that woman, that particular new mother, cannot eat for a number of days. It's not to be like a long period of time. They are saying 3-4 days. They also, there are all other kind of prohibition also for the father. And they say that at the place that the placenta was put in the ground, the father will open like a mat, the mat that they do with their own fibers, like from we call it that, not rattan, we call that, it's not bamboo either, well, similar. Those type of, they use the leaf to do the roof and also to do the walls of their houses, but they also do use the same leaf, the same straw to create mats. So the father will go to the place where the placenta of the newborn, of the baby, was buried in the ground, and he will open the mat, and he will be sleeping exactly on that place where the placenta of the baby is. And they do that with the intention to protect the seeds for the newborn, and the seeds also for the entire community. And they said that sometimes if they don't do this step, in the future they could have like crops that they get diseases such as little worms or other kind of diseases. So the protocol to avoid this situation, that is not a good situation, that the crops is eaten by little infestation of insects, the father have to literally lay down on a mat where the placenta of the baby is in the ground. Mamo Rodrigo, continúa.
Eugenie, estoy aquí.
Ok,
Bueno,
perfecto.
bueno. Entonces, aquí haciendo las conversaciones con los mamos, existe el requisito ahora para sembrar. Para sembrar semilla, primero hay que mirar la luna. ¿Cómo está la luna? Durante la socola, la tumba de rastrojo o tumba de los árboles para cosechar, primero hay que mirar la luna. ¿Cómo está la luna? Si la época de invierno no se puede socolar porque no se quema, entonces normalmente hoy en día llamamos marchos. Nosotros en nuestra lengua se llama Sikimba. Así se llama durante la época de hoy en día los hermanitos la llaman marzo. Sikinjuamba. Shomanjuamba. Allí en donde terminan de hacer las actividades o el procedimiento para poder sembrar. Durante este tiempo, los mayores, así como está la saga, los mamos, primero lo que mira es la luna. Aunque la luna esté nueva, por supuesto, dice puede sembrar, pero no es necesario, porque esas semillas que van a nacer durante los tiempos que usted los sembraste durante lunas nuevas, no te va a durar esta semilla, no va a poder aguantar porque la luna está nueva. Por eso los ancestros primero que mira que la luna esté menguantes, la luna esté grande, para que se puedan sembrar las semillas. Así esta semilla va a durar poco tiempo, bastante tiempo va a durar. También esta semilla no se va a secar así tan fácil, no se va a secar. Por eso compagina bastante que durante este siembra también lo hace a través del consejo de los mayores, diciendo los niños, las niñas, cuando sea pequeña, cuando sea una niña, recién desarrollados, hay que tener bastante precaución o prevención para que no sea molestado por los adultos. Este consejo que se da para poder que estas semillas aguanten, sembrado durante la época de la luna menguante.
Okay. In order for them to plant for the new crops, for the new species that they are going to use for their, to feed themselves, it is very important to check the phase of the moon. And the phase of the moon is checked or is evaluated or looked at throughout the whole process of planting. For example, it's not only at the moment that they are going to put the seed on the field, it's also when they are preparing the land in order to be able to plant on that land, meaning when they take all the weeds, when they actually move the soil, and get everything ready to plant the new seeds. They said that the time to do that in the Sierra is during the month of March, and during the month of March, it is when normally, according to the weather in the Sierra, is normally when they are able to plant. They said that they need to check throughout the whole process the phase of the moon. They also say that normally people might think that during the new moon that is a good time to put the seed in the ground, but they don't believe that. And the reason why they don't believe that is because even that they decided to do the phase to plant during the new moon, it doesn't guarantee that seeds are going. They might bloom, yes, but they doesn't guarantee that the seed in the process of the plant, all the germination, will not dry up in the future. So instead of planting during the new moon, that is a phase of the moon that they don't use much, or they don't use. The favorite or the most appropriate phase of the moon for them to plant, it will be during the waning moon, because they said that during this phase of the moon is when they will have more chances to have a better produce, better crops. They could get better results. They also said something about that. They said that the girls, and we are talking about children, but specifically about young girls, the way, the care they take to when they plant the seed into the ground, they do like a metaphor with the way a young girl is watched and taken care of during her childhood. Meaning that when a little girl from the Tejuna tribes is little and is not at the proper age to have sexual activity, they protect that girl, because they do like a parallel. So they don't want young girls to initiate being sexually active prematurely. They have to protect the girl. The same way, or in the similar manner, they protect the seeds, and they watch the moon phases in order to know what is the best time for planting. And he also said that during all of this process, the person who has the crops or has the little farm needs to listen to the advice of the mamos, because the mamos know exactly where are the best times to do this. Mamo Rodrigo, continúa.
Vamos a iniciar con hacer entrega toda esta conversación a la Madre Naturaleza. Aquí vamos a llenar este pagamento.
Okay, déjame. What we are going to do now, this sacred knowledge for them, this storytelling about the seeds, is already an offering, already a pagamento. And when they are going to do all our intentions, all our presence here, being fully aware, will be delivered or offered to Mother Nature through sound, which is Mamo Sensio, who is the Kogi Mamo. He will still be drumming to give this, all of what we are talking, to the mother nature. Continúa, Mamo Rodrigo. They froze. While they come back, I would like to say something about pagamentos. Every time they talk about something that is sacred and something that belongs to their wisdom, the fact that they are talking about that, they need permission to begin the conversation, and this they do by music, by sound. But at the end of what we are talking, all the words that they use, and our presence, and our intention, and the heart, the emotions, they collect and send it as an offering to Mother Nature through sound. So there is another way to do pagamento that is not through visualization or through physical offerings, but through sound.
Y qué hermosa estas enseñanzas de la semilla, el pagamento, los diferentes tipos de pagamento en pensamiento, en obra, cuestiones físicas y en música.
Una de las cosas que me encanta de los mamos es la absoluta certeza de cómo nosotros, seres humanos, somos parte del weaving de la tierra, de la madre tierra, y del weaving de toda la madre naturaleza. Entonces, cada acción nuestra o cada ceremonia que ellos hacen, desde cuando la madre está embarazada hasta el momento que el bebé nace y siembran la placenta, es honrando la naturaleza y es encontrando equivalencias entre nosotros los seres humanos y los otros reinos o los otros aspectos de la madre naturaleza. Entonces ellos no ven división entre el ser humano o separación entre el ser humano y la madre tierra o entre el ser humano y la naturaleza. Y nosotros estamos incluidos dentro de ese tapestry, de ese weaving, de ese tejido. No somos especiales, somos solamente una parte de eso. A mí eso me parece muy lindo.
Y qué hermoso, ¿no? Porque la ciencia moderna le está empezando a dar mucho valor a la placenta, que anteriormente la tiraban, consideraban que no era necesaria para nada, pero que últimamente se están dando cuenta de que se puede guardar para la salud del niño en el futuro.
Qué cosa linda. Ellos ya sabían eso.
Ya un conocimiento intuitivo de conexión directa.
This is an intuitive knowledge, from direct knowledge.
Otra cosa que ellos dicen
Another thing that they say is that with the placenta, when the baby is born, it needs to know exactly the place where the placenta was buried. He says that in the times of great difficulty for the human being throughout their life, the moments of depression and sickness, this person needs to make the journey to find where the placenta is buried and find that place. There are codes. We don't cover this in this conversation, but I've heard in other conversations with them that there are energetic codes that are
they are texting me. Hay códigos energéticos
there are energetic
en
codes
esa placenta.
that are in that placenta, for the simple fact that the person is suffering difficulties in their life, then they need to go back to this place of their seed. They need to, makes a reset. It's like a computer, that when you reboot a computer, this is what they say, is that when the person is sick, they need to go back to where their placenta is. And this is like a restarting the system, whether energetically, spiritual, emotional, like in the case of depression, but in energetic, in physical
Es
terms.
hermoso también porque tiene un lugar,
It's beautiful also because
un lugar de poder para ir.
there is a power place that a person can go to go
Es
and
bonito
to
tener un
reset
lugar
themselves.
donde
It's
uno pueda
beautiful
decir,
to
bueno,
have a
aquí me
place
puedo sentar
that you can say, okay,
a
here I can
restaurar
sit
mi energía,
to restore
a
my energies,
reconectarme con la
to
naturaleza
reconnect with nature
y con la semilla.
and with the seeds.
Los mensajes que estoy recibiendo de
The messages that I'm receiving from Mama Rodrigo is that they lost their connection,
está volviendo.
but it's coming back.
Entonces, bueno, a escucharlo entonces.
Eugenie.
Sí, te escuchamos bien, Mamo Rodrigo.
Yes, we understand you.
Estamos felices.
Ya llegamos.
We hear you
Ya
then.
llegaron, así es.
We have arrived.
Otra cosa linda que ellos dicen
Another beautiful thing that they say is that if a young person, a young indigenous person,
no es un buen miembro de la comunidad.
if the person is not a good member of the community, if it's a person who doesn't want to work, doesn't want to plan like this, they can better this situation because then they need to find the father of this child and go. The mamos go to the father because if the child is rebellious, they need to go to the place of the placenta to restore the protocol that probably that father did not complete the protocol. The father was supposed to go through this protocol, but maybe the father didn't go through it. They need to go right to the place where the placenta is. I don't know how many days, but they need to be there. They need to go there with the father and take care of the protocols, the ceremonial protocols that the father did not complete. Another thing, when the mamos establish a master connection in their hearts, with a very strong emotional connection with the person who does not pertain to those groups of people, those villages, they have the recognition of the spiritual connection and emotional connection. And they may they may accept the person even though he's not from their people. This is like a form of trust. They say, we trust in love and connection, but at the same time, it's a situation of power. Because they say, if it is planted in the earth, in the mountains, then it's stronger there.
He said the same, that is getting better, the signal. Yo sé que ya estamos terminando.
I know that we are ending now, and I know because
they say some people is saying that, I don't know that they can hear the music. I cannot hear anything. Let's see.
Hola.
Hola, Mamo Rodrigo, te escuchamos. Mamo Sencio estaba entregando el pagamento con música.
Hello, Mamo Rodrigo. We hear you. Was Mamo Asensio
Vamos a
playing
continuar
music?
unos rato.
We're going to continue for a short little bit
Estuvimos haciendo las entregas. Todos
because
los
we're making the offering
conversados para que no nos pesen
for all
bastantes.
that we have
Toca
been speaking
entregar.
of.
Mamo Rodrigo is saying that what they were doing with Mamo Sencio drumming was delivering our offering. And the reason why it was important that this offering of the words, sacred words that they were giving, is for us not to feel the burden of that, because the sacred wisdom it cannot be it has a protocol for us to be light and don't feel the burden of the sacred wisdom. Okay, continúa, Mamo Rodrigo.
Muy bien. Entonces, aquí a Virginia nosotros nos faltaba un puntito para poder terminar. Todo durante esos, ¿aló?
Sí, te escucho.
Bueno, yo voy a tratar de que haya más señal. Durante este tiempo, los mamos, los ancestros, dejan cierto requisito para que esos jóvenes crezcan y sepan la sabiduría, sepan que esa planta es como una persona, que esa semilla es como un bebé, como una fecundación, que esa frijol o ese tipo de semillas que se puede transportar en mochilas, en morral, sea que represente a la semilla que tiene cada persona masculina. Entonces, una vez esto, ya al terminar, los mamos para hacer este tipo de trabajo, no es que se preparan aquí, se preparan específicamente sitios sagrados, Gonavindúa, sitios sagrados Chiriwa, sitios sagrados Dumena, allá en donde muy pocas suben todo el mundo, sino suben solamente los mamos o los sabedores, suben allá a pedir este permiso para realizar pagamento. Una vez esto, ya al terminar, pues hace como una charlas, todos los autoridades, los mamos, los jóvenes, las mujeres, todos reunidos y se da esta charla para que todos sepan que es importancia tiene como semilla y como bebé. Para socializar siempre se hacen ciertas reuniones con la saga, con los mamos, conversando con nuestra futura generación. Sí.
Mamo Rodrigo is saying that the reason why it's important to put in the ground the placenta is for that person to have the awareness that the seeds that we put in the ground for our own, to plant like any kind of seeds, plantain, beans, corn, all of that, they want the person, the newborn, to have the awareness that that seed are like humans, like people. And not only that, it also represent the seed, the actual seed from plants, represent the seed of a man, which it will be when a mom is going to become a father. It's exactly the same for them. And for a mamu to do ceremonies or pagamentos for the seeds. Not all mamos can do that. They need to go to a special training in sacred sites like Gonavindua, Chirrihua, and all sacred sites in the Sierra in order for them to do pagamentos specifically linked or associated to seeds. So they take the seeds, they very sacred and very important for them.
Al terminar, para poder cerrar ante jóvenes de ese procedimiento o de ese ejercicio durante su bebé hasta ser adolescente, hasta ya son adultos, pues ya para tener un hijo, primero lo que tiene que hacer es comprar a la madre naturaleza, a nuestro padre hijo tener. No es que porque yo quiero tener hijo y ya listo va a tener este bebé, sino si quiere tener hijo, pues le consulta a los mamos y los mamos dice a través de las consultas, este bebé va a ser comprado en tal parte, en Chirrihua, en Gonavindua. Asimismo, cuando una vez se está comprando a esa bebé con este cierto materiales del mar, materiales de otras partes de espacio de Sierra Nevada. Una vez está comprando ese bebé, está comprando también las semillas de todo tipo para que puedan tener habilidad, puede haber bastante para poder sembrar. Entonces, este requisito se le queda a las futuras generaciones para que no se pierda la cultura, así se mantiene cuidando a las semillas, especialmente con los mamos mayores, con los mamos coqui, con los mamos huiwa, con los mamos arhuaco, con los mamos cancuamo. Así se sostiene la semilla para proteger, para prevenir que se enfermen. Una vez estamos haciendo la semilla, estamos haciendo bebé. Cuando hacemos el bebé, estamos haciendo a la semilla. Así tenemos que saber nuestro mente y así para prevenir las malezas. Y aquí terminamos, Abuchini, según las consultas, hemos hablado muy importantes y una vez cuando termina de traducir, Mamosencio va a tocar para cerrar.
Ok, Mamo Rodrigo. Está bien, Mamo Rodrigo. Voy a traducir. Mamo Rodrigo is saying that the whole ceremony is closed. They need to play more drumming. They need to do more drumming, but they are waiting for me to translate the last part of their gathering of their speech, and then Mamosencio will continue drumming to finally close the entire ceremony. Mamo Rodrigo is saying that when this newborn that was planted the placenta in a sacred site, when this newborn become an adult, a man, and when he feels that he wants to become a father, in order for him to have a child or to impregnate a woman, he needs to do a protocol, and the protocol is to buy from Mother Nature that baby or that new child that he wants to bring into this earth. They do that. He will have to talk to a mamo and express his desire that he wants to become a father. And the mamo needs to do a ceremony, probably in Chirrihua or Gonavindua or another sacred site, to guarantee that by bringing this new baby or this new human or the son of this man, they are also protecting the seeds of the vegetables and the plant species that they use as way of nourishment, what they use as their meals or the food. This is a way when a young adult man said, okay, I want to be a father, and talk to the mamo, and the mamo go to Chirrigua, Gonavindua, or another sacred site to do the proper protocol. By doing that, they are preserving and they are sustaining the physical seeds of corn, malanga, plantain, yucca. So that way, the seed of the species they used to eat will be preserved and avoid diseases in the seed. One thing that I can tell you as a Colombian, that there was 1 year that the whole production of coffee in my country, and that created a lot of terrible situation for agriculture and everybody, was attacked by a disease. It's called roya. The only production of coffee that was not attacked by the roya was the ones that the mamos had in the Sierra. The entire country, that is a very heavy producer of coffee, that was a critical moment economically or financially speaking for Colombia, because we rely in our coffee production. And the entire production was attacked by this disease. And bad news for everybody, but not for them. So this is a way to sustain and to protect the seed. And Mamo Rodrigo finished by saying, baby and seed are equal. The seeds that we use and a baby is equal. Mamo Rodrigo, ya terminé de traducir. Puedes cerrar. Estás enmudecido.
Vamos a cerrar con la música. Una vez cuando estamos haciendo la música, cada uno de nosotros vamos a estar haciendo las 2 vueltas, hacemos las 2 vueltas. Una vez entregamos los materiales, entregamos a Madre Natura.
Okay. Mamo Rodrigo said that as soon as the sound or the drumming finish in the Sierra, everybody in this conference will stand up and do 2 full rotations of our body counterclockwise.
Muchas gracias, Agustín.
Gracias a ustedes, Mamo Rodrigo. Now I'm going to stand up and do 2 full rotations counterclockwise to lock energetically what we just did. Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Sara. A special thank you to you, Maestro Manuel. Thank you very much.
Gracias a ustedes.
Gracias.
Thank you very
Bendiciones a
much.
la sierra y que haya
Blessings to the Sierra.
abundancia y todo lo que necesiten.
May you have
Y
abundance
como
in everything
siempre,
that you need.
cuenten con nosotros si necesitan algo.
Count on us if you need
Gracias,
anything.
Ginny, por tu
Thank you, Jeannie.
De su corazón.
Thank you for the
Gracias,
generosity of
Ginny,
your
por
heart.
tus genial traducciones.
Thank you, Ginny, for your beautiful translation.
Gracias a los mamos y a todo Colombia.
Thank you to the Mamos and all of
El
Colombia.
mundo, pues, claro que los mamos son, yo diría, la joya de la corona.
The Mamos are the jewel of the
Gracias.
crown.
Muchísimas gracias, maestro. Gracias, Nicole. Gracias, Sara. Hasta luego.
Entonces, de ala de águila al cóndor,
From the
bendiciones.
wings of the eagle and the condor. Blessings.
Adiós.
Adiós.
I think you're on mute, AJ.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say thank you. You guys can also say thank you while you're there. Thank you to the Mamos for that beautiful transmission. So much knowledge. And as you all know who are watching out there, a lot of your donations are going to go to support the Teyuna land where the Mamos come from to help their water damage remediation project. And we're raising funds for them. So thank you all very much. And we have one more music piece from Dream Seed, another original song, this one by Hannah Apollonia. So please sit back, enjoy, and check out this music.
Leads me on. Sunlight makes me strong. In the rain sings my song. I'm a child of the earth and I dance to her. In oceans you have gone, from feathers wings you're born. In the waves dance along. You're a child of the earth and you dance to her beat.
begin. Take my hand, we go where the wind blows, 'cause we're children of the earth, and we dance to her
All right. That was awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
We'd like to say thank you to everyone that listened with us today and that will listen in the future. And a very special thank you to all the teachers of the sacred traditions of humanity.
We also want to thank Maestro Manuel and Renato Rufino for all of the seeds that you've planted in all of us through the vision of the Heart and Mind Festival, which has been serving humanity for almost 10 years. Thank you so very much.
Thank you to everyone who helped make this festival possible. Thank you to the production team, the video editors, our amazing presenters that shared so much wisdom that we will continue to listen to. Thank you to all of the translators on all of the different channels. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. A very special thank you as well to all of our donors. We surpassed our fundraising goal and we couldn't have done that without you. We're really grateful to be able to share these donations with our presenters, with people that truly need these funds. So thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. We are very, very grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge a lot of the team that was doing things behind the scenes, everyone who worked on the videos and the music production, Renato Rufino, Danica Palos, Mike Fisher, Brooke Gillespie. All these people had their hands on the videos and the audio production, and really, really valuable work. Also to everyone who's sitting here, Laura, Nicole, Kira, Shola, Matt, Renata, doing all the administrative coordinating work, and anyone else who I didn't name, of course, Maestro Manuel for supervising, giving us the creative vision, giving us the direction, and there were a lot of other people to support. Of course, all the kids from Rainbow Sprouts, that was just amazing. I would love to play that video again. It was just so good. I don't know if you guys want to see that one again, but it made me so happy every time I see it. So thanks, guys. I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything, but I was just super, super happy. Oh, our translators, Tommy Harevis, Nina, Miguel, all the team in Poland, Kane for helping to hold down the Spanish translation room. I know there was a number of other people, translators on the Poland team whose names I don't have, Roddick, but thank you all so much for being there. And it's really amazing to have this multilingual, multinational approach, people helping from Canada, UK, Poland, Spain, all over the place, Latin America. So thanks again. Really, really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Flowering Sun.
Oh my God.
Flowering Sun.
They really put in a lot of time, and I luckily got to be behind the camera on a lot of those video shoots as well as other people, but they really took the time to clear out the house every time we had to do a video shoot, make sure we had a quiet, kid-free environment so that we can actually film uninterrupted. And it was a lot of work to do it, but they got it done, and really great content. And I hope that it really helps Flowering Sun take it to the next level.
And most of all, thank you for all the people tuning in and watching, and like we said, supporting everything that we're doing here and we're creating. And we look forward to the next Heart and Mind Festival. And we hope that you guys will stay in touch with us, stay tuned to what we're creating and what's on the horizon. You can follow us on Instagram. You can follow us on our Facebook page, and always feel free to visit our website at heartandmindfestival.org. So thank you again. And with that, we say goodbye and many blessings, and
Happy solstice.
Happy solstice, and
Happy
may
holidays.
all the seeds that we plant for the rest of this year and into this new year be good ones.
I just got word that Wukash was also translating. So just got to drop his name. Thanks, Wukash.
Thank you.
So you guys want to go out with that Rainbow Sprouts video again? What do you think?
Yay!
What's up all around? Thank you, everyone at home. We love you. Thanks, Kyra, also for emceeing. There's so many names that we can't name everyone, but wow, amazing
Thank you,
teamwork.
Paulina, and happy birthday.
Yeah. Okay. Bye, guys. Enjoy the Rainbow Sprouts one more time, and we will see you at the next festival. Make sure to subscribe to Heart and Mind TV on YouTube, Heart and Mind Festivals on Instagram, Flowering Sun Ecology on Instagram, Facebook pages. Also check out Golden Drum, Sacred Arts Research Foundation, all of our partner organizations.
All the things.
All of them.
Just find them.
Find us. We'll see you there. Bye, guys.
Peace.
Seeds are planted.